The Jake Asman Show will begin shortly. Thanks to all these great Patreon members who help support the show. Get your super chats ready. Jake will be here in just a moment. If you love the New York Jets, this is the place to be. And now, the Jake Asman Show.
We are back for rounds 2 and 3 of the 2025 NFL Draft. We know the Jets have selected Armand Membou in the first round. Who do they take tonight? We'll talk about that and more. It's our mega cast live streaming the entirety of night 2. And guess what? It starts right now.
Live coverage of the 2025 NFL Draft on historic Lambeau Field in Green Bay, Wisconsin, as your New York Jets look for their next superstar. Some of your favorite analysts will join Jake to break it all down. Get ready for the next round, Asmaniacs. It's the Jake Asman Show.
Cheers, everybody. Let's party. It is the NFL Draft. Jets will be on the clock at pick 42 and pick 73. We know they've already selected Armand Membou with their first round selection last night. So what will the Jets do for an encore? We're going to cover it live on the show. And joining me tonight to provide expert analysis and talk all things draft and New York Jets football is a good friend, Jet Nation Live's own Dylan Tereman. Dylan, let's go, baby. It's draft night. We're here. Round 2, round 3. Let's go, baby. I got the Aaron Glenn jersey on. I'm fired up. Here we go.
Hell yeah, that's awesome. I do the signature horns every show, and maybe we actually do take some guys from Texas. I know one was flirted last night. We went in a different direction at the same position, but we didn't take the Texas guy that everybody was fearing in Jahdae Barron. So I hope tonight's a good night. Get some more starters to round out this roster and fill some more of these holes. And no better way than to celebrate it with you and the Asmaniacs, honestly.
Absolutely, my man. I'm glad you're a part of this, and there's no one as good as you out there breaking this down on the YouTube space. So this will be a lot of fun to get your thoughts in real time. We know the Jets used pick 7 last night, pick 42, and pick 73 tonight, barring any trades. And then, of course, tomorrow they're scheduled to pick at 110, 145, 162, 186, and 207. So we will see what they decide to do with each of these picks. Why don't we start with this, though, as the Browns are officially on the clock here. We got about 5 minutes and change before their pick has to be in. Why don't we go back to last night, first time I've had you on the show since Armand Membou was the pick at 7. Your thoughts on Membou? Are you on board with the first pick in the Glenn Muji regime?
Yeah, certainly on board. He was the number 3 guy on my board at the time of the pick. Not my number 3 player in the class, but when I've filtered through the guys that I didn't think we were going to be realistically on the radar for, like Genty and Carter and Travis Hunter, I came away with Mason Graham number 1, Will Campbell number 2, and Armand Membou number 3. So you take the first 2 guys off the board, and according to me, that was best player available. I would have understood the Tyler Warren pick. There was certainly a lot of hype and a lot of smoke there. Turns out they did like him, just not as much as those 2 45-minute Zoom calls with Armand Membou. And I can't wait. We've solidified the entirety of the offensive line in front of Justin Fields. We give him the maximum ability because we know his time to throw in the NFL based on analytics is very poor, probably bottom 5 in the league last year if I just had to guess. He loves to hold on to the ball. So now we have the opportunity to protect him while he is holding on to the ball. Hopefully he can get the ball out a little quicker in this offense, play with timing, and Armand Membou is not going to be a war or a worry point for us in 2025, where Chuks Okorafor probably would have been.
It just feels like, at least on paper, this has a chance to be a damn good, if not great, offensive line unit. Because we talk about 2009 and 2010 a lot when it comes to the Jets and the last time they had sustained success with Rex Ryan. But if you remember, other than DeBrickashaw Ferguson and Nick Mangold, who were just ascending into their prime, that was like their 4th and 5th seasons in the league, it was an older offensive line. Veterans, Damian Woody, future Hall of Famer, Alan Faneca. It was a different type of group. This group, they're young. They're hungry. They're a bunch of guys that haven't gotten their big payday just yet. They're on their rookie deals in the case of a Tippmann and Olu and Membou and AVT. That to me is so exciting from a Jet perspective to have a young and hungry offensive line when the team identity apparently is going to be running the crap out of the football and being tough. That's what Aaron Glenn's all about.
Yeah, it was funny listening to the War Room call. Darren Muji was very, calm and collected. Are you ready to be a Jet? Woody Johnson does the fake. Everybody get excited and clap it up in the room. Like, I hate the show excitement by doing fake excitement thing, but then you have Aaron Glenn in the middle of those guys, and he's like, I want that mean. I want that nasty. I'm ready for it. And they had to bleep him out. So whatever he said was not suitable for children, and the Next Gen Jets podcast that I just came off of. So we'll see. I think the tenacity of Armand Membu is going to fit in well with AG, and I'm not saying it's Penei Sewell, but you can understand the logic there and why they could think they're getting their own version of a mean, nasty right tackle.
The Cleveland Browns pick is in as night 2. The second round is underway. Will it be Shedeur Sanders? That's certainly one of the storylines we're following now. I don't think the Jets would take Shedeur, but if we start getting to like round 3 and he's there at 73, then I think every team's going to reconsider whatever evaluation they had on the guy, or maybe they evaluated him as a day 2 type of quarterback. So we will keep you updated on the notable picks. We, of course, are waiting for the New York Jets to make their pick, and the first pick is officially in for the Cleveland Browns, and they got a Hall of Famer making it. They got one of the all-time greats out there making that pick, and Joe Thomas, who I watched get inducted into the Pro Football Hall of Fame the same year Revis and Joe Klecko went into the Hall of Fame, and the wait for Shedeur is going to continue. The first player picked is Carson Swissinger, the linebacker from UCLA. So Carson Swessinger is the pick, 33rd overall. Jets, of course, on the clock at 42. It's going to be fascinating, Dylan, how long we wait until Shedeur hears his name called, because if not Cleveland, perhaps New Orleans coming up here could take him. That could be a spot, but, you got to really kind of project now the teams that need quarterbacks and where he could go. Maybe the Raiders at pick 37. Coming up in a few, they could be in play before New Orleans at pick 40 of this round. It's going to be fascinating to see where he ends up.
You just hit on all 3 teams. Cleveland, again, picking at 36 because of the trade down that happened last night. Vegas, even though they extended Geno, I still think it's in the cards. I mean, when you have a guy at this position who, if you feel like he can be a long-term starter or even a high-end backup, this is the range where you would probably take a quarterback. I'm not, advocating for it if I am the Jets, but I do think you would have to at least enter the conversation of who do we take instead of Shedeur Sanders here. Like, if Nicky Manwari from South Carolina is there, I would prioritize safety over quarterback because it also fits a need for the Jets. But it is interesting. If the slide continues past 40, it is going to be very difficult to see the exact fit for him. It'll be interesting. I jokingly flirted out the Dolphins could take him because of all the Tua uncertainty with his injuries. So maybe 48 to the Dolphins. They just throw kind of a Hail Mary and Mike McDaniel takes a quarterback. But yeah, it's really hard to project where he'll go. And you almost have to think Tyler Shuck, Jalen Milroe, are these guys going to be put ahead of him on the priority list for some of these teams? Tyler Shuck, I guess the odds for him to be the second quarterback or the first quarterback off the board tonight are increasing on betting sites. So that's something definitely to watch.
100%. We will be breaking that down in real time. The Texans pick is already in as we get a little closer to the Jets. The Texans didn't make a pick last night. They traded out of round 1. They got, I thought, a pretty good return. And then you see what Atlanta did. And I know Texans fans were like, what? We couldn't get all that much? And it's like, Atlanta being stupid doesn't mean that every team is going to be stupid with their trades. So the Texans, we'll see what they do here. I guess they take the best O-lineman, knowing a little bit about their team needs, but we'll see what they do. From a Jet standpoint, Dylan, as we start to talk about now their options at this pick at 42 coming up, in an ideal world for you, give us some names that you would love to see announced for the New York Jets tonight at that podium.
Okay, names I would love. Nick Manwari, the safety who I just mentioned, has to be near the top of that list. He's one of my, top line, still first round type grade players who's on the board for me. And there's a bit of a tier break from him and the next safety, who's probably one of the Penn State guys, in my opinion. So I would prioritize him. Same case would go for like Donovan Ezeraku, Mike Green. These are all first round players that I thought would be taken that didn't. Then you get into the more true second round guys. I would say Jaden Higgins would be not a love, but a very much like. Jalen Knoll, his teammate, would be a love. And he's more of my mold of a wide receiver, under 6'1", really shifty, probably compares more to Garrett than he would Allen Lazard. And I know chasing the Allen Lazard mold or that, body style is the preferred choice by Jets fans, but I would take Jalen Noel. Mason Taylor would be a like for me here. I wouldn't love it. I just kind of sprinkled on one of his games against South Carolina real quick just to see, refresh on him in case he is the pick. And I didn't love everything about him, and it kind of refreshed everything that I thought about him originally coming out of Senior Bowl. But almost any pass catcher at this point would make me, happy to a degree.
The pick is in for the Texans, and I got some sad news for some Jet fans out there.
Bummer.
The pick was Jaden Higgins, the wide receiver from Iowa State, who was my number one choice at 42 if he made it there. And that was always the concern, if he would make it there. I just thought he was a perfect complement with the size to Garrett Wilson. We'll say there's another really good Iowa State receiver that you were just talking about in Jalen Noel that could be in play for the Jets. Plus, they could look tight ends as well. So we will see which player is potentially there for the Jets to take. And that's assuming they're going to go weapon. They very well could just say, we love this defensive tackle. Great value. We're taking him here. There's a couple of really good edge rushers that fell. Maybe they look at that as a potential option. So
speaking of fell, it sounded like somebody just almost fell through my ceiling up above in the apartment up above me. So sorry if you guys hear any pounding coming through my mic. That was a little scary.
Wait a second. do you live above or do you live below Beastbreaker?
Oh, no. We're not that high up in the building. We're not close to the attic. We're on floor 2 of 4.
Beast,
so...
are you above Dylan right now?
Yeah, did you just sit in that chair?
I'm having a little bit of slice of heaven right now. A little deep dish pizza.
Enjoy it, Beast. I'm happy for you.
You get the fuck out.
Love it. We'll check in with Beast, of course, throughout the night. We'll take plenty of your calls on the show. We're going to have some fun, man. We're all sitting back watching the same thing on TV here, and we're talking about the Jets and as maniacs and whatever else is on your mind tonight. Reminder, I'll plug this before we get to some serious Jets talk when they come up in just a bit. The raffle all weekend long. If you want in on As Maniac raffle number 24 throughout the entirety of the draft until the last pick is made tomorrow, every membership is double the entries in the raffle. Every super chat is double the requisite raffle tickets in the raffle. We're giving away this week a signed Joe Namath jersey, signed Justin Fields helmet, signed Aaron Glenn helmet, signed Curtis Martin helmet, signed DeBrickashaw Ferguson helmet, and I've added a couple new prizes. Signed Jermaine Johnson jersey and a signed Aaron Glenn photo. So, gift away to be in, super chat away to be in. $10 or more is the minimum super chat to be entered in the As Maniac raffle. So I want to thank everyone for their support. And how about this? The first person to enter the raffle tonight is the guy co-hosting the damn show. Dylan Tereman is in for 10. He gifted 5 channel memberships. And Dylan, this is for you.
We're the freaking New York Jets, so we're built for this shit.
Hell yeah, man.
We are
Love
built
that.
for this indeed.
Love it. Dylan's 5 memberships went to Brandon Newsom, Udell Yusuf, Jay God, Frami, Antonio Lazar, and Jesse, all receiving channel memberships there from Dylan, who's starting us off on the membership parade tonight. Let me ask you this, Dylan. You mentioned safety. You mentioned Eman Awori as a guy to watch. Is the value there just too good to pass up, and that's why they take him? Or do you think they view safety as a real need in this defense? You're on mute.
I was clicking the mute button, and I must have I did the opposite of what I thought I was doing. I think it's a mix of both. I think at the top of the board, you do have Nick Eman in most cases, at least in my opinion. But it's also something that this team has truly neglected for the last 3 years. And I put a complete foot in my mouth a couple years ago when I said that the Jets were going to prioritize safety over cornerback when Robert Saleh entered the fold. And they didn't. They just didn't do it. They had Tony Adams, a UDFA. They had a bunch of scrap heap guys that they were trying to convert. The JBC experiment, bouncing back and forth, and he never really played. So I think it's a little bit of both. The pick is in, and as I'm talking about it, he goes to Seattle, who trades up. So it's really unfortunate, but Seattle just got their next Cam Chancellor, in my opinion. Like, this dude is special.
Seattle moving up here. They traded up to get him, so scratch that one.
And that's going to happen a lot tonight, folks. We're going We're going to talk about players, and as soon as we talk about them, the teams that are watching, because all 32 teams are watching this stream right now, we know that. They're going to be all up and down our board. And you mentioned anything Dom C likes, that player's gone right away. I can almost guarantee it.
Just a quick reminder to the chat: don't spoil picks for people. Let us find out in real time. People are coming here not to have their picks spoiled, I'd imagine. So just a quick PSA there. Purple Belt Mike checks in. If Will Johnson or Emmanuel is there at 42, who are you taking? Plus, I'm winning in this raffle. Well, I got sad news for you on Emmanuel PBM, because as you were probably paying for this $20 super chat, he gone. Will Johnson being there at 42, though, I don't know how they view their corner room. I mean, we heard rumblings about Jade Barron, but he's more of like a hybrid, not necessarily like a true like island corner. I don't know how they would feel about Will Johnson. Do they go BPA, or do they think, nah, medical scare us, or we want a different position to need? So it's going to be a true test. I would not take Will Johnson. I'd rather focus on either a defensive tackle there, or my preference, weapons, and more weapons. I think that should be the goal at pick 42. Yeah,
absolutely. I do like Will Johnson, the player. The medicals, I'm unsure about this, like basing fully off the film. Not even like rumors about character or anything. I think it would be in consideration at 42, but I'm with you. My theme tonight is pass catchers and pass rushers. If you don't come away with those in this round, I'll be a little upset, whether it's wide receiver and tight end, or wide receiver and edge, or tight end and edge, or defensive interior and wide out. Like, I want pass catchers and pass rushers tonight. So corner, it was a fun mock pick at 42 before free agency, and Brandon Stevens got 12 million. So now I would say no, but I do like Will Johnson, the player.
Dave Briga writes in, can't get nervous, hang tight. If you gift Dave Briga a membership during the show tonight, you're getting an item from the Jake Asman merch store. All right? Dave Briga, our champion, cannot have no badge next to his name. He needs to be a channel member. He's a champion of the Asmaniac community, and we need him to be a member, period. End of story. Hit the like button if you're just tuning in. Nate writes in that Dylan should drop his Venmo for carrying the show. Nate, look, that's why he's here, to carry the show. Okay? That's why he's here. You think I don't know that? Why do you think we got Dylan to be the co-host for night 2? You think I could talk about all these guys that might be borderline day 2 or day 3 picks? No, I can't. That's why Dylan's here. All right? He's the scout, and I'm some jabroni that likes the Jets and hopes they pick good players. And Dylan's here to tell us which players they should pick.
That's not true at all. Jake is Steph Curry with the behind-the-back passes, and I just happen to be Klay Thompson chilling in the corner 3, ready to lay the dagger down. I'm not a Warriors fan, by the way, so don't get at me in the chat. And it's not Go Knicks either. Sorry.
What is your Venmo, by the way? We should put that out there.
Let me find out on my phone. Let me go open it up.
You work on that, and we'll throw that in so people can tip you for your service tonight. We don't want Mr. Tube to get too big of a cut, because they take their 30%.
Oh, yeah, that's such a tough cut. Like I fully understand everybody supporting the show, but it's so tough. Like when you see $100 come in, and it's like, yeah, at the back end that's really 70 after the big man, and it's like, why do they need it? We're the ones sitting here. We're just using their platform. So like maybe a reduced cut from YouTube would be nice too.
I love it. The Browns pick is officially in, and they're taking Quinshon Judkins from Ohio State.
Yeah.
Running back. Did he go before Travion Henderson?
He did.
Wow.
That's a little bit of a surprise to me.
That's big. Wow.
Yeah, I didn't know if I was muted during the draft chime or not. It's a bit of a surprise to me. I just got done watching them this past week. I was trying to do the duos. I did the Iowa State receivers, the TCU receivers, and then the Ohio State running backs. And I came away with basically the same exact grade on my running backs, Travion Henderson and Judkins. Yeah, 84. So basically the highest second-round pick grade, 84.5 technically, but these guys are explosive. Judkins was the number 1 recruit as a transfer, but Henderson was the number 1 recruit as a prospect coming out of high school. So like these guys are just littered with traits, and it's a pick your flavor. I would say Quinshon Judkins is more of like a Jahmyr Gibbs, I guess, where Travion Henderson will still lower his shoulder, bowl you over, but then also run for 65 yards after that. So that's why I had to lean towards Travion. But yeah, I can't argue with this pick. The Browns needed a running back. They were kind of flirting with JNT, I thought, when they moved back to pick 5. So this is a quality pick for them for sure.
Yeah, this is an interesting one just because I feel like we heard so much about Henderson and less about Judkins, but he's off the board first. Now, I will say I have the Connor Rogers big board, 3rd-rated running back in his rankings here behind Genty and Hampton. So he had Judkins 3rd and then Henderson 4th. So it's not crazy. They were pretty lumped together by a lot of people, but I did think Henderson would be the first one gone. So the Browns have had a very interesting draft, right? Mason Graham, Carson Schlesinger, and now Judkins, their first 3 picks. Plus, they got the Jaguars first next year. I don't know how good Jacksonville's going to be next year. That could be a mid-round pick. Could be even worse than that. Who knows what Liam Cohen is as a head coach. So I think the Browns have done really well so far for what it's worth.
Yeah, they have 2 picks next year. If they don't want to, invest in quarterback eventually in this draft, they give themselves a chance with more ammo to move up. I thought the trade down for them was much more of a win than it was for Jacksonville coming up. So I'm not mad at it. I don't love the Carson Schlesinger pick, but I understand it with the uncertainty around, Owusu Koromoa. So yeah, I like their draft. I mean, when you have 3 picks in the top 36, that almost mirrors the Jets when they had 4 in the top 36, and they were able to get a running back in Breece Hall. And we know what happened with that one. So I like them so far.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Venmo for Dylan is in the chat officially. I'll post it throughout the night so you can thank him for coming on. Don't worry. We're financially compensating Dylan for his services tonight on the show. But if you want to throw something a little extra for him, feel free. Shout out to Nate for asking for the Venmo in the chat. Hit the like button if you're just tuning in. This is a mega cast. Great to have so many listeners tuned in. We're going to find out whatever the heck the Jets are going to do all together here. We'll take your calls as well throughout the show. Another reminder that every membership you gift goes towards our raffle. Every membership gifted is double until the end of the draft. So we're giving away a signed Aaron Glenn photo, signed Jermaine Johnson jersey, signed DeBrickashaw Ferguson helmet, signed Curtis Martin helmet, signed Aaron Glenn helmet, signed Justin Fields helmet, and they signed Joe Willie Namath jersey as well. It looks like Miami just traded up here. I'm curious to see what the Dolphins are going to do here, Dylan.
His teammate, Travion Henderson, we just talked about it. I think maybe they anticipate a run on running backs. I know they have Devon Achane and the guy they drafted last year, Jalen Wright, but I mean, they prioritize skill position players with speed.
They need offensive line help, though. Maybe they should take a tackle here.
That was going to be my next pivot, was maybe like Ariante Ursary, somebody that they view as a guard because the Patriots are right behind them and they need more offensive line help than just Will Campbell. So I could definitely see it being, I think it's offense, but probably offensive line more than running back. I just wonder if Judkins triggers a running back run, because that would be very welcomed by me. Let more running backs go, let more offensive linemen go. A couple cornerbacks could go here, and then you're really sitting pretty at 42. Yeah,
100%. I do wonder what they're going to do here. Let's see. Alec Ingold making the announcement.
Wow. So they gave a second and a fifth to get their second, so they move up.
They took a guard. They took Jonah Savina or
Savanaia from Arizona.
Yep.
Yeah, another Senior Bowl guy. He was a tackle that was projected to go and become a guard, so that makes sense that they're going to do that. Their offensive line is in shambles.
How do we say his name?
I believe it's Savanaia.
Thank God the Jets did not draft that guy. Oh my God.
Yeah, it's tough with the names. My favorite part is just when like people at the Senior Bowl ask in the interviews, like, "Hey, how do you pronounce your name?" and then they say it properly the entire time, because then it gets ingrained. When you hear, me on your show, and then I go on Buffalo's show, and we're all saying it 10 different ways. It's like, we don't know what the hell his name is. Just call him Jonah S. And let's hope that we figure it out along the way. Obviously, Armand Membu, pretty easy to pronounce, so we'll take that one.
Ladies and gentlemen, Jenner G making it rain. How about a $50 super chat? Literally just getting home after work. Can't wait to Jake draft and chill. Hey now, Jenner G. Still buzzing from that 5% power at the Asmaniac draft extravaganza. And I won in the raffle, so I'm feeling lucky. Thank you, Jake. Jenner G, I forget what you won, but it was awesome to read your name when you did win. Remind me what you won, though. We gave away so many prizes last night. I forgot who won what, but it was great to see you as always. You know how much I love your support, and I'm glad you had a great time. And that's right, everyone. A little Jake draft and chill is what we have going on here. I got a little cocktail on the cup here, and we're watching the draft, and we'll see what the Jets do. They're up in about 5 picks right now? New England, Chicago, New Orleans, 41, and then 42. Who's right in front of the Jets? Who's going to cuck us with a player we might want? Let's see.
Chicago. They can take Mason Taylor. No. They took Loveland. They can't take Mason. I mean, they could, but no. The Saints. The Saints maybe they take a wide receiver. Who did they take in the first round?
Like if the Jets want a tight end here, I think the only tight end needing team that is up before the Jets is
the Patriots.
The Patriots potentially, right? Who's the Saints tight end? They got.
Oh gosh, I'm gonna have to hour lads that one. I'm not too sure. They might need a tight end, but I think that's not their priority. They just took offensive tackle. I would say they probably prioritize D-line. Let's see what their hour lad says. Do they still have Taysom Hill?
I guess he's kind of like a quasi tight end.
Foster Moreau. Oh, I guess they re-signed Juwan Johnson.
Yeah,
they do.
They're probably not going tight end.
No, and then they have Dallin Holker, a free agent from last year, or a UDFA from last year. Yeah, I don't think they go tight end. Looking at the rest of their team, Dylan Radin's right with that. Wide receiver is thin. Brandon Cooks, Rashid Taheed. I mean, Shadur, please. Take Shadur here.
So that's interesting because that'd be great value for Shadur Sanders.
100%. And then whatever happens with Derek Carr, you can just wipe your hands of it. I don't know if you heard David Carr's explanation of what's going on with Derek Carr, but there was no answers to be given there. So I would definitely consider it. I loved Spencer Rattler last year, but I don't know if he's ready to lead the team if Derek Carr can't. So I would take Shadur here if I was them. Maybe defensive interior because they don't love Brian Brzee, a first-round pick from a couple years ago. I think they just signed Isaac Yadam and Justin Reed, so their secondary seems pretty good. I would say trenches. or Shadur.
Makes sense. Hit the like button if you're tuning in. We're going to be live for the entirety of night 2 of the draft. There's 400 of you in here right now. Reminder to enter the raffle if you want a chance to win some epic prizes. And by the way, Genergy won the signed CJ Mosley card she wrote in at the draft party last night. So congrats again to that. TH3 Entertainment says Burden or Taylor at this point. Please not a Royal. I actually like a Royal. I don't think I would want to take a guy with some injury questions at 42, though. I would feel better at 73 doing that.
Yeah, he's a special player, and he's more of the, I guess, F tight end, more of like the Stone Smart than the Jeremy Ruckert if we're doing like true comparisons to what's on the roster. So Arroyo, to me, I would probably want more towards the 3rd round. Taylor, I think, is more of your all-around guy who I would prioritize. Burden, it's just so hard. Like there's questions that are making him slip as far as his character that we obviously don't know anything about. And it's hard to put into our evaluations. But when you hear things like that, it makes you wonder. So I would like it, but I don't know if I would love it at 42. I would want somebody else to take the risk, I guess, so to speak. And I'm just going to step 2 seconds away. I need to turn the light on. I did this to myself last time, and I was in the dark the whole show.
Ladies and gentlemen, Dylan trying to give us some light here. I love it. All right, keep your comments and questions rolling here. This one is from Nate. Dylan, why is Don Izuruku still on the board? Is it Don or Dan? Dylan, your thoughts?
Donovan Ezeraku. Again, another guy on film, Senior Bowl, everything I've watched with my own eyes and like in the true film evaluation, he is a 1st-round player to me. Then there was all of a sudden character concerns that I'm hearing about on other podcasts, and I just can't put any validity to it. So to me, he's pretty monstrous. I thought he was going to go like as early as maybe Tampa Bay at 19, and they ended up going with Emeka Egbuka, still a fine pick. But yeah, he's one of those guys to me that if the security final checks that Muji was talking about last week, the off-field concern stuff, if they hammer that out with Ezeraku, I would be totally on board with that being the pick.
New England now on the clock after Miami made their pick. So we're going to see what they're about to do. And since it's the draft, we have all these like different people announcing picks and Goodell taking a sweet-ass time, so we'll tell you who he takes in a second. In the meantime, the big fella says we take Gunnar Helm in the 4th, please. Gunnar Helm out of Texas. UT, welcome. Is that your guy?
Yeah, I did a joking mock draft that I sent you a couple days ago where I was just trying to put to bed the Jedi Baron smoke, and I took like every other Texas player possible. Gunnar Helm didn't slip to me in the 4th, but I was looking for him there. I would be okay with it in the 3rd. Honestly, I think he's a starting quality tight end. He's made some pretty good outside of the frame catches for me that signify that he does have what it takes to be at least your F. Maybe he's got to, progress and develop as an inline Y more as a blocker, but I think what he shows is okay. Glenn Naughton, my co-host last night on the first round show, basically said college tight ends, they either don't block or they get in the way. And I feel like he's one of those guys that gets in the way. So that's a positive. Like, not many guys are ready to put their face in the fan and throw you out of the club, so to speak, in the run game blocking. So I would be okay with Gunnar in the 3rd, but yeah, if you can get him in the 4th, by all means.
Comments, questions, super chats, cut the line. The pick is in. We have to worry about a new running back in the division. Travion Henderson, the other running back, the running back that I thought was going to go first before the second Ohio State running back went. He is off the board. He's headed to New England. They take the stud running back from the Ohio State, the national champs, 5'10", stud running back. When I watched him play, anytime at Ohio State this year, I thought this guy was going to be maybe a borderline first-round pick once upon a time, but he ends up slipping to round 2. New England takes him at 38. Dylan, your thoughts on New England getting Henderson?
Eventually, Mike Vrabel was going to go get himself a Buckeye. Unfortunately, it's the one that I liked probably the most out of their offensive players. And I love Will Howard, and I did like Judkins, but watching this cut up right here, Henderson dominated in the playoffs. And I think that speaks volumes, especially when I talk about a guy like Will Howard and everybody's like, oh, his Michigan game in the middle of the season was so bad, he can't be drafted. What do they do in the playoffs when it's the best against the best? And you play teams like Texas, Notre Dame, there was another one, Oregon, who was number 1 in the country, and they're blowing them out, Jake. It's like 35-7 on the backs of Travion Henderson, Quinshon Judkins, and Will Howard. So, and obviously their wide receivers, don't get me wrong, but this is a steal of a pick. He visited with the Chiefs, I believe, and other teams in like the 25 to 32 range in the first round. So I was anticipating a 3rd running back coming off the board at the late end of last night. Obviously, it doesn't happen, and now we have to worry about him twice a year. And the Patriots, I really like their draft. Will Campbell and Travion Henderson. I can't get mad at that. You're prioritizing people around Drake May.
Bears on the clock now at 39. Then it's New Orleans at 40. Bears again at 41. Jets are, of course, 42. So we're getting a little closer to our Jets selection, our first Jets selection of the night. How about a member of the 5%? Aurora has gifted 5 channel membership.
I got just the guy to get us going tonight.
Thank you, Aurora, Robert Lubinsky, Brett Accardo, A8 Me Now, Jason Sparks, and Kimberly, all receiving channel memberships. And folks, I need everyone to buckle up. Our first 20 membership drop of the night has just happened. Jorge Perez gifted 20 memberships for this weekend through the end of the draft. It is 40 Raffle entries. Give it up for Jorge. And ladies and gentlemen, it's time to strap up, sound the alarm. Here we go. Now I'm really Aaron Glenn, baby. Oh, yeah. All right, Dylan. I got 20 names to rattle through real quick. Here we go. If you hear your name called, you thank Jorge, James Brown, AJ, Curtis Handy, Steve Baldamo, Kosh Ball, Dom Perrion, Eric Craig, Alan Sucks, NY Mike 8, Anthony, William McLean, Googly, Dre Ruiz, Jim Hall, Sneaky Bob, Bonesy's speech was the longest speech in the history of speeches, Melvin Mayhew, Dylan LaFubru, APD, Joey Cintron, Devin Dobreys, Bonesy's speech is still going, TT Wims, all receiving channel memberships. Wait, there's more. I just saw that Kevin Davenport gifted a membership to Stugum Walton. Let's go, Stu. Appreciate your support, Kevin. All right.
Dude, this fan base is something else, man. All the iterations of all these YouTube names that they come up with, all the Allen iterations, all the Beast Breaker iterations. You guys are way too fast now. The Bonesy Forever speech iterations. Like, this is great. Like, this is why you guys are unmatched for sure.
Man, that speech is still going. just unreal.
Someone pass Bonesy a blunt so he stops talking.
Oh my goodness. I got to show you a great photo that someone put in the Discord for the event last night of Bonesy on the live stream. And then I'm like, he looks like Kobe Bryant holding like the Larry O'Brien trophy. Because he was holding his Maniac Madness trophy like Kobe was.
The iconic.
Oh my goodness. All right. The Bears pick is in. So we are going to wait and see who they pick here. And they basically have a double pick because in between their next pick is New Orleans and back to them once again. Comments, questions, super chats. They cut the line. Ray Danger wants to know, is there any chance the Jets select Jalen Noel? I think he's definitely in play. I don't know if they want a receiver that's small, though, is kind of the knock on him, right? He's a smaller receiver.
Yeah, let me pull up the full measurables on him. 5'10 and 2/8, 194.
They do need a slot, though.
Yeah, he did run a 4.39 with a 4.17 short shuttle, which is pretty explosive. And he also jumped out of the gym for his size, 11 feet, 2 inches in the broad, 41.5 in the vert. And he also did 23 reps on the bench, which of the 7 wide receivers that participated, he was the highest at 23. Next highest was Jack Besh at 19. So obviously the short arms help for bench press reps. We understand that. We know how working out works, although I don't do that. But Jalen Noel would be a great pick for the Jets here at 42. I certainly agree.
I got some bad news for the Jet fans who were high on this particular wide receiver. Ladies and gentlemen, the pick is in for the Bears. Luther Burden off the board to Chicago.
They take the
possible Jet target there.
Yeah, they take the risk. I thought you said wide receiver as we were talking about Noel, and I was like, are you kidding me? Like, this has already happened twice already in the first 7 picks. We talk about a guy and he's drafted. So, all right, that's not bad. They take the risk. I thought they were going to go trenches after going tight end in the first round. That's cool, though. They help Caleb Williams, who needs it. I think they traded for 2 interior guys during the offseason, so they're solidifying their offense around their investment, which is what I think a lot of good teams should do. You see even like Washington taking Josh Connerly last night at pick 29. They're investing in their investments, so to speak. So I can't be mad at this one.
Here's an update on the receivers off the board. Tet, Abuka, Golden, Higgins, Luther Burden, still there on the board, though. Potential Jet targets. Jalen Noel, Jack Besh, Trey Harris, Jalen Royals, Kyle Williams, all still there.
Yeah, solid. I would take most of those guys, including Kyle Williams at 42. I think he's not going to be there at 73, and unless you are able to get a trade down, Kyle Williams should enter the discussion there.
Maybe I would trade out if I'm the Jets at 42 and there's not a player I love here.
That was my original hope. I know trading out of 7 is the most ideal because it's the most valuable pick. But if you stick and pick at 7 and get yourself what I consider a red chip or even a blue chip player, if you feel like he is one, then you can, kind of finesse day 2 and you can add an extra pick. Maybe it's a 4th or a 5th rounder. Maybe it's a 4th and a 5th rounder. And then you can couple those picks to come back up later into round 3. So I think if you could finesse the board here at 42, you can, move back with, say, the Rams, who clearly showed a wanting to trade. You trade a couple spots back with them and you still get your guy 4 picks later. So I want to see what they do, but I think if there's a lot of guys they like on the board, I'm cool with it. Just don't Denzel Mims the situation and take a guy who is cheered about at the start and then can't get on the field.
Wise piece of advice for the Jets. Don't Denzel Mims this pick at 42.
Yeah,
Smart.
We can say that for every round at this point. Don't Hackenberg this pick. Next round, we could say don't Dexter McDougal this pick. All the 3rd round picks, don't Jabari Zuniga this one. It's tough, man. We gotta change the tides here and start getting starters in the first 3 rounds like normal teams in the NFL do.
I got to admit, I am a little nervous about them potentially taking Shedeur Sanders at 42. I am. I can't.
It's put in your head now.
I don't think they're going to, but I thought we wouldn't have to. Just like I wondered, like what the Jets would have done last night if Graham was there and Membu, who they would have chosen. We didn't have to worry about it because Graham was gone. I really wonder what would they do with Shador if he's there? Like, would they take him at 42? Because no one thought he'd be there. I don't think they would, but part of me is a little concerned. I really don't want the quarterback. I don't. And any quarterback, I wouldn't take at 42. It's too early for me.
I have a sneaky suspicion, just looking at the war room and the way they're reacting, it's clearly a guy they really like, but it makes me think that it's a quarterback.
The Saints
just
right
based
here?
On, the Saints at the reaction of the war room that I just saw on NFL on their stream of it. It just looked like they were very happy. Maybe it's not a quarterback at all, but it's definitely a guy that they prioritized.
Oh, let's see. Pick's about to be announced right here by...
Yeah, I see a bunch of cheerleaders.
Who is this?
Saints cheerleaders.
Oh, Ryan Ramczyk. Didn't he just retire?
Yeah, maybe they do take Trench. That's a good call out.
I think you're going to be right on quarterback. I just don't know if it's going to be Shador. Oh, wow. Did you see it? Pick is in. Tyler Shuck from Louisville, the pick.
Oh, was it really?
Wow. Sanders. He's what, the fourth quarterback now when he gets drafted. If he's the fourth.
The odds were shifting towards Tyler Shuck being the first quarterback taken tonight on betting sites.
If that's his girlfriend, he's won at life already. I'll just leave it at that.
Oh, yeah. It might be his sister because she's blonde, but calm our freaky down. We got a whole nother round and
girlfriend, because they were hugging her right away. Yeah, that looks like a girlfriend. That doesn't look like sister.
Yeah, for sure. Grandpa gets in with the hug.
Yep.
This is a fine pick, I guess. Like, it's not a guy that I was, loving. He was the best quarterback, in my opinion, at the Senior Bowl, which included the likes of Jalen Milroe and Jackson Dart. I believe Dom C came away with the same evaluation. I watched him 2 days. I believe he watched him for 1 day. But yeah, I think he threw the ball the best down in Mobile, and it's going to be interesting. He's like 26, and he's only started 32 collegiate games. He was in the league before – he was playing college football before COVID happened. So I think that tells you everything you need to know. I think he had 2 or 3 starts in 2018 even. So very interesting selection for him to be QB 3 on the board.
Oh my goodness.
What happened?
I just was not expecting that. That's
crazy. Yeah.
Steven with a super chat here. Hey guys, 4 picks so far. We had no interest in decent start. Or 4 picks so far. We had no interest in decent start. Let's hope it keeps up that way for 3 more. Maybe trade back opportunity. Looks more viable. New Orleans tight ends yet? Don't know, but I'm stressed. Well, that was obviously before the Saints pick. Yeah, I mean, New Orleans going quarterback here. I mean, let's see what Chicago does. Oh, Buffalo's coming up. Chicago traded the pick to the Bills. Now, I'm fascinated by why Buffalo moved up. Do they think the Jets were going to take the player they wanted, and that's why they jumped in front of us?
And they took a cornerback in the first round. Mind you, they did load up on D-line in free agency, but 2 of their defensive linemen are suspended for the first 6 or 8 games of the season.
Who they signed in free agency. Yep, you're right.
Yes.
You're right.
So there's a chance that this could be a defensive player, defensive line. I think that's a priority. I feel like their offense is pretty set. Like, they don't have a pressing need. The running backs have kind of gone now. Like, who's the next best running back? I don't even know. Maybe Caleb Johnson from Iowa. I don't think they would prioritize him that high. Where did they come up from? 56? That's a pretty significant jump, especially to get ahead of the Jets. So they must think that whatever they're getting was on the Jets' radar.
Man, that is something what the Bills do right here.
Yeah.
TH3 Entertainment. Besh got to be the pick with the run on wide receivers happening. If the Jets like a receiver, I agree with this, Dylan. Just take one right here because the run is happening.
And it's funny. People say, take Jack Besh. And then a lot of people, and I know you're not of this mindset, but you said Jalen Noel's too small and they don't want him as the pick. Jack Besh is like 6'1", but he just happens to be 214 pounds. So he's a bit heavier, even though he is still small, but he is not like a big body contested catch receiver like Jaden Higgins would have been, in my opinion. So Jack Bech is still very similar to a Jalen Noel type. Jalen Noel probably just has more twitch and change of direction more so than Bech, but Bech's route running is good and his hands are good. So I totally understand him at 42. His teammate, Savion Williams, is a guy I would love at 73. He's just a physical specimen, and he played Wildcat for TCU, and any designed runs for him, it was an explosive. It was a 12-yard run almost every time, it felt like, and I would like him in the third round as that large body. I think he's 6'3" and a couple extra inches, and then 222 pounds. Yeah, 6'3" and 7/8, 222, ran a 4.48. So
Wow.
I would take Bech's teammate too.
Yeah, Bech, I mean, I'd have no issue with that. I am fascinated by Buffalo here. I mean, this could be a Mike Green spot, right? I mean, they need an edge. It's second round.
Ezeraku as well. Yeah, man.
They have a good locker room. Like Von Miller's still there, could hold him accountable, right? I don't know. I mean, this guy was thought to be like a top 10 player, and he fell all the way to at least pick 41 here. We'll see. Nate wants to give you props for calling the Saints going QB based on the war room body language. That's well done, Dylan.
Hell yeah. Sometimes they just react a little differently, and when they feel like they got the guy of the future, as my damn camera bugs out, I feel like they just react a little differently on that hope that their quarterback can do something good for them.
Comments, questions, super chats. Reminder, don't spoil the picks for people in the chat till it's official. We know that it's leaked out on Twitter. We're trying to avoid that so we can give honest, genuine reactions. The Lane Train says, can I meet you in person? Of course, Lane. You're invited to any event, anytime you want to be there. Bill's pick is in, so we are awaiting that. At this point, to me, if I'm the Jets, I would take the best receiver I like or the best tight end I would like. There's not anything that happened in front of the Jets here that would stop me from that thought process. I mean, we've had some potential Jet targets go off the board, like the South Carolina safety, Nicky Manawari, if they wanted to maybe go BPA. I think Jaden Higgins could have been a target. He's gone. Luther Burden could have been a target. He's gone. But for the most part, a lot of the players that we believe the Jets would be interested in are still here. And that includes if they want to diversify from a non-weapon. We just talked about Mike Green. Will Johnson is still here. Obviously, the medicals are a real concern if he's made it this far. So the Jets are going to have some very interesting options when they're on the clock here. That is for sure.
I'll throw out a name that we haven't mentioned so far on the show. Darius Alexander, defensive tackle from Toledo. Another Senior Bowl guy, 6'3", 305 pounds. Absolutely explosive, ran a sub 5-second 40. At the Senior Bowl, he was one of the guys that just got tons of plus marks in my notes. Every day he was doing something good, whether he was winning on, against the guard, or he was winning on the outside shoulder of the guard and the inside shoulder of the tackle in the drills. So I don't know. I had a lot of fun watching Darius Alexander from Toledo. He's one of those fringe first round guys for me. I thought the Eagles were going to get him to replace Milton Williams, the defensive tackle that just got paid by, I believe, the Patriots. So we'll see Milton Williams and what he can do in the AFC East. But I felt like this was a replacement for him. So if the Jets were able to get him at 42, I think that's also really good valued. But just throwing a position that we haven't really talked about out there.
We have a official pick that is in. TJ Sanders, defensive tackle from South Carolina, is the selection by the Buffalo Bills. So they don't take a receiver. They don't take a tight end if the Jets are going to go down that path. TJ Sanders, defensive tackle from South Carolina.
So maybe they think the Jets are going defensive line, and they said, hey, we got to go up and get Bull Rush McIntyre. Any sex addicts in the chat would understand that reference. Bull Rush McIntyre to the Buffalo Bills is unfortunate. He's another Gamecock that I've grown to love throughout
third
the
round
process.
grade from Connor Rogers, though. He doesn't have a first or a second round grade on him, though. Interesting.
Yeah, that is interesting. And we're seeing the prioritization of defensive tackles. He's now the 10th one to come off the board in this entire draft. So there's still a lot more. There's still a lot more talent there at the position too.
The Jets are officially on the clock. The pick is already in. Wow.
They ran that card up. Maybe it is defensive tackle. Maybe it's one of these edge guys. Oh, that's really interesting.
Reacting to the Jets drafting, and I have it right now. Insert player, ready to pull it up on the screen.
Try not to look at the chat. Not try not to look at anything at this point until you tell me what the pick is, because I don't want any spoilers.
No spoilers. We want to react in real time and give you guys our honest assessment. I mean, if I'm guessing, I'm going to hope it's a tight end or a receiver. Nothing's changed. Mason Taylor is still there. Here's a look at the Jets wide receivers and tight ends right now. Quite frankly, it's not good enough. I'm all about Membu. I have no issue with that pick. But the caveat for making that pick to me was you have to address weapons. This is a prime spot to do it. There are several notable receivers on the board that you could draft right here, right now. There are several notable tight ends on the board that you could draft right here, right now. If I'm Darren Muji and Aaron Glenn, I am addressing, to me, the biggest need on this offense. I am getting a weapon, whether it be tight end or receiver. That's for them to decide. But that is what I want to see the Jets do here when we hear the announcement, I believe from John Abraham, oh, by the way, what they're going to do with this pick.
Yeah, and I was jokingly saying that he might announce, as a former Gamecock, he might be announcing a Gamecock to the Jets. That's when I was hoping for E-Man Worry. Obviously, that doesn't come to fruition, but that graphic is sickening. Jeremy Ruckert is one of the 4 players in my mind, that needed to be replaced the quickest. So if it is tight end, if it's wide receiver, I'll totally be on board. Ruckert and Josh Reynolds being near the top of those depth charts is very concerning. Malachi Corley looking at what's probably your wide receiver 6, just based on that graphic. Obviously, I don't think he will be that. But, yeah, you got to do something to help out Justin Fields, because even though we probably can assume it's going to be a very run-centric offense, you can't have enough people to catch the ball when they actually want to do it. And if you're going to let Justin Fields be a quarterback, you can't have him throwing to like Xavier Gibson and Stone Smart.
Dylan, are you ready to find out who the Jets are taking?
You know who it is?
The pick is in. Here is the lane train to announce.
The 27 pick in the NFL draft, the New York Jets select Dixon Hall out of Arizona State. What am I, a mind reader?
Dixon Hall, the official pick for the New York Jets. I got you good with that.
Kid's got an absolute hose.
Oh, my goodness.
I thought you really knew the pick. I was like, damn.
I don't know yet. I'm staying off Twitter. I am staying off reading the chat right now. I mean, someone could send me $1,000 super chat right now. I wouldn't see it. So, I mean, and by the way, typical Jets, they always do this when the Jets pick, and every Jet fan out there knows exactly what I'm about to say. There's always a commercial right before the Jets pick.
It just got back from commercial. Yep. I see Ian Rappaport talking. I'm on mute, so I don't see. All right, I can't hear anything they're talking about. I don't want it to come up.
I'm still in commercial because I'm streaming here. I'm still in commercial. Yeah. I got a Courtyard Marriott commercial on right now. I'm watching on ESPN too.
Yep, I got NFL on my phone because NFL Plus was locking me out, and so was ESPN Plus. Like, why do you pay for the damn subscriptions if they're not going to let you watch the 3 events that they host that I want to actually freaking watch? So I see a muted Ian Rappaport talking about draft buzz, but nothing imminent yet.
Kuiper's best available players. Number 1 is Shador Sanders. And it's kind of sad they still have the Shador Cam in Canton, Texas right now. You got Dion there. I don't even see Shador. I just see Dion.
I saw a video on my YouTube algorithm that popped up, and it was Shador Sanders speaks out on why he wasn't taken in the first round. It was a 26-minute video, Jake. I said, why the hell is he talking for 26 minutes about why he didn't get drafted? And maybe he's not. And maybe it's more of the environment of the draft scenario. I didn't watch it, obviously, but I feel like if you didn't get taken in the first round, you should just not say anything and just wait to be picked. But
here we go. John Abraham is walking up, and the New York Jets are about to make a pick. Ladies and gentlemen, the pick is tight end Mason Taylor out of LSU.
There it is.
Ladies and gentlemen, the New York Jets have a new tight end. The New York Jets have a new weapon for Justin Fields, and I am thrilled with this pick. This guy is a really, really solid football player. He's someone that I think some thought could actually go at the end of round 1 last night. There was some buzz about Philadelphia potentially taking him. And look, my big thing was if you're going to take Armand Membu at pick 7, I get it. Safe, smart pick. Really good football player, completes your offensive line. But you need weapons, man. You have a glaring need at tight end. glaring need at wide receiver, take the best available weapon. I think that's what Taylor represents. And I've heard Aaron Glenn say they want to build it from the inside out. Taylor's a guy that can help you do that because obviously he's a weapon as a receiver, but he's a good blocker. He's tough. I like this pick a lot, so I am fully on board with the Membu-Taylor 1-2 combo for this new regime. Dylan, your initial reaction. Jets have officially selected LSU tight end Mason Taylor at pick 42.
Before we get into the football side of it, now his dad and his uncle have to root against the Dolphins because their son/nephew is wearing the green and white. I literally just went back right before I hopped on with Connor and those guys and watched Mason Taylor against South Carolina. And I didn't come away totally in love, but I wanted to just refresh myself. And I immediately said, yeah, this makes sense as to why the Eagles were rumored to get him at the back end of the first round. Obviously, they go in a different direction, but he's like Travion Henderson to me. He could have gone in the first round, and I wouldn't have blinked, really. Now we get him at 42. We didn't have to move. We didn't have to trade back or up or anything. We stayed put, and we do the inverse of what you wanted, which was tight end and offensive tackle, or of something like that. And yes, Ariante Ursery is still here, so you could have got Tyler Warren and Ariante Ursery. I'm sure that'll be the doom and gloom situation for Jets fans, but you can't complain about this pick. A good, very good pass catcher, a willing blocker in the run game, somebody who's going to give you your all. Pedigree, like I said, he's got the blood to be a football player, and that's exactly what I think the Jets are getting. They flashed on the screen 55 catches last year at LSU. That is a single season school record for the tight end position. So clearly the production is going to be there. Justin Fields prioritizes tight ends, and now they have their guy. You still probably need another one, maybe in day 3, but yeah, this is a 2-for-2 start, in my opinion.
How about noted Jets hater Joy Taylor having to now root for the Jets because her nephew plays on the team? How about it? How about it, Joy?
Yes.
How about the peanut butter skin and whatever else Jason Whitlock said that I won't say on a family show?
I was just alerted to that last night. Scott Mason brought up Joy Taylor and the peanut butter skin, and he made me look at the video on the stream, and I was disgusted, like completely flabbergasted. Jason Whitlock says some outlandish shit. But that by far, man, there's a 16-second video, and then there's a 5-minute, 42-second video. I can't imagine what that dude said in 342 seconds.
I'll tell you what.
About Joy Taylor.
I will rub peanut butter, and I'm allergic to peanut butter. I will rub peanut butter all over my skin if Mason Taylor helps the Jets make the playoffs this season. All right, that's how dedicated I am to this football team. Okay,
it'll be the last Jake Asman show. He'll just go into like a panic attack and just shock and just.
Let's go, AG. That's how committed I am to you guys not sucking for once. I will rub peanut butter on my skin in honor of Mason Taylor if he helps us get to the playoffs this year. Let me read you the Connor Rogers scouting report on Mason Taylor. He has him as his 4th rated tight end. He had Warren 1, Loveland 2, Elijah Arroyo 3, Taylor 4. The breakdown, prototypical wide tight end, hovering almost exactly at the ideal 6'5", 250 benchmark. Mason Taylor was born to play this position despite his father's legacy on the opposite end. Mason Taylor's game is defined by smoothness as a route runner. Taylor doesn't have the quickness and explosiveness to flex into a wide receiver role very often, but that's not the nature of his game and doesn't need to be for him to make an impact as a straight line mover. Taylor has good pace, great control, serving him well, heading up and over behind the linebackers on seams, overs, and sails into the flat on play action. If Taylor can develop a bit more precise feel for space in the underneath zones, he could take his pass catching to the next level from the wide. In line, Taylor has enough ability and room for growth to project into a consistent every package role for an offense. His frame and thickness made him at least serviceable at LSU, despite a blocking menu less sheltered, more difficult, and more pro style than is typically asked of college tight ends. Overall, with his youth, there's potential for incredible growth into a complete starter at every position, with star upside on the high end. Round grade, 2nd, early 3rd. Notable traits, football IQ, sure-handed, and bloodline. No mention of his aunt, Joy Taylor. Your thoughts on that breakdown on Mason Taylor, Dylan?
If you didn't tell me who the name was at the top of the scouting report there by Connor, which I believe was beautifully explicative of how he does perform well and how he's going to translate into the NFL, I would have said that's Tyler Warren, just like a little bit of a lighter version. So anybody who wanted Tyler Warren, I feel like you should be jumping for Joy Taylor. I mean Mason Taylor. See, now you got me actually doing this, Jake. You actually got me on the Joy Taylor. You should be jumping for joy about Mason Taylor.
If we start calling him Mason Peanut Butter Taylor, do you think people will catch on?
Oh, yes. This chat will blast. I guess we'd have to come up with like a cool emoji sticker for Peanut Butter Taylor.
Peanut Butter Taylor.
But he said he didn't Connor just say smoothness?
He did. I was thinking the same thing.
Maybe not a chunky guy. And, I would agree. Creamy over chunky, smooth, peanut butter if you're going. So, yeah, this is going to be an interesting one. And probably your 2A, 2B pass catcher for Justin Fields. So, super excited for this one.
Love it. I think there's a really good pick for the New York Jets. I mean, you guys know my thoughts. It was take the best tight end, take the best receiver. And it's interesting. Ted makes a good point here with the super chat. Jets following the Lions blueprint of O-line first round, tight end second round. Are we getting our Amon-Ra St. Brown in round 4 tomorrow, Dylan?
Yes, we are. And I'll be here to break it all down with you if they do, because that will be over the moon, man. Like even like a Jalen Royals in round 4, if he happens to slide a little bit, like there's going to be some names there. And that's kind of why I said you can wait on pass catcher to a certain degree. You would have to finesse the board, but yeah, this is going to be exciting. Like I said, 2 for 2. We still have one more pick. Hopefully, maybe we trade back and we get an extra pick today or an extra pick tomorrow. But yeah, this is a hot start for Aaron Glenn, Daramuji, and the Jets. Nothing wrong with replicating the more modern version of the Detroit Lions. You don't want to replicate older versions of the Detroit Lions, but this one you can. So yeah, they took, what was it, Sewell, and then what's his name, Laporta. So yeah, I'm cool with this.
The New York Jets have themselves a new tight end. Trenches and offensive weapons, baby. Hell yeah. Tweet from Connor Rogers I want to share. Over 800 snaps in line across the last 2 years for Mason Taylor. Reliable hands, growing as a blocker, still just 20 years old. You can't even drink yet. How about that? Jets desperately needed to upgrade a very weak tight end room for the type of offense they want to run. Love it. Love it. Really good pick, I believe, by the New York Jets. Shout out to JYB. How about this? $100 super chat. Bang! Are you kidding me? Let's go.
I got just the guy to get us going tonight.
Hell yeah. JYB, thank you. This is 40 raffle entries because it's normally 20 on a $100 super chat or 20 gifts, memberships gifted. It's 40 until the end of the draft tomorrow as we double all the entries for our raffle this upcoming week. He says, I wanted Warren and Ozzie, but I'll take Membo and Taylor. Can't wait to see the film breakdown. I'm excited, man. Can't wait to get in the film room with guys like you and Fialco and Joe Blowett because I think these guys fit what the Jets are trying to be. And I think you can't argue with the approach to these two picks. We don't know how it's going to work out. The draft at times could be a giant crapshoot, but at least the process here is pretty sound from a first-time GM and head coach together.
Yeah, I'm excited to dig more into the film of Mason Taylor and see exactly. Connor says prototypical Y. That's speaking my language with tight ends. I do like the ones that can be the power slots, the Colston Lovelins of the world, the athletic F. I think there's a role for that in your team, but you need that prototypical Y who's going to put his hand in the dirt, give you something on all three downs, especially in the run game. I think Mason Taylor fits the mold. I said I watched the South Carolina game earlier. I see Ole Miss and Texas A&M in the cut-up database that I have, so I'm excited to dig in and really put together something for Mason Taylor and show how he can succeed with this team.
Love it. Mason Taylor is officially a Jet. Hit the like button if you're just tuning in. Jets will pick again at 73 unless they trade up. I appreciate all of you watching the show. We're live for the entirety of night 2 and all day tomorrow. So come back tomorrow with us as we continue to break it down. We'll be joined by our first special guest in a moment. Anthony, though, has got a super chat here. I'm really happy about this pick. We finally have, hopefully, our tight end of the future. Now I think we need to go get a pass catcher. I'm all offense tonight, Anthony. I'm with you. If they went receiver with their 3rd-round pick, sign me up. I wanted offense with the first 3 picks. So far, we're 2 for 2. They make it 3 for 3. I'll be very happy with that decision making.
Absolutely. And since the Jets made their pick, 3 more selections did come off the board, all defensive linemen. So Mason Taylor is sandwiched in between 4 defensive linemen on this second round board. Obviously, we know TJ Sanders right before him. Then the 49ers take Alfred Collins from Texas, who I was a huge fan of. Then Donovan Ezeraku goes 44 to the Cowboys, so his slide stops. And honestly, if an edge with character concerns is going to end up anywhere, give him to Aaron White-Cotton and see what he can do with them. It's a great fit. And then the Colts come back with another edge and take JT Tumalau from Ohio State, who, man, he's got like 3 years of solid college ball on tape. I remember watching him as like a true freshman scouting a spring game a couple years back, and I wrote down JT Tumalau, and I said, player to watch, and he certainly became that, and that was a top 45 pick this year.
Ladies and gentlemen, the run on defensive tackles and edge players is officially underway. We'll see if the Jets are going to have something to say about that at some point here. Real quick, a couple super chats here. I mean, I can't even keep up. You guys are absolutely incredible. I'm just skipping ahead to Bo C here, because anytime you get a $100 super chat, you stop what you're doing and you say, thank you. Also, show me the money, Bo C. Yeah. 40 raffle entries for Bo. Let's go. Give it up for our guy, Bo.
We're the freaking New York Jets, so we're built for this shit.
Jake doesn't do things halfway, so why should I? As Maniac family, nothing but love. Bo, you're the man, and your Revis photo is officially on its way, so you should hopefully get it within a couple days, my friend. Appreciate you. Couple quick super chats here. Devin writes in, Jake, do you see 12-5 coming? Let's calm down, Devin. Take a breath. I hope it's 12-5. I'm loving what's happening with our head coach and GM. Loving the breakdown. Thanks, Dylan. Dylan, you're doing a great job. Amen. I don't see 12-5 yet, but you know what? I'm only on drink 1 right now, so a couple more cocktails in me, and I can change my mind.
Oh yeah, once you start downing them, the wins start totaling up somehow. It's a mysterious game how this happens.
You know, I have a little drink in here, but it's not Henny. I haven't even opened the Henny yet. You want 12-5? I'm gonna have to get to work on the Henny bottle here, so keep that in mind. Rat Diddy checks in. Man, this draft just feels different and quite professional. Love it. Keep O on day 2. Yeah, dude, if they go receiver with that 3rd round pick, I'm gonna kiss Aaron Glenn on the cheeks. Like, I'm all in.
Yeah, you know what's really funny though, and I'm not saying it's a bad thing. Didn't like 4 beat reporters like a month ago report that Armand Membu and Mason Taylor were going to be the first 2 picks of the Jets? So I'm not saying there's no leaks. I'm just saying.
I think it's just projection. Like, I know Antoine Staley had that in a mock. Field Yates had that in a mock. Like, this was.
I think Nick Faria had it in a mock.
It's a pretty, like, it just logically it makes sense, but the Jets oftentimes don't use logic. So it's weird that they've used logic, you know?
Yeah. I think that's a good summation of what is happening, because I don't want to say the Jets are so transparent that everybody knows what's happening, but when you do have these definitive needs, it does tend to play into mock drafters' favor when they can easily just plug in a need like Armand Membu at 7 and keep it pushing. So yeah, I just think it is funny that it was like the exact combination, but I don't think that is to say the Jets are some leaky, gonna run to Diana about the fish I caught when I got fired by the Jets type articles.
Love it. Can we get over 300 likes, please? We're at 282 right now. There's almost 750 of you in here live watching this. Please subscribe to the channel. I talk Jets every day, twice a day, 4 hours a day, Monday through Friday, a show on Saturday and Sunday. So if you're a Jet fan just discovering the show, many of you maybe are new around here, hit the subscribe button. You see it on the right-hand side. It helps us grow. We're at 41,000 plus subscribers. I'm trying to get to 50,000. That's the next benchmark. So help me get there as we root on the Jets, AG, and this new regime all together. Let's say hello right now to a good friend of the show. He's our first guest of the night. Ladies and gentlemen, Nick Shine joins us now. Nick, how we feeling?
What's up, guys?
Are we on board with the pick?
Loved it. I came on with you this morning, and I said, Aaron Glenn gave us the blueprint last night. He said, we're going to build this from the inside out. And I saw a D tackle or tight end coming, and I think you might see D tackle later. They're going to build it in and out. Dominate the trenches. Like you said, Jake, with the stat from Connor, he lines up a lot as an inline tight end. And you're starting to see what they want to do, man. And for everyone who did mock any scenario of tight end, right tackle, what did they leave open in free agency? Tight end and right tackle. So we knew we needed to hit, and we knew we needed to hit it early. So it's a good draft. Jay Graves that's what she said over there. Shout out to Jay Graves.
Give us a little Jay Graves. The people want a 4%er.
Come on.
That's a sick. Is that a quarter zip?
Come sit on St. Nick's lap. Here we go.
Jay Graves, how we feeling? We like the pick?
I do. I was team weapon, as I said, so I'm glad we got our weapon. Yes, I'm very excited.
Love it. Love it. Weapon. Score. Imagine the Jets score points this year. That'd be fun.
What are points?
That'd be nice.
We
Nick,
that?
I saw you flash the recipe on camera this morning. I don't know what your
it's right
plans
here
are,
on the table.
And keep that safeguarded. Don't put it too close. Lowski will start writing it down.
We're with Knobcraft now, and Knobcraft is a professional chef. So this will come to life.
It's going to be executed?
I don't want
that's going to be
I'll show
great.
the back of it. I don't want people screenshotting it. We'll show the
Perfect.
back of it, but it is here, and there are plans. And I already got a offer from another chef in our community to purchase it. So
wow,
there's big business going on here with the recipe.
Mrs. Gorman
We'll
LLC.
see.
Is
We
that
got
what's
you,
happening?
buddy. We got you. But yeah, I think you're going to see D tackle, and I think you're going to see them build it inside out. You got the linebackers behind with Sherwood and Quincy. You got the corners. We do need a little more help getting pressure up the middle. We like Leonard Taylor III, but another big body to collapse that pocket. And in rundowns, I really miss seeing a guy like Chris Jenkins back in the day and Sione Buha, who can line up in that A gap and just crush the A gap, and then also be able to get out if you try to run outside. And that allows everyone to run around you freely. You can get real creative with Wilkes and Glenn and how you want to bring the pressure when you have a guy who can hit a guy, knock him out of the path that he wants to block in, and create other openings. Now people got to collapse. Get me a monster. I'm big on Deion Walker.
100%.
Really am.
Yeah.
And you can get him, and you added a right tackle like Membu, a D tackle like Walker, a weapon like Taylor. I know you mentioned Joy Taylor. Can we mention that what this does to Fins fanatics who love Jason Taylor and watched him get to an AFC championship with the Jets, and now have to watch him Sunday, year after year, showing up at our stadium in Jets gear for the Jet Dolphin game, cheering on his son.
Yeah.
So it's really interesting. I'm intrigued by
Mason
it.
Peanut Butter Taylor, baby. Let's go.
And we gotta. I know Boom is great at keeping receipts, right? But let's look at this. So far, if the Jets make the playoffs, Jake's covering himself in peanut butter. And he also previously promised to move the Midnight Brothers in for a couple days. So if the peanut butter don't kill you, the Woodruffs will.
Well, why do you think I added the peanut butter to the challenge? That
So he
way,
dies first.
that way I won't have to deal with the Midnight Brothers because I'll be gone. I'll see you later.
You're Houdini. That's your escape plan.
Yeah.
Go to the ER, let them have the place, and don't ever go back.
Or if I perish, at least I can say he died, seeing what he wanted to see happen, what he loved, the Jets in the playoffs.
I'll speak highly of you at the funeral. I'll say he was a man of his word. He kept his word until his unfortunate, untimely passing.
Incredible. Shout out to Hurst
great.
Parker. I missed this earlier. It's been wild since the Taylor pick. 5 gifted memberships. That means 10 raffle tickets for Hurst. Let's go.
We're the freaking New York Jets, so we're built for this shit.
I love it.
I'll throw another defensive tackle name at you. I don't think he's going to land there. I mentioned Darius Alexander before, but if you want that Chris Jenkins type, like I'm picturing that practice in the downpour on Hard Knocks where he was like, "This is my effing drill," and he's blowing up the A gap right in the red zone. Give me Jamari Caldwell from Oregon. 100%. I feel like he's the guy that could do a similar. I like Deion Walker. Don't get me wrong, but just throwing another name out there, I think that'd be fun.
Yeah,
I don't mind that pick at all. Look, if they do defensive tackle, it's not to argue with it. Like they've at least, their clear plan was trenches. We also can't rule out potentially adding a veteran receiver post draft. Amari Cooper is still out there. Keenan Allen is still out there. I really wanted Lockett. He signed for $4 million right before the draft, so that to me would have been a good move. But I want them to go receiver at 73, but if they take a DT and it's really good value, it'd be tough to be critical. It still is a pretty big need for this Jets team.
Yeah, absolutely. You start stacking the board horizontally, and you have, tight end or wide receiver 6 on the board versus whether it's safety 3 or defensive tackle 6. I feel like that's when you start splitting the hairs, and it could be kind of dealer's choice. But now that you've, in theory, selected 2 starters, you can kind of get cute at 73. And if you think he's just a developmental long-term starter, you can consider it here. But yeah, I do think a lot more positions come into play, not just D tackle and wide receiver. Like Shadur Sanders 73, I'm in there. I'm trying to figure out if that's a path, or another quarterback like Milroe, even Howard I would take at 73. So it definitely opens up the door for different avenues.
100%. Chad says he loves the picks. Let's go Jets. Chad, you're in the raffle for 4. Thanks for the super chat. Hey, Chad Pennington. Love that. We gave away a Pennington signed card last night, which was one of the cool prizes. Bino says no JD dancing all over the board, just solid picks. It's early. I mean, I'm sure Muji at some point will make a trade or two, but he's in his first draft. Michael says, will we go wide receiver at 73? We're just talking about it. Certainly possible. Also could go DT. They could go safety. I mean, we'll see. Jose, $20 super chat in the raffle for 10. Armand Membu, Mason Peanut Butter Taylor. Love the approach. Build it from the ground up. JETS. Jets, Jets, Jets. Hell yeah, man. Let's go.
Look where we started, Jake. You said it twice.
There's going to be people out there confused. Like, what? Peanut butter. Just type in Jason Whitlock, Joy Taylor on Google and watch the clip, and you'll get what we're saying.
Don't do it. And just say you did and laugh with us, because you don't
give
want
them
to
any more views. Their takes don't deserve more views. Just take our word; it happened.
Yes, exactly.
I got a text from someone. I won't say who. Someone who a prominent person in media texted me because I tweeted like Joy Taylor having to root for the Jets is objectively hilarious, and this person wrote, "Boys in the locker room gonna like that too." I go, yeah, probably. Jimbo with a super chat. Good evening, Jake Dylan in the chat. What up, LFG? I wanted Mason Taylor. Keep it coming. Glenn and Muji now get help for Q or wide receiver thoughts. Jake Dylan. Receiver remains my priority. If the Jets take a receiver at 73, man, they would have done exactly what I wanted them to do if they went down the Membu path, which is rare. The Jets typically have done the opposite of what I wanted them to do this offseason. So that'd be awesome. So I hope they still take a receiver, but I think because they addressed line and tight end, it's still a need. But you could justify a different position essentially based on how they've handled these first 2 picks, I would say.
Yeah. You could put Braylon Allen in the backfield and flex Brees out, right? Like we could find ways to get guys who can catch the ball as long as we can be effective up the middle. Field Yates tweeted, Nick Saban says not landing new Jets tight end Mason Taylor was the biggest recruiting mistake we ever made during his time at Alabama. This guy is an outstanding player. High praise.
Hell yeah. When you hear stuff like that, that gets you fired up. Even if you can't even if you weren't like the Mason Taylor guy and you liked Elijah Arroyo, like you hear stuff like that and a guy of Nick Saban's caliber admitting a mistake like that, yeah, that absolutely gets the juices flowing.
I would like to say when we got on the clock, we were sitting on the patio out here, and I'm sitting there and I lean up and Graves looks at me. She goes, "Are you praying?" I go, "Yeah." And I started praying out loud. I was like, "Dear Lord, do not let the Jets take Shedeur Sanders. Please." I'm like, I'm sorry for everything I've ever done in life. Do not let the team draft this quarterback.
Yeah, absolutely.
I got a little nervous.
Answer.
Where is he going to go? I mean, this is crazy that he's still on the board right now. Where's Sanders going to end up?
I have no clue. I have no words.
Seattle. I'm not watching the draft now. 3 quarterbacks have still been picked, right? I know Show went. Has anyone else been picked?
Yeah.
Howard didn't go yet, right?
Shuck went. That was it.
Nope. The 2 most recent picks, Terrence Ferguson, tight end Oregon, went to LA. That's a great fit. And then Will Johnson, the corner from Michigan, went to Arizona. That's also a great fit. Wow. Okay.
Rams or Chargers?
Rams. Rams got Terrence Ferguson. So they couple him with Conklin now.
Possible Jet target that we thought off the board. Texans getting themselves a tackle that we thought, hey, if they take Warren, this guy could be an option for the Jets. Ariante Ursary is the pick for Houston here. A pick 58, Owen Daniels, who very nice guy. I've had him on my radio show when I did radio in Houston, is the one announcing the pick. So Texans have drafted 2 linemen tonight. They got to rebuild their O-line around Stroud.
Yeah, because they got rid
don't
of
hate it.
Alfred, which didn't make sense.
YouTube user, Jets in 5. Okay. Jets over 5.5 win total, perhaps. Yeah.
Are they playing the Knicks?
Knicks in 5. Knicks in 5. Gio writes in, just came back from watching the peanut butter skin, laughing emoji. I told you. Hennessy says, let's go. Suck it, Joy Taylor. Hashtag 4-win Jets, baby. We're going over the 5.5, baby. Maybe I'll be, by the time I finish this bottle on this mega cast tonight, I'll be at 12-5.
I heard a rumor that the "Suck It, Joy Taylor" is quotes from people she's worked with.
Wow.
Now, Nick, I'm not going to comment on such
All right,
egregious
I know.
allegations.
I did it. My comments are representative of just Nick Shine.
Barbarossa says, Jake, after our 3rd-round pick, can we do a mega Bobby Midnight style show? Absolutely. Here's a little preview on what a mega Bobby Midnight style show will look like. Yeah, baby. Yeah. It's all happening. Right, Lane?
Yeah.
I love it. Thanks, Lane. It's going to be a great night. I'm excited. I can't wait to see what they do at 73. And let's hope it's the right decision. But I like the process so far through the first 2 picks.
Yeah,
absolutely.
It looks like they got a vision, they got a plan, and they're executing it, right? Many good teams throughout the NFL, the Steelers and the Ravens always come to mind. They stay put. They don't get anxious. They let the board fall to them, and they take good players that also fit what they need. But when you draft well, you stay home. You don't give up. Like Mike Tannenbaum threw away mid-round draft picks like they were nothing. And then by the time 2012, 13, 14 hit, we had no depth. Players that would have been like a Sherwood who would have elevated to a starter over the course of 2-3 years, we never had because we were just giving away mid-rounders for all of these short-term answers, and then the team was desolate. So I really like the way this has started off for us. And I think if you stay smart, you don't panic, you select the right guys, obviously that's the most important part of it, right? Like we like the way it looks on paper right now. We like the way it is in theory. But now this is where the coaches come in. And everything they've talked about is coaching players up, developing them, doing what's right for them, and making them help the team. And that's what we need most, man. We've had so much talent come in and watch it go elsewhere and then succeed. So having players and coaches together that just want to get better is going to make us better. It's going to make us happier, and it's going to make Jake in a peanut butter allergy. So
hell yeah. Nick, check back in with us after the Jets make their pick
Thanks
at
for having me,
73. How's the Shore House, real quick? I know you got a bunch of.
It's good. We
your
got like
listeners
it's a condo, so we got like a little dining room, kitchen, living room, hallway, 3 bedrooms. One room's got like 2 bunk beds, like full bed on the bottom, a twin on top. It's nice. We got a little patio. We're 2 blocks in. We went to the beach before. I will send you for when I call in later a picture of me and Knob on the beach. We did like a funny little, you know how
I
all these
saw this in your
Instagram
Discord.
ladies,
Yes, send me that.
Yeah, we did one of those spoof photos making fun of like whenever the girls go to the beach, they always try to do like these funny
Did
photos.
you put sand on your butt, Nick Shine? Is that what you're saying? You put sand on your butt and took a picture?
I'll hold on. Let me get it here. I'll show you right now.
By the way, that is a sick quarter zip that you got there with the alternative
It is,
logo.
dude. It was
that
34 bucks.
Nice.
It was 34 bucks. It's long sleeve. It was on sale, 25% off this week, and I ordered it on Monday, and it showed up yesterday morning.
Beautiful. I love that. I love the alternative logo. Not enough love for it.
Here you go. That's me and
let's go, baby.
Let's go. Cute.
Handsome.
And Jay Graves took the picture and drew the heart in front of us in the sand. So that's our little Instagram ladies picture there.
She's quite the talent. Love it.
That's it.
I'll tell you
Thanks
what,
for
Nick.
having me, guys. Have a great show. It's been fun listening. We'll talk to you later.
Nick, before you go, a quick message from Aaron Glenn.
You get the out.
See you later.
Just when you thought Jake was going to be serious, right?
We will see you later. Love it. Comment, question, super chats. All right, here's what we're going to do. We got a special guest joining us on the other side. But, Dylan, we've been going for an hour and a half straight. I'm drinking alcohol, and unfortunately, I think I got to break the seal. So I'm going to throw us to a quick commercial break. We'll be back in 2 minutes. We're going to be joined by more special guests. We're going to get to more of your calls. We got a little bit of a wait now, right? We're only at pick 50 with Seattle on the clock now. Jets will be up again on pick 73. So quick break. Dylan and I will be right back for more of your calls, a special guest, and more Jet coverage, baby. It's our mega cast as we break down the New York Jets, who have already made now 2 picks and are expected to make another pick, their final pick of the night in the 3rd round at pick 73. Be right back. Jake Asman with you. It's the Jake Asman Show, baby. Hit the like button, subscribe to the channel, and more Jets draft coverage coming up right after this.
Rodgers.
Yeah.
I want to apologize for yesterday. I was trying to show off the name on my jersey, but my desk chair doesn't swivel. So I got up and I showed off my butt.
When was the last time you took a shower?
I don't know. Thursday evening.
You haven't showered since Thursday?
Yeah.
You probably reek. Oh.
He stinks.
Yeah.
Oh, you gotta be disgusting.
Constantly played down to competition. How the hell did he lose to Zach Wilson when Zach Wilson was fucking trash? Let me finish, okay? Are you...
How was the dinner the other night? Did you see Charles there? He had to leave early because his mom wanted him home. Do you have any other words also you want to ask me?
What was your question to me?
Do you remember Sam and Darnold? He was good, but then I think he retired because he got old.
He's on the Vikings.
I wish I can get Charles's recipe for soup.
Me too.
Yeah, but anyway, Mourners, Knoble is alive. He's just not starting yet.
Where is
I don't know what happened. I don't know.
Lane, thanks for the time. Right now, what I need to have happen, Charles, I need you to put on the Gorman tank. It's Friday. The vibes are high. Put on the Charles Gorman-inspired Jake Asman Show tank top for the people.
I will maybe next week.
What? Put it on. Put it on. Oh, my God, he's doing it.
Football is back, bitches.
Give us one more spin around, all right?
Give us the full modeling.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Thanks for the ass. Yeah, we appreciate it.
Charles, would you like to respond to Gator? He says you look like you combed your hair with a pack of firecrackers. How come you didn't congratulate him?
I did on the baby. Yeah, he had a.
You didn't say this, though.
Hey, congrats on the sex.
Congrats on the sex. Oh, my God.
Yeah, how do you think babies are made?
You know, it's funny. True story. When I was a kid, I actually thought I came from a stork. I shit you not, man. Like, you know, when you have all these dreams and shit, it's like, you know, here you go, here's your baby. That's what happened to me when I was a kid.
So to be clear, you were not acquired via stork, right?
Yes, I was biologically made by my mother and father.
Dennis Gorman?
And my mother, Roseanne.
Shout out to them. They did a great job with you, Charles.
Was it sweet and passionate, or are you unaware of those details?
Why do I need to know those details?
I don't know. Maybe it would have. I mean, you wanted to know whether it was stork or baby making, so I don't know. Just figured you'd want intricate levels of detail.
My parents made love twice. They gave birth to my brother, and they gave birth to me.
Okay. Thank you very much for clearing that up.
I'll just put myself in these goddamn situations.
Yeah. I can't believe this. But one of your arch nemesis has just called in to challenge you. Buckle up.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Asmaniac Rumble.
What do we have here? Look at this guy. This guy.
Talk about Gabagoo. Oh, let me get some words in. Look, the Jets, Aaron Rodgers, quarterback. Josh Allen, quarterback. Patrick Mahomes, quarterback. We bring back Tom Brady. You try to tell me that those four quarterbacks aren't going to make a difference?
Timeout.
Look,
Tom Brady is happily retired.
He's still got something. You don't know what you're talking about. Hey, you don't know what you're talking about.
Hey, relax. before you blow up with blood pressure. I'm not going to tell you again. Relax. I'm not going to tell you again.
You're making me upset. I'm getting upset.
Yeah, getting upset. What? What are you getting upset at? Get out of here then. Go. 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 If you're going to act like a crybaby, go.
Oh, I'm getting upset. I can't feel this way. I need a new diaper. Ma! Meatloaf and a diaper change. Ma!
Jake, this is embarrassing to the public. I'm not going to listen to this crap.
What?
You're making a damn fool of yourself.
Mahomes on the Jets, along with Tom Brady and Josh Allen on the Jets. It's going to make a difference. A winning combination.
First of all, you're making an ass out of yourself, and you're not acting like a normal human being. Please act normal.
That you don't use to clean the funnel butt. Funnel butt.
If you're gonna act this way towards me, I'm not gonna act like I'm not gonna hear this BS.
Funnel butt.
Stop. Get out of here. I don't want to hear him.
We're back here on our mega cast. Always fun to watch those clips down memory lane. Before we bring on our special guest, quick programming note. This show you're watching live is also available on a podcast. Search the Jake Asman Show on either Apple or Spotify, and everything you get on YouTube is available as a podcast wherever you choose to listen. Leave a 5-star review, subscribe, and spread the word to your Jet fan friends who listen to podcasts. Hey, the show on YouTube, it's also a podcast. It's available in audio form, so check it out on either Apple or Spotify. Let's bring Dylan back on the show right now. Dylan, are you ready for our next guest as we continue our coverage of the Jets on night 2 of the draft?
Yeah, he says a special guest, so I thought Nick Shine was pretty special, so I'm ready to see who we got next.
Ladies and gentlemen, joining us right now is, I would come out and say it, he's one of the all-time greats. We know that he knows a thing or two about making sweet and passionate love. Ladies and gentlemen, the only way I know how to introduce this next guest is to first play this.
So we're going to get into all of it here. Again, my name is Paul Eston Jr., a.k.a. Boy Green. I'm the New York Jets digital reporter for Heavy.com. We come 2 hours after every final whistle here for the postgame show. And I'm going to be honest. The only good thing that happened to me late tonight, early this morning, was making sweet, passionate love to my fiance, which I did. After the article was written and that kind of stuff. That's the only good thing that happened. Not great. Terrible.
Boy Green, what's up, man? Welcome aboard.
Hey, and first off, love Dylan, so it's awesome. I've been watching some of the coverage, of course, so shout out to my boy Dylan. And Jake, what a week for you, man. The Michael K. Show. I've seen a lot of pictures and videos of Boy Green Coffee Club members that were at the Asmaniac Raffle, or not the Asmaniac Raffle, Jesus, at your live show for the draft. Right, absolutely. And it was awesome. So I saw a lot of great stuff there, man. So killer job as always, brother.
I appreciate it, man. So let's get your thoughts on the pick. Are you on board with Mason Taylor as the pick at 42?
It's hard to be upset by, you sort of said it. I think it might have been on one of your shorter social media clips of like, these are picks we have mocked forever to the Jets. A pass catcher, a tight end, offensive line protection. It's crazy that we have a new regime and that we're able to sort of get the temperature of positions they wanted and then the players that they wanted. So that one's kind of interesting. So, yes, I love that we got a tight end. Thank God our tight end room friggin' sucked. I am a anti-Jeremy Ruckert fan. I think he blows. I think he can't block. I don't think he can catch. I don't think he can do anything. So it's been, a waste of space on the Jets roster. So
his dad watches my show, so he might not like that.
Sorry, Bill. He's just been awful at the NFL. So hopefully this motivates him, I guess. But and then Stone Cold Smart just has a cool name, and that's it. So, they desperately needed a tight end, so this is good. But I'll be honest, out of the choices, I preferred Elijah Arroyo, to be honest with you. When you look at it for Mason Taylor, so on one hand, he's the most prolific tight end in LSU history. You're like, ooh, that's pretty cool. And then you're like, oh, well, I guess that's not saying much when you've seen the tight end production that's come out of LSU. And the criticisms I would have of Mason are twofold. One, that we're sort of projecting what we think he can do from a receiving perspective. Like, here's a crazy nugget. He never recorded a 100-yard receiving game in his entire college career. Shout out to Dane Brugler of The Athletic for that one. And even different than that, it's the explosive plays that didn't happen. 6 of his 55 catches in 2024. Wait, honey. Sorry. 6 of the 55 catches in 2024, Wade Honey went for 20 yards or more. So long story short, there was a lack of explosive plays happening there, which did happen for Elijah Arroyo. Yeah, I'm pretty excited about it too, honey. They should have won Elijah Arroyo. He's already off the board. Sorry, hon. Nope, sorry, honey. We can't right now. But yeah, I know that's really geez, I'm so sorry. So anywho, yes. Long story short, I'm fine that they took a tight end. There's a lot worse tight ends than Mason Taylor they could have taken. But to be honest, if you take it through a finer tooth comb, it's a projection by the Jets. You just got to trust the staff.
Yeah, we're hoping that obviously this team is way better coached at the tight end spot, the O-line spot, just basically everywhere on offense. Now, I do have something pretty cool that I just saw Zach Rosenblatt of The Athletic tweeted out. So we all know Jason Taylor's known for being a Hall of Fame football player with the Dolphins, but he did contribute on that 2010 Jets team that went all the way to the AFC title game. And apparently this photo is real and it exists of Mason Taylor rocking the Jets hat, the Yankee 2009 World Series champion t-shirt, and Jason Taylor being in the back, of course, that you see. But that's Mason Taylor with Jason Taylor circa 2010 when Jason played for the New York Jets. How cool is that photo?
That's so awesome. Come on. Jets Hall of Famer, baby, Jason Taylor. That's awesome. And I haven't heard, because I don't think that was live stream, so I'll have to catch back up after Mason Taylor, obviously doing the media locally. He talked about running around as a little Jet fan for Jason wearing the gear back in the Cortland days and everything else. So super cool. That's just awesome to hear. So again, there's a lot of lovey-dovey stuff here. And again, he's a massive upgrade over what we had in the room. So thank God.
Oh, I have another great photo here. Wow. LSU football just gave us an even better gem to the one you see on the screen here. Ladies and gentlemen, courtesy of LSU football. How about this?
Oh, wow.
Mason Taylor rocking the Jason Taylor Jets jersey at a game. Let's go.
There you go. Awesome.
When you consider the fact that the Jets were in the playoffs almost every other year for the first 10 years of these prospects' lives, it's not a surprise that a lot of them come out and say they were Jets fans as kids. Maybe it's not the same thing anymore, but the Jets were a winning football team between 2000 and 2010 to a degree where you could gain fans long term. I know what was it? Tyler Warren said he wore 44 for Riggins. So like there's a lot of connections that people make to the Jets based on they liked them as kids. So this is just awesome to see come full circle for him.
I love this comment from Nate. Our tight end room might be ass, but they're major Jet fans. Let's go. That's right. We got the Rucker Jet connection. I mean, he truly was a Jet fan growing up, right? Like his dad was a
correct.
Right. So, but the Taylor connection's cool because honestly, Mason Taylor probably doesn't remember his dad on the Dolphins a whole lot. Like he was young, man. Like Mason Taylor's 20 years old, and we're talking about 2010. Correct. This kid's 5 years old. His memories of his dad as a football player might only be that 1 year with the Jets.
Isn't that beautiful?
Yep.
Kind of crazy. As far as the first pick at 7, Boy Green, I know you were a Tyler Warren guy. Are you good with Armand Member, though? You feel okay about that pick?
Yeah, I said it earlier. Again, I was a proud Warren warrior. There's no question about it. But like I said before the pick was made, like if it ends up going offensive line, which obviously was totally possible, what are we going to say? Oh, damn it. The Jets have too many great offensive linemen. This sucks. What were they thinking? Like that doesn't make any sense. Of course, it's awesome. The thing you can criticize, Armand Membu's great, plug and play. He played right tackle. So I prefer if you were going to go offensive tackle, you didn't do the Calvin Banks Jr. thing that Rich Cimini was saying. And Rich Cimini's case was, well, Kelvin plays left tackle, so the Jets find that more attractive. I thought that was stupid, quite frankly. I don't give a flying crap what he could do at left tackle. I hope he never has to play it. Olu Fashner's playing left tackle. I prefer someone that I'm not doing a projection. Like Kelvin Banks Jr., for instance, 42 games at Texas, all at left tackle. I don't want to all of a sudden say, hey, Kelvin, want to try some right tackle, buddy? No, that sounds idiotic. So from that perspective, plugging in Armand Membu over there makes a lot of sense. The thing you can criticize is the Jets have invested more in their offensive line than any other team in football since 2020. They've invested 4 top 14 picks in the offensive line. One's not here anymore. That's Mekhi Becton, Super Bowl and Chargers, big money and all that. The other 3 obviously are all here. That's Elijah Vera Tucker, Olu Fashanu, and now Armand Membu. That seems in a way, overkill of your premium resources all being invested in there. You think that you could spread that a little better because Jake and Dylan, we've all talked about this. Every other bleeping team in the league could go, oh, 4th round pick at right tackle. Oh, sweet. We got a starter for 7 years. What the hell is that like? We apparently have to play by different rules. Our offensive linemen had to be 1st round picks, and they could bust like Mekhi Becton, or that's the only way you could do it. That seems ridiculous. Why are we playing at different rules than the rest of the NFL? So that's why I was for the Tyler Warren, and give me Ozzie Trapillo as a random example at 42 or 73. There you go. I feel great about a right tackle. Everyone doesn't have to be a superstar.
I'm with you. Look, you got to have – it's a brand new regime coaching staff, so we're putting our faith in these guys as talent evaluators and being able to coach up guys if someone is more of a projection. That like time will tell. Like we'll learn a lot about this regime based on some of the things you were just highlighting there, Boy Green. I remember we all loved the Denzel Mims pick. We all thought the Becton pick, while maybe a lot of us wanted Wirfs, it was, hey, they're betting on the upside. And who are we to question Joe Douglas? He's a former offensive lineman in college. He knows offensive line acumen. And ironically, the only offensive line he put together that was somewhat decent was when he's not even here anymore to see the benefit of it. So, we'll see. I mean, I think if you're a Jet fan, you could be cautiously optimistic. I do agree with the process, though. Like, if you're going to take Armand Membu, you need a tight end or receiver in the 2nd round. Check. I'd like to see a receiver at pick 73 now, and certainly if not at 73, then with early in the 4th round. But the process I've been satisfied with, and a lot of times we as Jet fans, we don't even get that. Like, they've had a boring draft, but it's been a solid draft, I would say, so far.
Yeah, obviously, if these guys aren't good players, you'll be chasing the picks again, which Joe Douglas was kind of doing with Mekhi Becton, Denzel Mims, etc. So in like 2 or 3 drafts from now, if we're mocking offensive tackle or wide receiver 2 to the Jets, that's how you'll know they did not do their job in this draft. Obviously, you can pick the right position and it's just not the right player and they flame out a little bit, but that's going to be the tell is in a couple years, are we still attacking offense and defensive line, or do we have them solidified enough, like Nick Shine was saying before, trenches out, where then we can look at a safety with a premier pick, or, a developmental running back with a premier pick or something like that, or a depth corner or something. So it'll be interesting to see. Like Jake said, I like the process, and I feel like on paper the results are fine so far, but the real tell will be in 3 years if this regime is chasing the same premium assets like Joe Douglas was.
Yeah, I have a hot take for 73, but I'll park that for a second because I just want to say this, because now that obviously Aaron Glenn has decided for offensive line at 7th overall, Justin Fields might fail this upcoming season. That's possible. But the fact that he's not going to fail because the Jets didn't invest enough around him in terms of the offensive line protection, and that you got to love. We go back to Sam Darnold, and everyone says, protection playmakers, you didn't hook a brother up. Justin Fields is apparently through the first 2 picks, and we'll see. Obviously, we have more draft to do here. He won't fail because of that. If he fails, it's going to be on his own sword. So that part I could sort of even respect even more about the Jets process here of like, if we're going to overkill anywhere, fine, it's the offensive line. How many fans are going to be complaining about that?
100%.
Yeah. Well, Yeet Boy in the chat is clearly arguing because he says it's the same thing every year, passing on a great tight end. I mean, that's not good team building.
It's 1 year.
Yeah,
what do you mean
exactly.
every year passing on a great tight end? It was 1 year and they got an outstanding left tackle. It's not like they drafted, Mekhi Becton last year. Olu Fashio is going to be really good for a while at a premium position. Like, come on, people.
And the thing also is like, we watched the Super Bowl. We all did. We know how the Eagles won. They have good skill position players, obviously, and one of the best running backs in the league, but they win in the trenches. So anybody that is going to tell me that we should not prioritize offense or defensive line, I'm sorry, but the conversation kind of ends there. I'm okay with taking other positions, but don't tell me we shouldn't prioritize them, because I watched what happened to the Chiefs, and that defensive line got the hell after him.
Jake,
100%.
You said you want wide receiver at 73?
Yeah, I would love a receiver there.
All right, Dylan, what do you want at 73?
Defensive line.
Okay.
Defensive line. I'm a trench boy. I got to do it. I don't know exactly what the name will be when we get there, but I mentioned Jamari
Trey
Caldwell.
Harris at receiver. He's gone to the Chargers just now.
Ooh, that's tough. Oh, I missed the Packers pick. So the Chargers took Trey Harris.
Yeah, Anthony Belton went to the Packers. Yep.
Oh, the tackle from NC State. Wow. Okay.
Yep.
Correct.
That was a Dom C favorite. And so
Yes.
Ursary gone, Belton gone. These were guys that we were talking about. If they went Warren at 7, they'd be in play at 42 for the Jets at tackle.
So here's option C. All right. So option C at 73. You guys said a wide receiver. That'd be nice. Defensive tackle. That'd be nice. Boys, what about a quarterback, baby? Huh? Shedeur Sanders, Jalen Milroe,
I don't want it.
73? Come on now.
I get it. The earliest I want to do it is the 4th round. If they did it, it's not crazy because we didn't think either would make it to that spot. I don't want Shedeur. I don't want you can't sell me on getting away from the celebrity quarterback and Aaron Rodgers, and we're going to take Deion's son.
That part's fair, and I understand that. But boy, Shedeur, if you could have told me that I liked Shedeur anyway, I didn't advocate for it at 7 because I want to build around Justin Fields. But you have a chance in the 3rd round to get Shedeur Sanders, or again, I'm really high on Jalen Milroe because you're going to swing for upside. You could get that in the 3rd round, and if it doesn't work out, so what? Okay, he's Bryce Petty, he's Greg McElroy, he's other random mid-round quarterback.
Drafting pretty high though, like pick 73 is a pretty high pick. 4th, if they took Milroe in the 4th round, I'm in. I'm fine with that.
Yeah. Still, I again, this is true, so I don't want to talk out of both sides of my mouth. I evaluate the first 3 rounds of the draft as premium picks. Those are super valuable to me. Those could be starters. Everything in day 3, okay. They're sort of, you're chasing traits. You're taking some risks, understandably. So I guess I can't talk about it both sides of my mouth from that perspective. But again, Jalen Milroe's upside of getting to plug him in next to Justin Fields and Tyrod Taylor, who are like-minded, and you take the swing. And with that depth in front of him, Jalen Milroe ain't seeing the field, so he can learn without any pressure whatsoever, and you take the upside swing. You're a brand new regime. You have no pressure on you. Who cares if that pick works or doesn't work? I think that's a risk worth taking because, again, there are 2 kinds of teams in the NFL, those who have quarterbacks and those who don't.
Yeah, absolutely. And you're always chasing to find that quarterback. So if you have premium pick at 73, you have to consider it. We would have to get past – no, the Saints obviously took Shucks, so that we wouldn't have to get past them at 71. Yep. So it would really be Cleveland at 67, I think would be the only other spot that Shedeur could come off the board. And I feel like at this point, people are just saying Cleveland Browns are going to take Shedeur because that's like literally the only team that feels like a desperate quarterback away.
Right, yeah, Raiders at 58, but again, they got Geno, obviously, so that doesn't have to be a force by any means. I'm kind of looking ahead here to see possibilities for a quarterback, obviously. But, yeah, obviously there's very limited things potentially before the Jets.
Sanders, Milroe, and Howard would be the 3 that I would look at 73. Not in that order, probably Shedeur, Howard, Milroe. I would look at Milroe last. I want somebody who's going to come in and, like you said, be a premium asset, a potential starter in 2 to 3 years. And I see that in Will Howard way more than I see that in Jalen Milroe. Milroe's more of a 2-year projection for me. So that would be a tough sell, but I understand it from a schematic standpoint. You don't want to change your entire offense if Fields were to go down. So,
it's a real conversation if Sanders and Milroe are there at 73. Like, the Jets are having that conversation internally. I did want to share this as well. So the Jets, I guess, got a hold of Jason Taylor, Mason Taylor's father. And how about this quote from the former Jet, baby? Jason Taylor said he had great memories of playing for the Jets and having his family, including Mason Taylor, around for those moments. My greatest team success was in New York. That's because the Miami Dolphins have not won a playoff game since Bill Clinton was the president of the United States, baby. So as bad as the Jets might have been, they have won 6. Count it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 playoff games since the last time the Miami Dolphins won a single playoff game. And that's right. One of your greatest players ever had his great team success with Rex Ryan and the Jets, Jets back in 2010. So suck it, Miami. We know we suck. The difference is Dolphins fans think they're good, and they're not. You're bad. You're just as bad as we are. I'm dragging you down with me to hell. Suck it. I love that quote from Jason Taylor.
I love it. When you brought up the picture earlier, that's what I was going to say, Jake. I'm like, Mason Taylor has not been alive for a Dolphins playoff win. We're going back to the turn of the century, for God's sake. So, I mean, come on now. That's
Dolphins
amazing.
fans drive me crazy, man. Like, because like they act like they're the Patriots, like they've won all these Super Bowls, or they're the Bills. They've had all this recent success. They've done nothing. Like, we as Jet fans, we know we stink. The Dolphins act like they're the greatest team every year, and they stink. It bothers me to no end.
Dude, even the Packers ended their first round wide receiver drought before the Dolphins were able to end their playoff
That's
drought.
unbelievable.
Like, come on. Like, we were like 6 years old the last time the Packers took a wide receiver in the first round. And I mean, to say that the streak is longer, and I know the Jets have their own droughts and streaks of their own, but that is the Dolphins one is way worse. Way worse.
No doubt.
Unreal. Comments, questions, super chats. We'll cut the line. Brian writes in, Jalen Royals in the third. I'm a believer. Your thoughts on Jalen Royals, Dylan?
I like him. He's the Utah State wide receiver, Senior Bowl guy. I was a pretty big fan of his coming out of the Senior Bowl. I always put like notes in my the first day of Senior Bowl. It's like physical profile, because I don't see a lot of these guys on film until I get there. And I always write for the ass and leg guys, the guys that have that thick lower half that really generate their torque and their power. And I felt like Jalen Royals really accentuated that to me at the Senior Bowl. I understand people aren't going to love him.
Calm your freaky down.
A lot of talk about thick and torque.
I deserve that. I deserve that. That's fair. I deserve that. That's fair. But I do think fans won't gravitate towards him for his body size. He's not the 6'3" contested catch guy that people seem to want. But for me, absolutely, you got to steal in the third round. And it's not the Malachi Corley situation where you're trading up for the fourth best receiver on your board. It's you let the board fall to you, and you finessed it in a good way.
I didn't hear what Seth Rollins was saying, but the pro wrestler just announced the Bears pick. He's a huge Bears fan. He's getting booed by all the Packers fans. And they took a Jet target, we thought, Ozzie Trapillo. So he's gone. Crazy.
He wouldn't have made it to 73. So, you know.
Nope. He did not. So that was like the plug-and-play tackle we thought if they went Warren, say, at 7 or some other direction. He wouldn't have made it. He gets picked at pick 56, so nowhere close to 73. I'm guessing Tyler might have some sort of relationship to Dylan. Tyler says, first time, long time. If the Jets make the playoffs, I'm getting the logo tatted. Dylan, your thoughts on Tyler's super chat here?
Well, much like all our bets, he'll end up coming out the victor on this one. But if this is actually a thing, I get to choose the location.
Okay, and can we clarify this? If the Jets make the playoffs, like what, before I'm dead? There's like no time frame on this making the playoffs.
He didn't specify the duration.
That's what I'm saying, right? So, before I'm dead? Okay.
We will bring him to the parlor at 80 years old and get the Jets tattoo logoed across his left eye.
There you go. Mike
if that is the
nice.
case.
Sure.
No, this is my older brother. Shout out T. I love you, bro. That's nice of you. I appreciate
That's awesome. Thanks for watching, Tyler. Your bro is doing a tremendous job. Boy Green, I appreciate you hopping on, man. This was a lot of fun to get you on for a segment.
Well, thank you so much. And just a couple of quick shout-outs. I can't believe that, at least if I'm refreshing this right, that we still have Jack Besh out there, Mike Green, the pass rusher. I mean, we got some unbelievable people that are still on the board. So we will wait patiently until we get to that pick 73. But Jake, Dylan, awesome. Thank you guys so much for having me on the program. Always a lot of fun, boys.
Love it. Boy Green, great job as always. Make sure you guys check out Paul's YouTube channel. He's live every day at 7:30 a.m. I don't know how he gets up and does a show that early. I am not a morning person at all, so I don't know how he is able to do that. Unbelievable. I did
one of his morning shows, actually. It was a lot of fun. It was actually a lot of fun. He got me first thing in the morning, barely had my coffee in me.
Yep.
I had to take a shower to wake up a little bit, so I didn't look completely groggy on screen. But no, it was a good time. And that's where I met June, the GM, I think Gary, my cousin Philly Noodles. So yeah, it was definitely a good time on his morning shows.
Love that. Let's take some calls right now as we wait for the Jets to make their next pick. Gusbuster Hotline is open. Quick reminder for those of you just tuning in, our mega raffle will be on Monday. We got awesome prizes this week, and every super chat is double the entry of $10 or more. Every gifted membership is double. So if you get 5, you're actually getting 10 raffle tickets. Joe Namath signed jersey, our top prize. Justin Fields signed helmet, prize 2. Prize 3, Aaron Glenn signed helmet. Prize 4, Curtis Martin signed helmet. Prize 5, DeBrickashaw Ferguson signed helmet. Prize 6, Jermaine Johnson, signed jersey. Prize 7, Aaron Glenn, signed photo. The top prizes in Asmaniac raffle number 24. You mentioned Philly Noodles. Let's go to Philly to start this segment. What's up, Philly? What do you got? We can't hear you, Philly. Philly, call back, and I'll make sure you don't lose your spot, Philly. In the meantime, let's say hello to Papa Jet. What's up, Papa Jet?
Hold on. You got me, Jake?
I got you. What's up, Papa?
Hey, nice to meet you, Dylan, too. I love all your content and all your views. So
much appreciated. Thank you.
The only thing I wanted to say, and I like the pick, and as long as we get a need in the third round, I'm happy to. Wide receiver, DT. Dylan, what do you think of my sleeper of the draft is, and maybe he'll remain sleep, but Jordan Phillips out of Maryland.
That's the defensive lineman?
Yeah, defensive tackle.
Yeah, I don't have a ton of notes on him. So yeah, that you did a good job of finding a sleeper for sure. He was a Shrine Bowl participant, as I'm seeing here. Based on his combine stats that are in front of me, he doesn't look like the best mover with really slow agility times. But I mean, if you're looking at a day 3, rotational defensive tackle who can probably, compete with the guys that you brought in. I know they brought in like 3 or 4 defensive tackle veterans. If you can get a guy who can even compete with J2 Fele and Byron Cowart and all those guys, I think you have to at least entertain it. But as far as him specifically, I don't have any notes. I will say he was a Feldman's freak, which shows, he does have athleticism. Feldman's freaks list is I believe 105, 110 college players every year that just they're freaks and they show off their athletic specimens. So Jordan Phillips did make the list. But I don't see anything eye-popping from an analytics perspective. I would have to dig deep on the film, but for now, I'd say a day 3 guy that could fill in a rotational role.
Okay, we'll see what happens. And Jake, I don't have Venmo, so how can I pay Dylan here?
You know what? Just super chat it, Papa Jet. I'll make sure he gets he gets it. I'll take care of it.
Yeah, but then what do they take? 20% out, 30%?
Yeah, I mean, do you have Zelle, Dylan? I mean, I don't know.
I think I got Cash App.
Cash App?
I don't got none of that crap. I'm old. I just got checks.
Well,
we'll have to figure out a way. I really appreciate it.
You know what I could do? My son's got Venmo, so I can have him Venmo, and I'll just pay him, right?
Yeah, it's perfect.
There you go. Perfect. Yep.
Okay.
I appreciate that. That's super generous. That's very nice. Thank you.
Okay. And next year, this time we'll be talking about how good Jordan Phillips is.
Yes,
Maybe.
absolutely, and hopefully it's for the Jets and not somebody we don't like.
Yeah.
I'm fully on board with it.
Okay, awesome, guys. Enjoy the rest of the draft. Thanks.
Love it, Papa Jet. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, our next special guest is coming on. He's a good friend of Dylan's, and he's a good friend of our show. The great Buffalo Jet fan is on the line. BJF, how we feeling, man? Welcome aboard.
I'm a friend. I wouldn't say I'm a good friend of Dylan.
I was just about to say, friend is stretching it, dude. What?
We know each
What's
other.
good, bro?
What's up, gentlemen? How we feeling?
I was feeling better until I saw the Raiders just took Jack Besh, who I wanted the Jets to take at 73.
BJ,
I saw Trey Harris go too. Yeah, we're on some receivers here. Still holding out for Kyle Williams, but those Ozzie Trapillo at 73 mock drafts got set on fire as well in pretty swift order.
Maybe the Jets evaluated and they're like, if we take Membu at 7, like we could take Trapillo at 42, but that's too early. Then it's like, well, and then we're kind of out of whack with value. Let's just take Membu, and then we'll get a good tight end, and then we'll have a bunch of players available for us at 73. I think that could have been part of their thought process last night.
Yeah, man. I think they had to come up with a pass catcher at 42. I'm just happy they did that because it would have gotten pretty dark in the streets if they took like a safety or something and waited. I was worried about Justin Fields there. I like Taylor, man. The tight end room might have been the worst in the NFL, so even as a rookie, he should be tight end 1, I'd imagine.
What do you think of Stone Smart and Mason Taylor as our combination tight ends this year?
I unironically kind of like this Stone Smart pickup as a role player, to be honest. He does have more. He's the most accomplished receiving tight end we have on our roster, Stone Smart. So with Mason, he's super young. He's going to turn 21 next month. The bloodlines are strong. So we had Jeremy Rucker, whose dad was a Jet fan, and that didn't work. So we had to elevate and say, okay, how about a former Jet defensive end who's an NFL Hall of Famer? So maybe that works out.
And they haven't been good since someone in his bloodline was on the team.
Yeah, there we go. It's a lazy comp, but he reminds me a lot of Dustin Keller. He's obviously a much more finesse player. He's a plus athlete. I don't think he does any one thing great besides like his hands are really good. And this was a massive acute need for the team. I think running the Justin Fields experiment, part of that being successful or having any chance to was a legitimate tight end. You could not run the Justin Fields career resurrection project without a legitimate tight end, which is, I think, in part why a lot of people liked Warren, to be fair. But I do think the combination of coming away with what ends up being the third tight end drafted instead of the second tight end drafted, whereas Membu is the second tackle, and then there was like 9-10 tackles taken. Now, obviously, there's a big gap between Loveland and Warren and Taylor, but and then Ursary was the only guy left at O-line. Like, he was the only guy left when they came. Pick 42 came. So if they wanted to go pass catcher and offensive line and with their first 2 picks, I think getting the offensive lineman is kind of aged to be probably the way to go.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think you can't look. I don't know if Membu and Taylor are going to be great players. I remember a lot of us were so excited about, Becton and Mims and Douglas's first year, and look how that turned out. Right? Like,
yeah.
At least we can say this for a new regime. I like the process. Like, if you're going to take Membu, I think we all, for the most part, felt like you had to get a tight end or a receiver at 42. Like, you can't question the Membu pick. Many think he might be the best lineman in the draft. You had a glaring need at right tackle. Like, he fits the identity of what you want to be. Your offensive line should be the best that it's been since Jason Taylor, ironically, was on the Jets. So I don't know. I'm cautiously optimistic because I like the process so far. I could say that through the first 2 picks.
Yeah, you definitely had to thread the needle if you didn't go offensive line in the first round to really get your guy. And like you said, Ursary, Anthony Belton, Ozzie Trapillo, those were the guys at 42 that you're looking at. And this is why the PFF mocks and the PFN mocks, they're not gospel. And Ozzie Trapillo doesn't even make it to the 3rd round. So, like, we couldn't bank on that any longer. So I definitely agree. Getting the offensive tackle allowed you to be more cute on the board, so to speak. I keep saying finesse the board, and I feel like that's kind of what they did, letting Mason Taylor fall to them. That was a player that I thought, you'd probably have to trade up for at the beginning of round 2, but he falls there. So now, you're able to get another pass catcher, and now you don't need to thread the needle on offensive line to protect your asset in Justin Fields.
BJF, I'm curious, what do you think of those out there who want the Jets to potentially take Shedeur Sanders if he's there at 73?
It's crazy that, you have to have the conversation. I don't think they're going to draft him. I would be shocked if they drafted Shedeur Sanders. But I can't call people insane who want to consider that if they think that he has a potential to be like an average starting NFL quarterback, which I think he does. I think it's ironic because Shedeur, the personality, he's like very flashy and he has a brand, but the film is like Andy Dalton, like, respectfully. Andy Dalton won a lot of games. Andy Dalton made a lot of money. So I think he is a relatively like high floor player. And the Jets don't know if Justin Fields could be a good starter. So sure, at pick 73, the potential return on investment is there. I just don't think they're going to do it, man. I don't think Aaron Glenn is going to take Shedeur Sanders. That's just my hunch on the Jets. But man, at 73, they probably have a little chat about it right now. Do you think?
It has to be, right? Like,
got to talk about it.
The value is there. I don't want them to take any quarterback before the sunlight is out, as I've been saying jokingly on the show. So like 4th round and on starting tomorrow. But I was saying this before we had any idea that Shedeur would be there. And even Jalen Milroe. It felt like Jalen Milroe went to Green Bay for this draft. And this guy is not going to get picked potentially tonight. Or if he does, it's in the 3rd round. Like, that's crazy that he's still there too, in addition to Shedeur Sanders. And Milroe, at least there's an argument. Hey, if you take him, you wouldn't have to change your entire offense for him because he has a similar skill set to Fields. So I understand that argument. And like, he's super talented, high character guy, military background in his family. Like, there's a lot to like with him as a prospect, developmental guy. I don't think they're going to take a quarterback tonight, but it's not the craziest conversation if it's one of those 2 guys when they're on the clock.
Yeah, it's more of a dealer's choice at 73 now that you've solidified 2 on-paper starters. In my opinion, you can try to get that developmental upside guy who could be either a high-end backup or the future starter at a position for you. So that does open the door for quarterback for me. I know you mentioned safety, BJF. That would be another position that I would look at. It opens the conversation for, taking a safety, but do you prioritize the Penn State guys over the wide receiver prospects that are still on the board or the edge prospects that are still on the board? So it'll be interesting how they do stack up for pick 73, but I do think you've given yourself more flexibility by going offensive tackle and tight end.
Crazy. I just can't believe this is real life.
What done with the second round too? This is fast.
Yeah, quick update on some picks here just to get everyone up to speed. We told you about Trapillo. The next pick after that was another guy that I know some Jet fans wanted. Tate Ratledge from Georgia, offensive guard. He went to the Lions. Besh, we told you, went to the Raiders. That was right as
great pick for them.
Yeah, right as a Buffalo Jet fan joined us here. So
Besh and Bowers and Genty.
Yeah.
Besh, Bowers, and Genty. It doesn't matter who's throwing in the ball. You and I, the three of us could put up 4,000 in that offense.
This draft class got too much hate, man. This is a good stretch. Like, I know there wasn't crazy players at the very top, but this is a good stretch of starting players here. There's going to be a good player on the board at 73.
Yep. And I think like the casual take is, yes, there's not a lot of top line guys, not a lot of first round grades. Like a really heavy class, 18 first round grades is about right. Nobody has 32 first round grades. And if they do, they're bad at this or they're lying to you.
Shout out to Joe Douglas for not trading the higher third round pick. Remember when we had pick 90 for the longest time? That matters right now, man.
That does make a huge difference. You're absolutely
Shout out
right.
to the people who cover the Jets for not doing an ounce of reporting and figuring out which third round pick we traded in the Devontae deal.
Yeah, that's crazy.
How's that
the fact
possible?
the fact that it went so unnoticed, like you obviously file with the league office, so the league knew what pick it was. And I wonder if like the Jets contacted the league and just were like, hey, just go with it. Like we'll let them believe what they want to believe. Like people knew that was the wrong pick months before we were officially alerted to the situation.
It's crazy. Crazy. So the Jets are coming up at 73. Ravens are on the clock right now at pick 59. And well, we were wondering when this guy was going to go. Mike Green off the board to the Ravens. And that feels like such a Ravens pick, right? They have the locker room and the infrastructure to handle whatever character concerns there are. And they get unbelievable value on a guy that I'm pretty sure I'm going to pull up Dom C's big board. I think Dom had Mike Green as like a top 5 player on his board.
Yeah, he's a top 15 to 20 player, like at a minimum on like the consensus, I would assume too. And the Ravens do what the Ravens always freaking do. They sit and they get Malachi Starks in round 1, a great safety prospect who fits in immediately with Kyle Hamilton. And then you come back and you wait. You don't even have to move. And you get Mike Green. Like, this is ridiculous. The Ravens can't keep getting away with this.
Unreal. So he has 2 allegations of sexual assault, which he has denied. He was off several teams' boards. But, the Ravens take him. And, Dom C has him as his 5th rated overall player. Like, there are plenty of draft experts that if you just look at the talent of the guy, as Dylan said, he's a top 10 to 20 talent easily. Let's see. He's the 2nd rated edge in Connor Rogers' positional rankings.
He was huge on Mike Green. He was probably like his 13th best player, I want to say.
Even 7th.
There you go. Yeah. There you go. Crazy.
The Ravens got him.
And the character concerns clearly do weigh in. And that's the mystery of it. When we're just watching the guys on film, it's easy to say, yeah, first rounder, stamp it in Sharpie or whatever. But then you got to get the medical checks, the security checks that Muji called them. And that's what happens. You end up being pick 59 instead of pick 9. There was a chance he was going to be a top 10 pick at one point.
It's wild.
Hit the like button if you're just tuning in. Make sure you guys subscribe to the channel. Check out Buffalo Jet Fans YouTube channel. He is awesome and does a great job talking about the Jets all the time. I was wondering when this guy was going to comment. Neil finally checks in. Mr. Shador Sanders himself. How do we not take Shador at 72? Well, you can't because it's pick 73, but I know you want Shador, Neil. I don't think that the Jets are going to do it, though. I'd be surprised if the franchise that in part moved away from Aaron Rodgers because of everything that comes with it is going to take Deion Sanders' son, who's got a personality, a podcast. He's, whether you love him or hate him, I'm not saying he's a bad kid, but he's very, modern day 2025 athlete. I don't know if they want that. I don't know if that's an Aaron Glenn type of player as a backup quarterback, mind you.
Yeah, BJF described him as a very not boring person, but his film is very boring. So it is kind of a weird thing with him. Like the outside noise is never going to stop, but on film, he just plays a brand of football that's okay. It's not like you said, BJF, it's a high floor, but it's probably not that high of a ceiling either. So that's why you see Shuck go ahead of him, because he has the experience and potentially the upside. I know by the time he gets his second contract, he'll be in his 30s, but this is just the way it goes. And I feel like they take the high upside guy more often than not.
Unreal. Gator says Ravens would draft O.J. Simpson if he was available.
Okay, but so would we.
I mean, he ran for 2,000 yards.
If you told me we were going
season.
to draft a running back who is going to play a decade plus for your team, all the accolades that come with it, but then years after he's done playing for your team, he probably killed somebody, I still think Jets fans sign up for that.
No, the Jets would sign OJ after the murder. That's what they would do.
After he wrote the book?
That's what they would do. They would sign him, and they'd be like, bro, like 6 years ago, he ran for 1,000 yards. Are you kidding me? And then he'd average like 3.8 yards per carry. And we'd be like shocked that this was happening. That's what the Jets would do.
So you're saying that basically the equivalent of Dalvin Cook or Frank Gore or
yes, plus an egregious
felony
to those guys. God damn.
I was not expecting that. That is tremendous. Love that. Hit the like button if you're just tuning in. BJF, I don't know if you got a hard time, you got to be out, but you're more than welcome to hang with us. We'll take a couple calls here, just shooting the shit, waiting for the Jets to be on the clock at 73. Let's check in with Gary. Gary, your thoughts on the draft so far?
Hang on. My bad.
Is that an Xavier
My
Gibson
bad.
jersey?
That is an Xavier Gibson jersey you're wearing.
That's an
correct?
Xavier Gibson jersey. That's my boy.
Die hard.
Woodrow Wilson High School.
Look at that hair tonight. Your hair, you're a mess. I love it.
Well, I'll be honest. Shortly after the pick, I did make a little love.
Whoa, yeah.
Oh, he loved Mason
Hell
Taylor.
yeah, baby. Let's go.
Was peanut butter involved?
No, not in any way, shape, or form.
BJF doesn't know the Joy Taylor peanut butter story.
Yeah, we decided that Mason Taylor's nickname is Mason Peanut Butter Taylor.
Okay.
Google Jason Whitlock, Joy Taylor.
I'm up to speed. I got it.
Okay, good.
The pick is only okay. Like I had a list of guys that I wanted, 5 guys. He wasn't on the list. Like it's okay. I'm all right.
Who did you
it's
want?
Okay.
Who would you have preferred at 42 over Mason Taylor?
I had Nick Scrouton. I had Elijah Royal. I had Alfred Collins. I had Trey Harris. And then who's the 5th guy I had?
Harris just got picked, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah,
I got picked him. Trey Amos got picked just now. That's who I was confusing him for.
Well,
did you want Ezra over Taylor?
Yeah, I would have taken all these guys over him. Like, it's not a bad pick. I just like for what does he do that jumps off the page? Like you say, all right, 42 is a high pick still. Yeah. What does he do that jumps off the page? Like, okay, that's why I got to have him at 42.
I think he does a lot of things well. I don't know if he has an elite trait. Is how I think Connor Rogers, I heard him describe him as that before.
Yeah, I think that's fair. That's a fair way. And I understand your logic there that nothing jumps off the page to you, whereas with some of these other guys, they at least have 1 or 2 traits that you can hang your hat on as like the uncoachable type stuff. So I do get it from that perspective. But like I think the floor for Mason Taylor, because he does everything so well, or to a degree so well, it is going to allow him to be a good pro, maybe even a better pro than he was a college player. And we've seen that a lot of times with players. They just translate to the NFL a lot better than they did at their school. So yeah, it's an argument to be made because there's a lot of names that I liked that came off the board, like even Alfred Collins immediately after, like you said. So there's definitely an argument to be made, but I guess all in all, I'm still happy with it.
Look,
Yeah.
Go ahead. Yeah. Go ahead.
Well, I would say, like, to me, like, I think he is a savvy route runner, and he maximizes his catch radius. I think he's really good getting body position and like full extension and being a pure hands catcher. I think he has really good awareness of just finding those soft spots in zone where it seems like sometimes you watch him and it's like and those are kind of easy yards. But then you look around tight ends in the NFL, and it's like Jason Witten had like a 50 million yards in his career doing that. Like Travis Kelce kind of does that. It's like, oh, no one's guarding Travis Kelce. Whoa, wide open. So the awareness in zone and the catch radius and being super, super young are some things to hang your hat on. But I think you are right, Gary. Like there's not, it's not like, oh, he has great yak, or oh, he's a great athlete, or oh, he's a great blocker. He doesn't have one great like calling card, which I think is fair. I think you're betting on him being well-rounded and very young would probably be what you're betting on.
So like I'm biased because I watch every single Texas Longhorns game, but like I'd rather just have taken Trey Harris now or Will Johnson now and then taking Gunnar Helm in the third round, because I don't think there's that much difference between Gunnar Helm and Taylor. Like
that's fair. Do you okay? So other Texas player in the third round. I know he has some allegations. Are you a fan of Isaiah Bond at 73?
Yeah. At 73. At 73, I can live with that. I wouldn't have taken him now. Like they were better receivers. Was Burden off the board when we picked? He was, right?
Yes, Burden went like
had just come off the board
before
right?
us. Yep.
Yeah,
for the Bears.
Yeah, that's why I had him. I had Troy Harris was the only receiver I had on the guys.
Here was Nick Bumgardner's analysis. He's the athletic draft guy. Gave the Jets an A+ for the LSU Tiger selection. The youngest player in the draft and LSU's all-time leading producer at tight end. Taylor was borderline first-round pick on my board and has elite upside. Son of Jason Taylor, nephew of Zach Thomas. No mention of Joy Taylor. Taylor is a smooth and capable route runner with strong hands and great potential as a blocker. This is terrific value. Taylor could be an instant impact 3-down weapon who catches a bunch of passes for a long time. So at least one person here is giving the Jets a perfect score, Gary. A+. How about it?
Number 29 on Dylan Jeremiah's big board, by the way, was Mason Taylor, who did Dylan Jeremiah right before the first round said, look out for the Chiefs at the end of round 1, taking Mason Taylor. He got some late round 1 buzz.
That's pretty good. I mean, I'm on board with that.
I hope so. I hope I'm wrong. I hope he's a dynamic playmaker. He's not really a blocker either, right? Like that's not really what he does. So I hope he's a great pick.
I don't think he's a liability as a blocker. I don't think he's known for one thing. I think it's kind of what we were saying. Like he's a solid receiver, he's just a solid football player.
Yeah. None of these dudes can block. Terrence Ferguson can't block. Gunnar Helm can't block. Harold Fanning can't block.
Yeah. It's kind of like a lost art. Like tight ends for 100 years had to block. Now, not so much.
Yeah, they're just glorified wide receivers in college now.
Last night on our round 1 show for Jet Nation, our co-host Glenn, he said tight ends do 2 things in the blocking game at college. They either don't block at all or they get in the way. So if you get in the way, there's a potential for you to become a better blocker. But if you just don't do anything in the blocking game, it's hard to say, okay, yeah, we have a trait that's going to translate.
Shamar Turner off the board. He was a guy the Jets had in for a visit, I believe. Defensive tackle target, A&M guy. Glenn, we know, went to A&M. So we got 2 picks left just to update everyone in round 2. So the last couple picks, we told you Mike Green of the Ravens, RJ Harvey from UCF, the running back to Denver. Remember, Denver was the team, Breece Hall, they need a running back. Well, they just drafted a running back in the second round here. Trey Amos out of Ole Miss, the corner to the Commanders. Shamar Turner, the most recent pick I just said, DT, Texas A&M, to the Bears. You got the Chiefs on the clock now at pick 63 overall, Philly at pick 64 overall, and then that's the end of round 2, and we're on to the third round already, where the Jets will pick in 10 more spots after that, 73. So we're getting there. We're about 10 spots away right now.
A lot of good players on the board, man. This is going to be interesting.
Love it, Gary. So you were on hold for a while though. So did you leave, make sweet love to your wife, and then come back to give your takes on the pick?
No, I was on hold. I mean, this was like right after the pick. I mean, after the pick, I didn't have much to do, you know.
So the love making happened before the pick?
Yeah, no, right after the pick.
Okay, so the pick was made. So the Jets made their pick, and then you made sweet love.
Yes, that's correct.
I'm hoping it's not Decker who just walked in the room.
He's like, yeah, I did that. You good?
Amazing. Gary, thanks for the time tonight.
All right. Have a good one.
Call back in later if you'd like to tell us more about whatever
after the third round pick. Yeah.
Gas station pizza is better than a Big Mac.
Amazing.
Jets or the third round for Gary? Which one?
God. All right, couple calls here. Kyle Clifton, are you there? I see you're on hold. I don't know if, ladies and gentlemen, not only is Kyle Clifton there, but he's coming to us from the beach.
Slouch, gentlemen.
How we feeling?
Prost, I'm feeling great, man. I'm feeling better now that I've had a spicy margarita since all that stout last night.
Tremendous. You know, I'm gonna have another sip of my Henny bottle here. You know, we're enjoying a Jets draft thus far.
Well, day 2 is where we find our Devin Smiths and our King Uglies, the guard Vladimir Dukas of the world, right?
God, Vlad. I've been a Mike Tannenbaum defender at times. I think sometimes he gets too much criticism. People forget about a lot of the good moves he made.
Mm-hmm.
I will never let him get up from the fact he is a UMass alum, and he drafts Vladimir Dukas in the 2nd round. And the Jets don't even sign as a UDFA Victor Cruz, who also went to UMass. The Giants sign him. How do we not sign Victor Cruz, but we draft Vlad Dukas from the same school? How is that possible?
I know that's a sticking point for you. It's a good point.
It's
a good point.
It is. Mike doesn't like when I bring that up to him.
No, I bet you he doesn't. Did you see who just went off the board?
Yeah.
It sucks.
Probably a Jets target for me.
Yep.
Omar Norman Lott from Tennessee.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Explosive.
We need a run stuffer though.
Yeah. No, you're right. We do.
So I'm thinking that in the 3rd or 4th round that we might not have as high a priority on guard in the fan base as they might in the front office, with both those guys becoming free agents next year. What do you guys think about that?
No, that's fair. I mean, Tate Ratledge just went. He was the guy that I thought could have been in that 3rd round conversation, but these drafts aren't just for 2025 or for the current year you're entering. You're 100% correct. When you look at your team and the contracts and how they line up for the future, you're planning 2, 3, even 4 years ahead, some of these guys. So if you get a guard or a position versatile offensive lineman, whether it's guard center or guard with potential tackle experience, I would be fine with it. I'm a huge trench advocate. So you are one injury away from Carter Warren, Max Mitchell, Josh Myers playing. So if you can get a guy who they feel it has a better upside and a better potential than those 3, yeah, you absolutely have to consider it.
Yeah, it's not the need that say edge or wide receiver is, but like if you think about it, John Simpson was 109 overall pick in 2020, and we're picking at 110. So, and I think there might be a guy there, maybe not plug and play, but a guy that you could sit for a year and develop. Great time last night, Jake. It's always good to see BJF and Dylan. I appreciate the time, guys.
You're the man, Kyle.
man.
Appreciate you
Thank
as
you,
always,
Kyle.
and thanks again for coming out last night. It was wild at Clinton Hall.
I got just the guy to get us going tonight.
I need BJF and Dylan at the next Asmaniac meetup. All right. We need you both there. All right. We're getting BJF out of Buffalo for a week.
Yeah, we got to get him out of Buffalo for one of these events.
We got to rescue him from that hellhole.
Yeah. I know. I was in Florida like last week, and I'm just like, what am I doing, man? Like, why do I choose this?
Yeah, that's how I feel when I move to South Carolina. I walk outside and it's 65 degrees at 5:45 when I leave for work, and I'm wearing t-shirt and shorts, and I'm like, why did I do this for 28 years of my life and not come down into the warmth? And yeah, it's a stark contrast, but I'm enjoying it.
Who's making this pick for the Eagles right here? That guy's got a funky hair. I didn't see which player it was.
I
know
Bo
who that
Allen.
is?
Bo Allen, their current defensive lineman. Only reason I know that's because I saw their social media. They like the social media team like woke him up out of his bed and he had like a Brandon Graham jersey on, and it was like all scripted, but it was pretty funny. But
safety off the board, Andrew Makuba from the Horns, UT. Dylan, I know you liked him a lot, didn't you?
Yeah, we need to get Ricky on so we can smoke and debate about Andrew Makuba becoming the defensive rookie of the year for the Philadelphia Eagles, because this dude is special, man. And now you just added him to the most talented defense in the NFL. That's pretty special.
Dude. Winston's still there. Winston and Watts are still there, man. Kevin
dude.
Winston Jr. is an awesome fit for this defense.
Would you take him at 73?
Hell yeah.
Yeah,
yep,
absolutely.
100%.
You know what? I have a weird feeling. I have a weird feeling it's not going to be a receiver at 73. They're going to wait.
I think it's going to be defense.
I think it's going to be a defensive player too. I think safety is a target for them, or DT.
Yeah.
I think it's one of those two.
I agree. I don't think Aaron Glenn waits until the 4th round to make his first defensive pick. I also think a Jared Ivey, an edge who could play some inside to kind of solve two holes a little bit on the defensive line, because edge is a significant need, man. The way the roster is right now, like Michael Clemens is slotted to play a massive role, right? So if we could avoid that with a 73rd pick, might be worth it.
I was having a good night until you mentioned that guy's name.
You got it.
No, I was just going to read Hennessy Super Chat real quick. Gary always needs to prove something to him. Always. Florida Man of Culture says, Mason Smooth Peanut Butter Taylor. Let's go. JETS Jets. Florida Man, appreciate you. Go ahead, Dylan.
We've created a monster with the Peanut Butter Taylor. Savion Jones from LSU. I'm not too privy on his film, but he was a Senior Bowl guy. Just hulking body type. 6'5", 3/8", 280 pounds. Almost 82.5-inch wingspan. This is a guy, to me, you're hinting at BJF, a guy who can possibly kick inside. I know you do this. I do this so much. Chase that JFM type. Yes. And I feel like we need to go get it. And that's the sign that you made a bad decision, is when the team is constantly chasing to get that type of player back. And you're never going to get JFM back, but you can only hope. So I would agree. Go get a big edge who could, moonlight as a defensive tackle. Jared Ivey, 6'5", 274. So yeah, I'm totally on board with a big defensive end edge. Like Kyle Kennard at 6'4", 254. To me, he's not of the mold of a big edge, but if they wanted to attack this and then a true 2-gapping run stuffer at defensive tackle, that would be okay with me too.
Yeah. They're not going to take that's why Azaraku wasn't a fit to me. Like, I don't think Aaron Glenn is going to draft another designated pass rusher. He's going to want the guys he had in Detroit, were anywhere from 260 to 280 pounds on the edge. So they're different than Salah in that way.
Yeah. Aiden Hutchinson instead of Bryce Huff. And that's why I kind of ruled out Mike Green. Although I love Mike Green, like the player, I just at 247 or whatever it was, I felt like he was just a little undersized, although he can play the run. That's why I was a big fan of Shamar Stewart, obviously in a trade down situation, preferably. But when you weigh 269 pounds at the combine, you played at almost 280 in your final season at Texas A&M, and then you come out and run in the 4.5s. That's freakish stuff. So,
man, hit the like button. Jets are on the clock in just a little bit, about 8 picks away. The Giants are on the clock as the 3rd round is about to get underway. It goes Giants, Chiefs, Browns, first 3 picks of the 3rd round. We're at pick 65 overall. The Jets are at pick 73. I don't like Buffalo being at 72. The last thing we need is them taking someone that we want, and that player's really good in front of us, but we shall see. Nate with a super chat after watching Taylor's gauntlet drill. I'm all in. That's it. Anyone watch Armand Membu run the 40 at the combine? He's the guy that was screaming and yelling, and now he's ours.
Love it.
Yep.
Let's see. Reminder, super chats of $10 or more count for double in our raffle, and all gifted memberships are double as well. We're giving away a Joe Namath jersey, Justin Fields helmet, Aaron Glenn helmet, Curtis Martin signed helmet, the Brickashaw helmet, Jermaine Johnson autographed jersey, Aaron Glenn signed photo, all that and more up for grabs this Monday on the show. Let's squeeze in a couple more calls right now. We haven't heard from this guy in quite a while. Let's say hello to a good friend. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time to head to the lair where we check in with a man known as Beastbreaker.
Beastbreaker 666. He's the man who would kick your ass, and then he's gabagool.
Beast, you up? Beast. Beast, you there? Beast, going once. All right, Beast, see ya.
You get the out.
Man, no Beast.
Legendary call. That was a great call.
I was gonna say there's no official hole in the ceiling, so Beastbreaker did not fall through. I was
wondering. Yeah, we thought Beast was living above Dylan earlier when there was like a loud noise coming from the Tereman household. We don't have Beastbreaker, but we do have Indy Jets. What's up, Indy? Thoughts on the Jets draft so far? Unmute your mic so we can hear those said thoughts.
Hey, there we go. It's working now. Yeah, Buffalo. It's good to see you, Dylan. You know, before I even give you that, you know, Dylan, I know you're in South Carolina too. So, you know, you could have just drove up here, and instead of me effing around with American Airlines, we could have just drove there, partied all night, and then drove back. You know,
that would have been fun, man. That would have been a great time.
Absolutely. I mean, you can't be but an hour away from me.
No, I'm in upstate South Carolina. So depending on where you are, I'm pretty, you know, I think Charleston is 4 hours from me, and I feel like that's like the furthest point. So we can get pretty quick in the Carolinas.
Yeah, I'm up in the Indian Land area, up by Rock Hill and all that area, just outside of
Oh,
Charlotte.
okay. Yeah.
But anyway, yeah, you know, it's been a while since I've seen Buffalo. You know, it's good.
He's a hard guy to get a hold of. He's a busy man.
Yeah.
Take vacations in draft season.
Yeah, I've been nocturnal recently, man. I'm probably gonna go on later tonight as well. But what's up, man? Good to see you.
It's good seeing you. You know, I like the Mason Taylor. I was sitting here reading the comps. You know, George Kittle when he was coming out of college, and he's got great fluidity. I think Mason Taylor's a little bit better wide receiver or better receiver, not as good of a blocker, but what they both shown in college was consistency. You know, the Brock Bowers thing, he had one great season, or not Brock Bowers, I'm sorry.
Warren,
yeah, Tyler Warren.
Yep.
Had the one great season, and we got to give him credit for that. But Taylor was just a consistent guy. He started as a true freshman, and was just a consistent guy. And I think that he's just gotten better. He's shown that he's gotten better each year. And I think that's great that's a great AG kind of player that he's willing to just each year he gets better and better. So, you know, if he's a 500, 600, 700 yard tight end, that's all we want. We don't need if we got a 1,200 yard tight end, that means the rest of the team is probably crap, like you know, the Raiders. But
yeah, I agree. Give him 600 to 700 yards as your pass catcher, 2 or 3 behind Garrett and maybe Brees or Garrett and whatever wide receiver you want to insert there. Josh Reynolds, Malachi Corley, one that hasn't been drafted yet. And then Mason Taylor as the third most productive pass catcher. I agree. I think that's optimal because you go Tyler Warren at 7 and all of a sudden he needs to be an 850 to 1,000+ yard receiver for you to feel vindicated that the pick made sense.
Yeah. So I think, Jake, you're right on this. I think this safety is probably the next pick, you know.
If you're just playing the board, some of the best players left could be
safeties.
I
mean, I believe Watt's still there, isn't he?
He is.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And maybe this is the round that Cleveland finally decides to take Sanders, too.
Winston's still there, too, right? Winston Jr.?
Yep.
So I'm looking at Connor's board. He's got second-round grades on Winston, Emanarori, and Watts. So 2 of those players could be there at 73.
And I think either one of those
is in, so
either one of those guys would be a good fit right into this system, you know, especially Watt. I think Watt is kind of the guy I would lean for, but you know, but either one of those guys I think would be a AG, you know, would fit into this. He'll make somebody fit into this system.
100%.
It's good to see you guys. Keep up,
Absolutely.
Keep it up. We'll stay on all night.
Andy, appreciate you, man.
Andy.
Sorry, Andy was supposed to come to our draft party yesterday, but his flight got canceled because there was like an issue with the plane, and the next scheduled flight was not till like 9. So he would have Bonesy's speech would have still been going on, but that would have been the only thing he would have seen if he made it to the party. Mickey writes in, do you think V-Man's pissed off they just honored America, not Puerto Rico? Probably. Good to see V-Man last night, man. He said about 7 words to people. He was stoned and being V-Man. It was great. Couple picks came through the pipeline. A couple of them were potential Jet targets. Maybe Darius Alexander, who I know Leger Duzable mocked to the Jets at 42 in a mock. He goes to the Giants with the first pick of the third round, 65 overall. And Ashton Gelati. I was never going to get that. Thank you. Louisville Edge. He goes to the Chiefs with their second pick. So right now we got Cleveland, the Raiders, New England, Jacksonville, New Orleans, Buffalo, and then us. We're the 9th pick of the third round, 73rd overall.
Let's go Shadur. One of these next 2 picks, man. Come on. Keep pushing good players down to us on the board. This is it's going not exactly, nobody could have predicted all of this, but it's going in a way that made sense to me, where they were going to prioritize these top positions, and you're still going to have good players of need when you get on the board. So this is very optimal for my philosophies with the draft.
Wouldn't Shador make sense here, right? The Browns haven't taken a quarterback yet, have they?
Yeah. This would make a lot of sense to me.
No, they didn't. They took Harold Fanning. Wow.
Okay.
Pick is just in. Harold Fanning Jr., tight end, Bowling Green, who I know a lot of Jet fans liked. I just have questions about the level of competition at Bowling Green, obviously, but I know he was highly regarded. Wow. I mean, the Browns have now passed on Shador, like 4 or 5 different times.
Yeah, at this point, they clearly are just not interested.
Yeah, they don't want
Right, exactly.
Yeah, I mean, they're not taking him. Wow.
Yeah, I'm pulling up their whole class right now, and I feel like it's a very good haul. Mason Graham, Carson Schlesinger, Quinshawn Judkins, and Harold Fannin. So,
have we ever seen this, by the way? This is a historic fall for a quarterback prospect. So think about it. He's Kuiper's #1 rated guy. He was the betting favorite throughout times this past college football season to be the #1 pick in the draft. We've had quarterbacks fall in the draft. Rodgers, Brady Quinn, Geno Smith. We've never had a quarterback that was thought to be potentially a top 5 pick gone, like for sure. And like we're in the 3rd round now, and this guy is still there. This is a historic level fall we're watching for Shador Sanders.
Yeah, I would say even last year, we obviously know 6 went in the top 12, and then the 7th one didn't come till 150, who was Spencer Rattler. Obviously, Spencer Rattler wasn't looked at like Shador Sanders. He was probably like a fringe 2 to 3 round grade for most people. So the slide was far, to 150. But if you're a projected #1 at your position, #5 overall, #10 overall, and you're sliding out of potentially the top 75, it looks like potentially top 100. I know Vegas picks twice. They pick at 99. This is going to be tough. I mean, what happens when you get into day 3? Are we going to get another YouTube video from the Sanders household of why he wasn't picked on day 2? Like, where does it stop for Shador? There was a 26-minute video put out about his, I guess, draft experience and why he wasn't drafted in round 1. And I feel like any prospect who's, putting out a video about why they weren't drafted is doing it wrong, in my opinion. Like Luther Burden, he posted on his Instagram story at 12:45 in the morning that he was at the Missouri facility practicing and training because he wasn't a 1st-round pick. Meanwhile, Shador, puts his podcast content out. Not saying one's right or one's wrong, but like just a difference in how you approach not being taken in the 1st round.
I think it's his dad, man. I don't even think it's the kid. I think it's his dad, because if you take him and I don't know, if you take him and he's not starting, Deion's not going to be quiet about that. If you take him and he's struggling, or if you have to bench him like the Panthers do with Bryce Young, it's a factor that teams are going to consider, and it's not it's not on the player. But I don't know. Right. I mean, it looks like he's going to be on the board when the Jets pick. So
yeah. And I heard a rumor, not a rumor, but like
he's going to be there.
The hypotheses that potentially coaches are going to be scared of Shador because Deion might take their job. And I don't think Deion is going to be taking their job, but damn well he's going to be on Twitter saying, why the hell is Nathaniel Hackett using my son like that? This is not how he's played his entire career. I would know. I coached him his entire career. Like, I could see that happening more so than like a team saying, oh no, we have to fire our head coach to go sign our quarterback's dad to help him.
It's pretty crazy. I mean, and despite all that, if he was a great quarterback, teams wouldn't care. They would take him. But obviously, when you're comped to like Andy Dalton, and like a lot of people think you're more of like a 2nd round graded guy than anything else, then it's like all the extra stuff comes into place. And I think that's what we're seeing here. But this is a historic fall. Someone said, Will Levis fell. Will Levis was still picked at the top of the second round. Geno Smith was the first pick, I think, by the Jets in the second round that year. We're talking about a player that at one point was the betting favorite to go number 1 in this draft. And there was so much talk on all our shows. Well, the Jets are going to need to sign a legit quarterback because no way Sanders or Ward are making it to 7. And there's a chance that Sanders is now there at 73. So I don't think the Jets will take it, but take him. But this is a historic draft fall for a quarterback that was once thought to be a can't-miss number 1 pick in the draft.
I wonder if, with the ability of hindsight, how this would have affected free agency if a team said, hey, I know I can get this guy in this round instead. Maybe it would have changed their veteran quarterback plans. And perhaps the Jets might have been in that camp. I can't say for certain, but if I knew there was a possibility of Shadur Sanders in the 3rd round based on what I saw on film, which was, yes, a boring, high floor type of football, then I would consider not paying Fields $30 million guaranteed. So it is an interesting discussion with the hindsight element added to it. Vegas doesn't take him also. They take cornerback Darian Porter from Iowa State, an absolute freak of a cornerback. So, again, they pass on him, and he continues to wait.
And I have the pick for the Patriots at 69.
Nice. Oh, wow.
They've selected, Jet fans won't like this, Kyle Williams, wide receiver from Washington State.
That's
so
cool. And they got Travion Henderson earlier. Will freaking Campbell? Dude, I hate this. That's how you know it's a good draft. When opposing teams hate it, it's a good pick. That's why I hate Kenneth Grant to the Dolphins. Oh, man. I hate TJ Sanders to the Bills, but I hate everything the Patriots have done. Everything. God damn you, Mike Vrabel.
God damn you, Mike.
Is Jalen Noel still on the board? Jalen Noel?
He is, my guy.
Dude, Jalen Noel.
I saw your video. I'm so glad you put him above Higgins in your rankings because I feel like I'm on an island with this kid right now.
Dude, he's Tyler Lockett. I'm telling you, he is Tyler Lockett.
Yeah, that's kind of the comp I came to also. He is shifty as all hell. He knows how to manipulate zones. You were talking about Mason Taylor manipulating zones. I think he does the same type of thing. He's the type of guy that I prioritize.
In deep yards too. He can track. He's not a track speed guy, but he just gets open downfield, and his ball tracking ability is awesome. So he'd add a vertical threat to this offense, man.
Yeah, you get scared by seeing 5'10" and 2/8, 194 pounds, or whatever his measurables are. But I don't think you need the hulking 6'4" guy across from Garrett to win in this league, and that's why I was an advocate for also Matthew Golden if that was the route they wanted to go. So.
Yeah, people overrate that. You have to have one receiver who's this size, another receiver who's this size, like it's a basketball team. To some extent, you don't want a bunch of slot dudes, but you just need guys who can separate and catch the ball and have yak ability. Yeah, the Dolphins have 2 guys who are 5'7", and they cooked us the past 4 years in a row. So seems to work out.
Another wide receiver off the board to the Lions, Isaac Tesla. From Arkansas.
Wow. Okay.
We are getting
go that high.
Yeah, we are getting the run on wide receivers currently. So maybe the Jets back off and don't take a wide receiver at the end of the run, and they start a run at something else.
That guy was a 4th round grade on Connor Rogers' big board.
Yeah, it's a little higher than I thought. Big dude.
He was a Senior Bowl player, and I thought he was just okay. He has good speed. He ran a 4.43. Super fast agilities. He ran a 4.05 short shuttle, which looks to be the fastest amongst the wide receiver group. Pretty explosive at 6'3", 214. So he is a good blend of size and speed for the Lions here, which they like the explosive types as well at wide receiver. And I think AG is going to model his planning at the position kind of the same way.
Unreal. All right, Jets are up in just a couple of picks. Non-football note, Devin Williams, you suck. I speak on behalf of all Yankee fans with that one. Mickey with a super chat. I don't think any coach / GM that's worried about job security will draft Sanders because Deion will end up weaseling his way into the job. I think Deion is definitely a factor in this, 100%. Let's squeeze in a call or two before the Jets pick in just a few. Let's say hello to Jets Johnny. What's up, Johnny?
Yo, Jake, my brother. How you doing tonight, man?
What's up, man? What do you got for us?
Not much, not much. How you doing, Dylan, BJF? I don't think I've talked to you guys before. How y'all doing tonight?
Doing well, man. Nice
What's
to
going
meet
on,
you.
man?
All right, not much. I really like what we did in the second round. You know, I was a big Membu guy, so you know we solidified the line, and I really like Mason Taylor. His potential that he has. I felt like we definitely had to go with a pass catcher. There, a weapon, and I really like what Mason Taylor brings to the table. So I'm good there. I would really like to go defense. With this next pick here, I think we got a pretty big hole at safety and defensive tackle, and there's a couple of guys that I like there at both spots. What's his name from Penn State, Winston Jr. I think he'll be really good. I know he was injured and whatnot, but I think he could come in and help us out in the secondary there. But I just hope we get a good football player here, man, because it's a high pick, and like we've been saying the whole time. We got to try to get 3 starters with the first 3 picks, and I feel like we did that with the first 2. So I just hope we get a good guy here at 3.
100%. Yep. Good call, Johnny. Appreciate you. A lot of people talking about Noel here. Is that a guy in play for the Jets? I mean, we've talked about a bunch of these receivers.
Yeah.
Is Jalen Noel a guy at 73 you'd feel comfortable taking here, Dylan?
Yeah, it's pronounced Noel.
Jalen Noel.
But yeah, that's the guy that BJF and I were just talking about with the tracking and everything. Like he is pretty special. I turned on the film, like I said, this week, and I watched the duos. So the Iowa State, the TCU wide receiver duos, and I came away with the opinion that I would take the second guy with better value in the draft. I would take Savion Williams over Jack Besh a round later, and I would take Jalen Noel over Jaden Higgins a round later. So those were the thoughts that I came away with. Not to say I hated Besh or Higgins, but the value of their B receiver to me spoke more of like, hey, let's go get them in the 3rd or 4th round, and you can really attack better positions in rounds 1 or 2. So Noel is like almost a run the card up type of pick for me.
You got a pick?
It's the Jets pick. I'm not going to spoil it. I saw the Jets pick.
Oh, you saw it already?
You're on Twitter.
You gave us
This
an oh
guy.
wow. Oh no. I'm
They
avoiding
didn't even
Twitter.
announce the Saints or Bills picks in real
how
life.
far
That's
behind are we?
crazy.
You already know the Jets pick?
I do.
BJF was in the war room.
I can't even look at you.
I can't even look
I don't even want to look at you. You disgust me. Well, I mean, I have so many questions for you. You were like, oh,
yeah,
wow.
I know. Now it's like, fuck.
Now I'm thinking they took Shador Sanders, and I'm like, oh, no. Oh, no.
No, BJF would have crashed.
They
out
took
if
they took
Shador.
Shiloh Sanders. They're going to convert his brother to quarterback.
Oh, my goodness. Don't say it. No one.
I'm not. No, I will not. I will not do that. I hate when people do that. I will not spoil it.
No spoilers.
Yeah.
I'm
Someone
avoiding.
said Connor Hughes reported it. I'm not surprised.
Yeah, because they so the reason why these reporters have the picks early, someone's tipping them off that has access to the official NFL system where the picks are inputted. So, like, they're way ahead in the actual system than what we're seeing on TV because they have all these concocted pre-draft pick ceremonies for all these teams.
I'm not
I
disgusted,
swear,
Billy. I'm just surprised. I wasn't disgusted.
Okay.
I
surprised.
feel like Jordan Schultz yesterday was like 4 picks ahead of live television to the point where they probably had to be like, hey, man, like
Can you chill?
the Jets are not on the board. The Patriots are. Please stop. And
Well,
like, because all of a sudden,
Fox
it just
doesn't
stopped.
have the draft, though, so what does he care? Like, Schefter was told not to tip, tip picks. Rappaport, same thing. Schrager, same thing. Any rights holder, they tell you, hey, don't spoil the picks. But Connor Hughes works for SNY. He could spoil whatever if someone's going to feed him the picks from the system.
Yeah, that's a completely fair point.
All right, Vernon Broughton from Texas, the pick by the Saints, 71. We need the Buffalo pick, and then the Jets are on the clock, in theory only, because BJF knows the pick, and I'm trying to read his body language to figure out what he's talking about.
It's not someone that you're even thinking. I'm telling you.
Oh no!
Oh no!
They
that,
drafted a
doesn't,
punter?
that doesn't help.
No,
dude.
it's not
That doesn't-
bad. I don't think it's bad. I don't think
They
it's
took a
bad.
punter?
They did not take a punter.
Kicker?
Long snapper. Thomas Hennessy, you are no longer the longest tenured Jet.
If they took a
don't
long
slander
snapper,
our
I'm
boy.
pouring out this Hennessy in honor of our guy Thomas Hennessy.
Yeah, seriously. Do you know the Bills pick, or just the Jets?
He's got another Bills pick.
I just saw
You just saw
the tweet
Jets?
from
Okay.
Connor Hughes. I didn't even want to see it. I checked
Yeah.
Twitter, and he's like way ahead. He's been breaking a lot of picks though, so he's just
He actually
he's
just
one of the
tweeted
people
Mr.
in-
Irrelevant. Do you have that as well?
I'm getting the Jets UDFA signings right now, actually.
Who's the next Bryce
Shedeur
Huff?
Sanders, Mr.
It's Shedeur
Irrelevant?
Sanders. Yeah, he went undrafted and they signed him.
Oh boy.
All right, the Buffalo Bills are about to make their pick.
Yep, I see it on my screen now.
All right, Bills making
Oh, it's
their
our
pick.
boy, BJF. It's our
Landon
boy.
Jackson, Edge, Arkansas.
Hate when
Mr.
my
Bag Drill.
rivals get good players. And he's bald.
Mr. Bag Drill. Well, he's got alopecia. He's not bald. he's got no hair. He's got no eyebrows.
Yeah,
I'm not looking at the chat. If someone spoiled the pick to Boomtown, make sure you put them in timeout for 5 minutes. We don't want any picks spoiling here. We're gonna react in real time, all together.
Would you have been a fan of the Jets taking Landon Jackson, Buffalo?
Oh yeah, that was a good player.
Yeah,
and he could probably play inside a little bit too. He's a big athletic kid.
Did he not play this past year? Why are they only showing his 2023 stats on the screen? Was he hurt?
Was he injured?
No,
Landon
he's got
Jackson injury report. Look it up.
No, it says now 2024, but they just like highlighted his 2023 year in particular. I'm like, why not show?
No, because he's got he had 7 sacks last year. He played a full season.
Landon Jackson has a history of injuries, including 2 ACL tears and a recent neck injury during a game against Missouri. He was carted off the field and taken to a nearby hospital, though later released.
That's why he fell.
It doesn't say when he suffered the ACL injuries, but he suffered 2 of them. It doesn't say same leg, different leg, either way.
Here we go. Jets pick.
All right, let's go.
John Abraham. All right, putting my volume up.
All righty, let's go. Come on.
Come on. Give it to me, John Abraham. Give it to me. Give me the pick. Azarie Thomas, DB from Florida State, the pick by the New York Jets. Now,
hell yeah.
Is he a traditional corner, Dylan, or is he a hybrid, a safety? What are we getting here in this player, Thomas from Florida State? Initial reaction?
I would say more of a boundary guy. Like, this now makes me question what the hell are they going to do with their $12 million Brandon Stevens? Yep. Like, that actually makes me think that Brandon Stevens might be going back to free safety, which I love. I'm a fan of it. I know the pay, $12 million for your safety, but if you get a rookie starter across from Sauce on a rookie contract, yeah, I'm totally down with this. Above average man coverage grade on PFF, above average zone coverage grade as well. Didn't have any like egregiously bad games analytically based on PFF. Length 6'2", 198. So now you have big, long corners who are going to flip their hips and run with guys on the boundary. This is actually a really good pick for the Jets. He was a Senior Bowl guy, so I did get eyes on him. I'm going to have to look through my notes while BJF goes, but I remember being impressed with him so much that I was starting to mock corner at 42 to the Jets before Brandon Stevens.
Wow. BJF, your initial reaction, you saw the pick before anybody. Thanks to Connor Hughes spoiling it for you on Twitter.
Yeah, held that in too, dude.
Yeah, great job. Give us your thoughts, man. You've had to hold this in for like.
I better say something good. Not have all this time to simmer with it, right? So yeah, man. I mean, before the Jets signed Stevens, we were doing those way too early mock drafts. Guys like Trey Thomas and Azarie Thomas on day 2 were popular picks. Now, in terms of what he played at in college, I got his snap count up here. It was 600. It was like 90% of his snaps were at boundary corner, a little bit on the slot, a little bit in the box. They call this defensive line, but that just means he blitzed a couple times. So this is a boundary corner. And I'm with Dylan. I do think that, look, you have 3 corners who are under contract for at least 2 more years. So if it was like the Jets had DJ Reed on 1 more year left on his deal, okay, you take AZ Thomas, you sit him behind DJ Reed for 1 year, and then he starts the next year, pick 73, fine. But Stevens, 2-year deal. Sauce probably going to get an extension. Michael Carter, 2 more years on his deal. I don't know if you draft a player top 75 and you're planning for him to be a backup for 2 seasons. So to me, they have a vision for Stevens, Carter, Sauce, Thomas, and Cisco to be on the field at the same time. And if I had to guess, the guy who's played safety before is Stevens. He was actually better at safety, honestly, than he was at corner. I know he's still listed at corner on the Jets depth chart, but to me, man, they have a plan for this kid to be a starting contributor in their secondary, I would imagine.
It makes sense. I'm looking at the scouting report here from Connor Rogers on the big board. Long outside man cover corner that has stacked 2 really solid years of tape, will be 20 years old on draft night. While Thomas hasn't had the takeaways you'd hope for, he disrupts routes, competes at the catch point consistently. Second round graded player. So the Jets got good value here, at least based on Connor's assessment. And I think you guys are right. I think Stevens is one of our starting safeties now, and they'll play Thomas. And I'll say this, right? I think when it comes to cornerback, we got to give the head coach, Aaron Glenn, the benefit of the doubt that he knows how to evaluate that position, considering his background at that position, as we all know. So this is an interesting one. I did not think they'd go corner, but it makes a little sense if we're going to say, hey, our need at safety is not as much of a need as you think, because we're going to move Stevens to that spot. We think he's perfect to play that position.
Yep. 357 coverage snaps for Thomas, 17 receptions on 33 targets. So just over 50% completion percentage allowed, only 141 yards allowed in the air against him. Low ball production with 1 interception, 2 career interceptions. But again, there's a reason Sauce doesn't have the ball production and the picks, because nobody throws his way. So if that's the case and that's what was happening at Florida State, I can't confirm, but I'll know more when I watch the cut-ups tonight. This is an intriguing prospect because now you have 2 guys that can play basically on an island, and now you can be free-ranging with your guys on the back end, like the safeties and your slot. So this just allows you to play a different brand of football that we're used to. No more butts to the sidelines, dropping back in cover 3, not turning your goddamn head around to locate the freaking pass. I want to say the F word so bad because it makes me mad. I understand you don't train the technique to turn your head, but if you never turn your head, you're not going to pick the ball off. So let's hope that these press man corners are going to stay in the hip pocket of receivers and really come away with the football when given the opportunities. Man. And then real quick in my notes, sorry, the 2 notes I had from Azariah Thomas, and I think it's Azarie Thomas. Azarie, yeah. I had a double plus for coverage reps on the first day of practice in one-on-ones with a good pass breakup. And then on the second day in 11-on-11s, the first team defense won the day, which he was a part of, and he had a really good deep ball contested rep. So definitely a guy that I think could, fit the mold of what they want as far as a man-to-man corner. I'm excited to dig deeper on the film. I was mocking corner to the Jets at 42 pre-Brandon Stevens, and it was more of like the Savone Revels, who is still available, by the way. He had the ACL. So it is an intriguing pick, and he is not 21 years old yet either. He turns 21 on June the 6th, so him and Mason Taylor can enjoy whatever
crazy.
Cocktail
Membu just turned 21. We're gonna have the youngest team in the NFL once we cut Greg Zuerlein's ass.
Oh my God. Whatever cocktail has peanut butter as an ingredient, this is what the rookies should enjoy together.
Wow. For some additional notes here, Dom C's scouting report, 3rd rated corner, has a 1st or 2nd round grade on him. 4-star recruit from Niceville High School in Niceville, Florida, has 5 siblings, played wide receiver, running back, and defensive back in high school. Man, a lot to like. I know Ricky NY, Mr. Florida State himself, is going to love this pick. So shout out to you, Ricky, for getting another Seminole in the draft here. Big fella, I see hit the super chat, play Ricky's music.
That's drop tremendous. The theme song.
Drop it. Let me see where the Dom has him in his overall rankings here.
If I had to guess, Dom C would probably have him in the top
18th?
40.
18th overall player. Yeah. How about that? I mean,
I was going to say top 40, top 30 to be a little, I felt like it was a Dom C type of guy coming out of the Senior Bowl, spending those couple days with him and Jeremy. We definitely came away impressed.
I want to know why he dropped. I guess if there's such glowing reports on him from a bunch of people I really respect, why this guy fell to pick 73 of the 3rd round.
It seems like all the corners are dropping. I mean, Jahdae Barron was rumored in the top 10. He doesn't go till 20. I think the only one that went where he was supposed to was Travis Hunter. Even Maxwell Harrison was being mocked to the Packers at 23. He goes 30 to the Bills. And then you have a very large void before Will Johnson goes at 47, which I know BJF, you probably would have ran the card up for Will Johnson if given the chance. So I think we're just seeing an overall slippage of corners. Benjamin Morrison, 53rd overall to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. I think that one went under the radar. We didn't talk about that one too much. And then Trey Amos to the Commanders at 61. So yeah, they're all just kind of falling. Those were all second, maybe even fringe first round guys for a lot of people in the consensus with their mocks. So I think corner is just not being prioritized right now, which is strange because you would almost consider it, or you would consider it a premium position based on the need to stop wide receivers.
I got to be honest. I think this guy's going to be pretty good. Just reading the background on him and like what Glenn wants. Like this guy is a physical press man corner. That tells me a couple things. One, we're blitzing a lot more this year, boys. And we're going to need our corners to be able to play press man and allow our rush to get home. And we're going to get Sauce way more one-on-one on an island, especially if you're about to pay this guy. Like I think I think there's a chance for this guy to be an impact player right away. I still think they need receivers tomorrow, and there's some other needs for sure. And if they took a safety here, I'd understand. But the more I read about this pick, the more I'm encouraged by what they're doing. And I do think Stevens could be our safety. I do think you guys are onto something with that theory.
Yeah, I think that's got to be the move, I would imagine.
Unreal. All right, let's take some calls, some reaction here to this pick. If you're one of the, how many people we got live right now? 950 people in here.
Let's go.
Click that like button, subscribe to the channel. If you're a Jet fan who hasn't been paying attention till tonight, we got a raffle going right now. So if you gift your fellow Asmaniac a channel membership, you're in for a chance to win a signed Aaron Glenn photo, Jermaine Johnson jersey, DeBrickashaw Ferguson signed helmet, Curtis Martin signed helmet, Aaron Glenn signed helmet, Justin Fields signed helmet, and a Joe Willie Namath signed jersey. More of your calls right now. Let's break it down. Barbarossa starts us off this segment. Barbarossa, how we feeling about the Jets draft tonight? Mason Taylor and Thomas, the corner from Florida State, the two picks in round 2 and 3.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't feel good when the Buffalo Jet fan said, "Oh shit" or whatever. But
I'm sorry,
I feel
man.
better now.
I was just surprised.
No, it's all good. It's not your fault, man. It's all good. It's all good. Also, I went to school in Buffalo, so it's props to you for living there when the Bills don't suck. Because I went to school there when they did, and it was very easy. It was great, actually. It was great watching them blow like 25-point leads while I was eating dinner was just the cherry on top of the sundae of going to school there. But I'm happy with what they did. I really am. As soon as they picked that and you guys were talking about it, I'm like, we're gonna have a ball hawking more secondary, and we are gonna blitz. Like we are. It's gonna look more like Rex Ryan's defense. I feel like just with the secondary, and we're gonna have guys that are just kind of like alone, and you got to get to the quarterback fast, and hopefully WMD and JJ can make steps and like come back from their injuries. We need somebody in the middle. We need somebody defensive tackle, and at this point, it's probably a guy that we need to develop, which is tough. So I would just go for a wide receiver. I would go for a wide receiver in the 4th round. Maybe somebody that can make more of an impact right away. But that's what I'd want starting tomorrow. Because a couple of the good wide receivers that we were looking at, they got picked, and that's tough. But that's my thoughts.
I love it. Good call, Barbarossa, and cheers, man. Appreciate your support. And I know you did a number on the Jet Fuel green beer at the party last night. So
I had a couple. I had a couple of them. Yeah, they were good. They were good,
your
man.
Tongue was green.
It was good. It wasn't the only green I was enjoying that night either. So it was a good time, man.
It never can be, right?
No. Are there if later on? I don't know how many, but I want to do like a really good cheers with anybody that wants to. If that's all right with you, Jake.
I love it. Call back, Barbarossa. We'll make it happen. All right, more of your calls right now, ladies and gentlemen. Steady Eddie, Edward Zip is on the line. Edward, what do you make of the picks tonight?
Not bad. Hold on, let me turn the TV down. I was watching the draft, and I don't want to interfere.
There's a draft
How you
on
guys
tonight?
doing?
We're good, man. What's going on?
Well, I was a little bit surprised at the picks. I mean, they were good picks, though. I really thought that they were going to go with a wide receiver in round 2. But the tight end that they got is pretty good. So, I mean, he set all records at LSU, and that's a really good program. So, I have learned that through watching the draft the last few years that I really don't know as much as these football guys do. So I just, hope and pray that everything works out. And this kid that they just drafted, this Azari Thomas, I think his name is Azaria Thomas, 6'2", 200 pounds. Another big, tall, lanky guy. He's a cover corner. He's good at man to man. So yeah, I mean, what the heck? My biggest thing is I'd like them to kind of like use those 2 5ths and 6ths and maybe kind of trade up and get one more pick in the 3rd round, or try to get an extra 4th rounder tomorrow. I want to see them I want to see a little bit of aggression. Because I guarantee you, I mean, rest his football soul, but Joe Douglas would have probably traded up at least one time, because he enjoyed doing that stuff. And that's one of the things I miss. I like the way Joe Douglas would, Trader Joe.
We like the trades until it's Denzel Mims and Malachi Corley,
Yeah, right.
Well, hey, Denzel Mims, I think it was partly on him and partly on the fact that if the guy is good at one thing and he's not learning the whole playbook, but, you put him in the game, and if you tell him, run out to the Buick and then go left, and if he's good at doing that and he catches the ball, then just let him play. You gotta let these kids play too. You gotta give them the confidence. They had a bad habit of burying guys that got in their doghouse, and they just wasted it. Like Malachi Corley. Yeah, so he dropped the ball like on the 1-inch line, and then it rolled in and all that shit. Okay. Jim Marshall, one of the greatest football players in NFL history, ran 70 yards the wrong way and scored a safety. So, I mean, come on. Shit happens, man. It's football, man. It's football. He's a rookie. He thought he was getting his first touchdown. He just threw the ball up too fast. I mean, it happens. And I guarantee you, he will never, ever, ever do that again. Ever. That'll never happen to Malachi Corley again. Ever.
And hopefully we never hear from the coaching staff that he doesn't know the X, the Z, the F, the Y, the H-back role, so we can't, put him on the field. And instead we have to watch the ghost of Alan Lazard and Xavier Gibson.
Yeah, they're going to let Alan Lazard drop, like 17 third down, first down conversion passes, but they wouldn't put Mims in. They wouldn't put Corley in. I mean, you cannot draft these guys and waste them. You just can't do it. Even if you don't really like them, you play them a little bit. If they don't work out, then that's fine. But if they do work out and you still don't like them, at least you can trade them.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it just lets these guys rot in the pine. Yeah, that's no way to, these guys were always probably elite their whole lives. They were elite in Pee Wee, elite in high school, elite in college. They made it to the NFL, and then they treat them like they're garbage. And that's just not the way to do it. And I think the biggest problem and the reason Joe Douglas is not still the GM of the Jets is because the biggest mistake he made was the coaching staff, and that killed him.
Well, it all started with Zach Wilson.
Getting rid of JFM. Getting rid of JFM was his biggest. I think that was one of his biggest blunders.
It was. We didn't know it at the time, but that the anniversary of that trade is basically tomorrow, right? It was in the middle of day 3 last year, and I mean, it was in hindsight. I mean, I think we thought it was a bad move then, but I don't think we truly realized just how devastating it was, because then they lost Jermaine Johnson, who did a lot of what JFM was good at in the run and being the set the edge guy and being a fundamentally sound dude, and it all fell apart last year, 100%.
I remember Joe Douglas used to say something when he would like draft a player that everyone thought they had a wealth of talent at. And he said, you're one injury away from a luxury pick being a necessity pick.
Mm-hmm.
So,
100%.
So I liked it. So I like this pick of this DB. I mean, we signed a guy in the offseason who's supposedly pretty decent. I mean, he's not as good as DJ Reed, but he's not ham and egger. I think the offensive line might be pretty good and set. And I was talking to Boy Green earlier today, and I mentioned to him that not only do we have a really solid offensive line now, but we have maybe for the first time some really solid O-line depth. I mean, we got that center who was a starter for 3 years at Green Bay. We have this other kid at tackle who was a starter for 2-3 years. So it's like we have a really good second team offensive line now. We have stupid good depth with a lot multi-year starting experience. So I think maybe, and you still can't tell 100% because the NFL has 100% injury rate. But I think we may have a bulletproof offensive line this year if everybody stays relatively healthy. So
100%. Yeah. I mean, look, health being the biggest thing, Edward, but I mean, I said it to these guys earlier. To me, on paper, it's the best offensive line they're going to put on the field since 2010, easily.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, every summer, Jet Nation, we do the positional rankings for the division, and we stack them up 1 through 4. And offensive line this year is probably going to be in the conversation for the Jets to get I know the Bills do have a good offensive line, but maybe they're the second best offensive line. We know Miami's not, and we know New England's not. So it's kind of a 2-person race in the division. But even then you expand it outside that to the conference, and now you start stacking it up with the conference. And I feel like there's a lot of offensive lines in this league that I would not take over the Jets. And I understand a lot of it is projection still, but it looks good on paper. And I officially need to do the reverse of you, Jake Asman, and move to Houston and cover the Texans because they just got Jalen Noel. They got Jaden Higgins in round 2, and then they come back and get Jalen Noel in round 3. So they have just a wealth of wide receivers with Nico Collins and Tank Dell and I think they even have Xavier Hutchinson, who is an Iowa State wide receiver on their team too. So this is just kind of funny. It's almost like a bit that they're doing, but they do get another good wide receiver here for the Texans.
So the Jets could have had him. They passed on him. The Texans obviously are stacking receivers tonight from Iowa State. I think Tank Dell's going to miss most, if not all, of next year, though, with that injury. So I think that's part of the reason why they were ultra aggressive at receiver tonight. And they've also added, 2 linemen tonight, too, because they traded out of round 1 to get extra picks. And then they had extra picks this year because they got some picks from the Commies and the Tunsil deal, I believe. So Houston had a lot of picks tonight. So they're the stars of night 2 as far as the amount of draft capital they had. A couple picks are left we're in the 80s already here of the round. So we're at pick 80 was Justin Wally, the corner from Minnesota. So another corner off the board. Bengals about to make their selection here. That's pick 81. That's the 17th pick of the 3rd round. Pick 102 is the final pick of round 3 for some context here. And that's the Jaguars who have the final pick of the round. So we're about halfway through round 3 here with the Jets, of course, already making their pick. Could you see the Jets trading back in? I'm just thinking aloud here. Look at their pick allotment here. They have pick 109, pick 146, pick 157. Could they use any of these picks to get back into the 3rd round for a particular player?
Yeah, I'm going to look up the trade value chart and see exactly what some of these picks, if you couple them together, would be worth. I was going to say Indianapolis wins for first player off the board that I truly have 0 notes on, and Justin Wally, the corner from Minnesota. So the Colts win at pick 80. And I remember a couple years ago, the Ravens were the team that did this to me late in the 3rd round with one of their compensatory picks. And it was a cornerback from Southern Methodist University by the name of Brandon Stevens. So these 3rd round corners, that's where I seem to get the hiccup of that's the first name that's not, familiar to me.
That's got to be wild. You're like, huh? Who? Love it.
Yeah.
Tyler wants to know your opinion, Dylan, on Aero Manor, 295 yards versus Colorado. That late night game had that dog in them. Would love for the Jets to pick him up in the 4th.
So just earlier today, I went and I wanted to watch one wide receiver to refresh myself and one tight end to refresh myself. I watched Mason Taylor, which was very clutch. And then I watched Alec Aomanor versus Notre Dame. And on the first rep, he was willing to block on the perimeter on a backside concept. It wasn't the run wasn't coming to his side, but he played through the whistle, blocked through the whistle. Physicality in the run game was evident with him. I think he's physical after the catch, and he'll always like fight for those extra yards. He had good foot. I don't know what to call it necessarily, but I guess footwork on his out route. He ran a short out, and I thought he gained good separation, a good double move on the boundary, which the quarterback play was awful at Stanford. I don't know his name. I think it's Daniels. He's just, I don't want to like be, shit on a guy, but like when you win that easy on the double move and the guy throws it to the opposite shoulder 4 yards out of bounds, it's really hard to evaluate, but he cooked the guy on the double move. And then there was some blocking issues on a wide receiver screen that he took. The comp that I think I like the most for him is like a more, I guess, like a little bit more physical Michael Pittman, I think is one that I've kind of gravitated towards. And if you're telling me you can get a Michael Pittman type of player at the late 3, early 4 stage of the draft, I'm certainly on board with it. It's probably not going to turn out to be, that all pro like Amon-Ra St. Brown was, but you're kind of following that mold of the Lions here. And if I'm not mistaken, who was the third pick of their draft that year? Because I know somebody mentioned earlier that they're mimicking the Lions draft. I want to know if they took a DB in round 3 also that year.
What year?
What was it? Penei Sewell, 2021.
21
was that the Kirby Joseph year?
No, he's a little later because he just got paid.
But wouldn't that time up with him getting paid?
No, they took they took Melifonwu.
Okay, a DB.
Right.
So they went offensive tackle, tight end, DB, wide receiver. Is that what you're telling me?
They went Penei Sewell, then they took 2 defensive linemen in Anwazurike and McNeil. Then they took a DB, and then they took Amon-Ra.
Okay. Somebody in the chat said they took O-line round 1, tight end round 2. So I thought that the Laporta...
I think they're talking about when they took... Well, no, because even when they took Laporta, I don't know. We might be getting some...
Yeah, they were just mashing up 2 draft classes, and I thought it was the same
They took those positions at some point.
Yeah, I just thought it was literally all the same. I was like, there's no way the Jets are just like, okay, tackle round 1, whatever, tight end round 2, and then corner round 3, wide out round 4. But I mean, I can't argue with the strategy so far.
Hit the like button if you're tuning in. We'll get to more of your questions coming up. While those guys were breaking down the Lions draft class of 2021, I pulled some sound courtesy of SNY. This is the new corner of the New York Jets, Azarie Thomas of Florida State, talking about his new teammate, Sauce Gardner.
Like for you walking into a cornerback room with Sauce Gardner and, Brandon Stevens and so forth.
Yeah, man. I mean, like I said, man, it's going to be a blessing. Sauce is actually one of the guys that I've studied and watched. And so, like I said, it's just a blessing to be here. And it's crazy how everything just comes full circle. So,
Florida State, baby. Florida State to the Jets pipeline. He was teammates with Jermaine Johnson as well. I don't have the video of it, but he was asked about Jermaine. He said some nice things about him. So there's a relationship there. Derek wants to know, BGF, what wide receiver should we be looking at in the 4th?
So Jalen Royals is still there, and Dylan touched on Illuminor. So yeah, those are 2. I mean, there's Torrey Horton who played with Shedeur Sanders. Those would be the top 3 that I'm looking at right now. So one of them could still be there, man. And with Ty Felton too.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't dug into him, Dylan. Do you know much about Felton?
Speed. He's probably a day 3 guy. So yeah, 4th round, I guess, would fit that. But I would think a little bit later, like 5th, maybe 6th round. I was really excited if they attacked one of their 5th round picks with him. Yeah, that's. But he is a speed guy.
So I mean, either between receiver and look, I know it's not we might want. Well, now it's definitely not a need because secondary. But man, Winston and Watt still being there is pretty wild. Both of them.
Winston is not.
Did he go? Oh, I just refreshed my thing.
Just went.
Oh, he just disappeared off the tracker.
Yep. He goes to Tennessee, which is a great pick for them. I mean,
good for him. All right, I got to run though, gentlemen, but I appreciate it. It was good.
BJF.
Oh, hell yeah,
You're the man.
BJF.
I know you got a wedding tomorrow, man. Have a good time, all right?
Take care. Thank you. Have a good one.
Oh,
Ladies and
boy. Day 3 of the draft and a wedding?
Brutal.
That's tough.
Brutal. Glenn is speaking right now, so I'm just going to read some of the quotes from the beat reporters. Here's
that
Aaron
means they're
Glenn.
done, by the way. That means they're done. They're not trading.
I was
back
about
up
to
tonight.
say, typically, if you make the coach and GM speak, they're done because they're not going to go out there and speak and then make trades and come back in and then have to speak to the media again. They don't want to. So I'd imagine the Jets are done, but we're still going to continue this simulcast or megacast through the end of the third round. We're at the home stretch. Here's Aaron Glenn and Mason Taylor. Quote, I've been around a number of good tight ends, and I'll tell you, he's a smart man. His ability to block and be a receiving threat stands out on tape. Glenn raving about the ability to both block and be a receiving threat, thinks he can make an immediate impact. Glenn brought up the bloodlines when talking about, I just love that that's a thing, the bloodlines, when talking about Mason Taylor. Quote, to impart that knowledge and get those guys ahead of everyone else is something that stands out. Bloodline's not working for Shedeur Sanders, I would say to Aaron Glenn. That is not helping him.
Yeah, it's funny. It's like sometimes you covet the bloodline. Sometimes it's like maybe not so much. But like Deion's a Hall of Famer too, so it's like where does the discrepancies and the differentiators lie, right? But I like that he pointed to his high football IQ because that was something you read about with Connor's scouting report, I believe, where he said he was a very high football IQ player. So I am glad that the coaches are aware of that also, because if we get to like week 8 and they're like, oh, we didn't know that this guy could do those types of things like we're used to hearing with our old regimes, I would be pretty pissed off. So
comments, questions, super chats, cut the line. We will get back to your calls here, I promise, coming up. I also got some sound from Darren Muji, talking about the night. Glenn compared Thomas to Brian Branch in how his play speed is faster than his time speed. So the basic breakdown on why this guy fell the way he did is because he ran a slow 40. He had a 5.58 40-yard dash. He was asked about it when he spoke to the media. He said, quote, what happened. I'm not a 40 guy. I'm not a stat guy. I'm a film guy. If you cut on my tape, y'all going to see it. A 40 can say many things, but who I am is on the field. And Glenn basically echoed that with his assessment. So we'll find out, right? The Jets are obviously brand new at this new regime. Did they find a unheralded player that probably in some places was thought to be a first-round guy a few months ago, but because of his combine, his 40 time, he fell maybe further than some expected good value at 73. Is he someone that, they see something that other teams didn't because they see through his 40 time?
Yeah, absolutely. And that's why you can't put too much stock in one little drill. And I understand the 40 is so widely, publicly viewed, and it's like the first thing that everybody goes to, but it's almost like we're getting to like PFF range with 40 times. It's like, oh, he ran a bad 40. I can't like him, even though I love his film. When the film tells you all you need to know, the straight line speed for 40 yards one time when he ran it, like that doesn't tell me enough. Like if he can turn and flip his hips, like if he ran the 40, Jakes, hypothetically, and he backpedaled the first 7 yards of it, turned around and flipped his hips, and he looked good doing it, I don't care what the time says. That's what I care about with corners is the hip fluidity, the foot technique, the ability to press and jam at the line of scrimmage, all things that a 40 time isn't going to tell me. So there's times where you can put stock into it and there's times where you can't, but you got to let the film be the differentiator between everything else.
So I have some more sound for us to react to here. This is Darren Muji talking about night 2 as Jets GM in his first ever draft.
Night went well. Unfolded kind of how we expected. Starting off with Mason Taylor, tight end we've had our eye on, thinking come in and really help us on offense. Young, athletic, really good ball skills, instinctive, has versatility. And then A.Z. Thomas, another long, athletic, talented press corner, play physical, young, still development there, will come in, add good depth at a premium position. So stuck to the board and feel really good about it.
All right, we could call him A.Z. Thomas. Thank God.
I love it.
There's no way I was going to be able to pronounce this guy's name. Azarie Thomas. You're now A.Z. Thomas. That's what Mooj called you, and that works for me. That's what I'm now calling him too.
Yep, and I like his reasoning. They stuck to their board and they took a guy who they felt was sliding at a premium position. You are now justified, in my opinion, on taking a pick that might have strayed a little bit off the beaten path or the norm chalk pick. So to me, it shows they have a plan and they're ready to execute it. Do you think Glenn and Mooj shared pictures before they showed up to One Jets Drive about what suit color they were wearing? Because they were about one shade off.
They're matching. Yeah, they're.
Dude, there's so many times I come on podcasts with like you or Buffalo or anybody really, and I'm like, please don't be wearing the same shirt or hat as me. Like, I want to be able to change. So, like, if I showed up to draft night and I'm wearing the same thing as my counterpart, I'm changing. I'm going home changing.
Man, they do look good though. I will say we have a very handsome GM and coach combo there.
I like the no tie look too. Like, let's just, we're unbuttoned.
Night two.
It's not, it's night two. The hair's let down a little bit. We don't know what's in the cup.
Are they wearing jet polos tomorrow? Like really going casual for the last day,
Oh yeah, that's what it is. Yeah, and honestly, day 3 is going to be my favorite from the content perspective because that's when they give the scouts the phone to talk to the prospects. And I want to say his name is Andy Davis, one of the scouts for the Jets. I can pull it up. I met him in the airport leaving Mobile, and he like came up to me and talked to me about like, cause I had my jet skier on and we were talking and we talked about a couple quarterbacks. Actually, Jordan Travis was one of the ones that we talked about. But he got to make the phone call on day 3 to one of their picks. I think it was to Quantez. And I thought it was so cool to, for him to have that moment too. So it is cool to see the guys who work all 12 months throughout the season scouting these guys and really get to make the phone call.
Here's more from Glenn. This is Glenn being asked about the new tight end. And by the way, Muji said can make an impact on our offense right away. Mason Taylor's their starting tight end until proven otherwise. That's how I read it. Here's Aaron Glenn talking about Mason Taylor.
With tight ends, it seems like it takes them a little bit longer to develop before they can contribute right away, right, for a number of reasons. Is Taylor someone you guys think could day one be like a real contributor for you guys in the regular season?
Listen, I've been around a number of good tight ends, and I don't know if that statement I agree with totally because of the tight ends I've been around. But I tell you, he's a smart man. I mean, the bloodlines of him understanding football, I mean, that stands out. And his ability to block and be a receiving threat is something that stood out on tape. So he's going to come in, he's going to compete, and I think he's going to do a good job for us.
The bloodlines. Yeah.
Hell yeah, man.
The bloodlines. Mason Taylor, baby. Your dad might be known for being a Hall of Fame Dolphin player, but I'm sorry, kid. When you were 5 years old, your only football memories of your dad playing, he was a Jets. Jets.
Love it, man. Yep, this is Peter in the comments. I look tired. I'm a lot of things, Peter, man. I'm a lot of things right now.
Dylan, I give you credit, man. I told you we were in this for the long haul. I mean, I do this every day, like these long shows.
You got the stamina. You got the endurance for this.
I
was up at 5, 5:45, ready to go to work. I had to finish the job out, and then we got out at probably like 1:30. I thought I was going to get a nap in. That didn't quite happen, and then I went on the next gen Jets. And I had to get a little Jake Asman pregame warm up in. So yeah, we're going on. We'll probably be doing about 5.5 hours of podcasting tonight. So definitely a new PR for your boy.
Hell yeah, let's go. Everyone give some love to Dylan. I'm paying him, but the more super chats and gift memberships we get, the more money I could put on Dylan's plate for his efforts tonight.
Wait,
John
y'all
writes
getting paid for this?
That's right, baby. You're getting paid big bucks. You guys get paid. Why are they doing pressers? Get on the phone and trade back into the third round. They're doing pressers because they're not going to do that. That's what
they're not.
It's actually the opposite. They're done. They're not trading any of their future picks. They're going to go in tonight or day 3, ready to roll. Breaking news: Beastbreaker says, "I'm also tired. My body is overcooked." Were you trying to eat yourself tonight, Beast? When you say overcooked, was he like cooking himself?
Yeah, that's very strange.
Right now, we're getting some gabagool. If you really want some gabagool, you got to come get the gabagool. Catch you later.
Beast, talk to me.
I just woke up like 15 minutes ago, and now my body's still way overcooked.
When you say overcooked, were you like cooking yourself on a stovetop in a campfire? What do you mean?
Right.
Medium rare or rare?
Rare is more like it. I like it rare. Rare the better. Plus, I'm also watching the Sean Hannity at the moment just before going to sleep.
What
And
about the
after that,
draft? What about the draft picks?
these draft picks, very good. B minus.
Hey,
Very
Beast, who'd
strong.
we take tonight? Who'd we draft? Which pick was your favorite?
We got some good draft picks. I'm trying to catch up on all this because I just woke up.
Which one? Which one was your favorite? Give me a name.
The guy from Florida State. You got that one guy from Florida State. I was like, nice call. Good.
Yeah.
I'm like, what? Once I heard it when I'm in the bathroom, I'm like, what the hell? Florida State. Nice pick. Very good. Now, to Jesus, we need more good draft picks. Please get some good ones. Nice, fresh, good ones. Right off the market. Anything that comes off the market and it's fresh, take it. If it's not good enough, you know where it goes? Back. Goes back to the line like everybody else. That's the way it rolls and that's the way it goes.
Hey, Beast.
Not worth it. Still touch.
Speaking of fresh.
Would you silence or should I do one of these?
Beast, thank you very much.
Elite caller every time.
You want to
wonder
lead?
how little Joey's doing today.
Yeah, how's little Joey, Beast? You get call back.
He said
with little
overcooked,
Joey.
and I got scared. I was like, "Oh no, not little Joey."
Yeah, I thought he was eating his guinea pig. I was a little worried as well.
Yeah, he traveled to Peru real quick.
Beast, if you want to run the 40 for us, by the way, I'd be happy to put you back on.
Oh, here we go. So we were talking about a couple of these guys that just went. Jamari Caldwell, defensive tackle, goes to the Chargers. I really liked him. We talked about him with Nick Shine a little bit. And then Savion Williams, the athletic freak, goes to the Green Bay Packers. So the Packers
wide receivers for Green Bay. Wow.
Not only do they get one in the first round, but they double dip into the third round. So that's intriguing considering they have, Jaden Reed, Bo Melton, Christian Watson, Romeo Dobbs, Dontavian Wicks. Like they have receivers. So it'll be interesting. Like I would throw the Packers a day 3 pick for like Romeo Dobbs. I don't think it's on the board, but he was like a 4th or 5th round pick. And I would throw a 3rd round pick to, kick the tires on a veteran like him. So it'll be interesting. We got a comment that says none of these guys they don't have many guys under contract. That comes in from Kevin. So perhaps they're just looking towards the future. That's what the Packers seem to do a lot. And now they get the athletic freak in Savion Williams.
Hit the like button, comments, questions, super chats. We'll cut the line. I'm going to work on getting some more sound and some quotes from Aaron Glenn and Darren Muji. We played you a couple cuts so far. They're currently speaking with the Jets beat reporters, which pretty much signals the Jets are done with their picks for tonight. There will not be a trade back up into round 3. They'll continue tomorrow in all likelihood with round 4. Let's say hello right now on the Gus Buster Umbrella Hotline to one of the all-time greats.
Hi, how are you? Bruce Hall. That's good. Okay.
Hey, Lane, what do you think of the picks tonight?
Great. I thought they were going to get like Mason Graham. Look, I'm wearing my Jets, sir.
You're wearing your Lane Train Jets jersey?
Yes. And I actually did put in the chat my, thing because I really like to meet you. And
I would love to meet you too, Lane. You're always invited to our draft events and any
too bad
watch party.
I couldn't, I should have been there, but you know what? Who knows? Maybe we'll have something in Nassau, Nassau County. We could do something in the
How
summer.
about we do a show from your house? What if we do a show from the backyard?
Yeah. Anyway, it's good that you had Nick sign on. Honestly, we should have gotten Mike Green tonight, but we didn't.
We did not. No.
The Ravens got him.
Honestly, okay. Dylan. Anyway, so how do you feel about last night that the Jets did not get Taylor?
Tyler Warren.
Yeah.
I was okay. I was happy with the pick. I prioritized offensive line over tight end. Although I didn't have either of those guys ranked higher than Dixon Hole. I thought that was an egregious overstep to not take Dixon. So I mean, for me, it was a good pick. Maybe not the
Why
best
do
pick
you
they could have
think?
made, but I liked Membu for sure.
Yeah, because I mean, I'm happy that they got Membu actually,
Yeah.
and they got 2 more players, and then the other teams traded up. I mean, I'm surprised that the Giants got another player in the draft.
Yeah, I
Well,
think they have
typically
3
teams.
players now.
Yeah, typically teams pick players this time of year in the draft.
Wait, who else did we get tonight in the round tonight?
Clyde Midia.
Yeah, I think honestly, I think Clyde Media and the other one also they picked up.
Dixon
I
Hall.
think they're gonna do good.
I think so too.
Actually. Oh, and
They
it's
could
funny
be a
about
really
the
dangerous
whole
duo. Yeah.
yeah. Oh, it's funny about the peanut butter and Gary has what that kid put his head in peanut butter. Okay, I'll do it also. Look, I'm being silly
Wait,
now.
you're saying Gary put his head in peanut butter? Yeah,
I'll
put your
put
hair
my
like
head in
Gary's
the-
hair. Go ahead.
Yeah, look, this is no, but his hair. Oh, hi, Gary.
It looks good. Hey, what up, Lane? How are you?
Oh, hi, Gary.
I put a whole thing of peanut butter in my hair, actually. I'll look good for tomorrow.
Wayne, I love
Peanut butter
seeing
in
you
your hair
happy,
might not
man.
be a bad thing. It might not be a bad thing.
Yeah.
Get peanut butter in
Yes,
your hair.
Gary. Yeah, I know. So, did you go last night or not? Did you go to the draft party?
I was in there. No, I'm in Texas. I couldn't
Yeah,
make it.
I thought I was gonna go also, but I heard that Indy Jets flight got canceled, so he couldn't make it.
Yeah, he couldn't make it. He actually was protesting, though. I found out he was so
I
upset that
heard
you weren't
about
going to be
it.
there, Lane, that he lied and said his flight got canceled, but he was just upset you weren't going to be there.
Is it because like he I don't know. I mean, I know that Carly went last night to the draft party, and same as Jay Graves and
Yeah.
Mimosa. I saw it last night.
We had a lot of lovely ladies, to quote Charles Gorman, at the party last night.
Yeah, I mean, it's good that you had Charles Gorman on upstairs with Fireman Ed screaming from the top. Oh, can I see the video again of him screaming?
You want the video of Fireman Ed? All right, Lane. I'm gonna let you make some requests here. I'm gonna play you out properly.
I got just the guy to get us going tonight.
Yeah, baby. Thanks again to everyone who came out last night to our draft party. I got more from Aaron Glenn here. I don't have the full context of the cut. I'm just basing it off what the Jets themselves posted, which the caption was combine speed versus play speed. I'm assuming this is about what we were talking about with Thomas's 40 time being slow, and that's why he fell. And Aaron Glenn not seemingly caring about that. Here's AG on, I think, that very topic.
Man, I really start to look at play speed a little bit more than just time speed. And I have a guy last year in Brian Branch. I think he ran like a 4.58 also, but his play speed was like 4.3. And I think everyone knows the way that he played. So just looking at the player and see how they play on the field, like that's more enticing to me than watching a guy run in underwear at the combine. So football is football, and he plays the brand that we want to play. He's a big physical man, and I'm looking forward to him getting up here and be able to take what he did at Florida State and bring it to us, because that's how we play.
Is that play speed?
Hell yeah. I love it.
Hell yeah,
I'm
man.
in.
And he's right. Brian Branch did run a 4.58, but he was also 5'11. And AZ Thomas is listed at 6'2 on PFF. They have him from the combine, as I pull it up here, 6'1 and a half, 197. So you're talking about a couple inches bigger, running the same type of speed. I'm with it, man. I think this is going to be a pick that we look back on and we feel pretty good about it relatively quickly, too. I don't think it's going to be one of those things where 3 years in, we're still kind of questioning what kind of player AZ is. So I'm actually really excited about this one. Excited to dig into the film, too, because I want to see more about this press man stuff that they keep talking about.
Yeah. You know what? I do wonder what it means for guys on the bottom roster in that room, though. Like, is Quantez Stiggers playing for a job? JBC playing for a job on this team this summer?
Yeah, he can move to safety, JBC. They could do the thing again where they move him back to safety. One more thing. AZ Thomas, sixth largest wingspan of the cornerback group at the combine at 78 inches. and the leader in the clubhouse was 80 and an eighth. So you're only talking about 2 1/8 inches shorter than the largest wingspan in the group. So this is a long, long corner. I think that's going to be the first thing that pops out to people. 10-inch hands also. Please just get your big mitts on the damn football and take it away. Give Justin Fields and the offense as many opportunities to score as you can.
Shedeur Sanders still on the board. Kind of crazy. This is one of the all-time great draft slides. I actually feel bad for him at this point. Like, this is just crazy. And once again, we've seen guys fall out of the first round. We've seen guys slide. We've never seen a guy that everyone thought was a top 5 pick no matter what. At one point was the betting favorite in the offseason to go number 1 overall. He is sliding out of potentially the 3rd round. Now I'm looking at future picks here because I'm fascinated by this. The Raiders have pick 98 and pick 99 of this round. So there's 102 picks in round 3. This would be late 3rd round, the 34th and 35th pick of the round. Raiders at 98, 99. If they don't take Sanders there, when is he ever getting drafted? Like, that's crazy talk. Like, they need a quarterback.
Yeah, I truly don't understand it. Maybe there's something that'll come out that none of us are alerted to. I don't get it. It's actually, like you said, you start to feel bad for the guy because, I mean, this is maybe why he didn't get invited to the combine or didn't accept a combine invite or a draft invite, because it would have been Aaron Rodgers. Every pick, they're looking at Aaron Rodgers' table and seeing if he's on the phone with a team ready to draft him. They didn't do it with Jalen Milroe because although he was there, it didn't seem like Jalen Milroe was, it would have been a surprise if he was a 1st-round pick. But this is what would have happened to Shedeur. It would have been the cameras on him every time. And it's just unfortunate that he's sliding. But something has to be going on behind the scenes that maybe is more of a red flag that we weren't alerted to. Like maybe Dion is a huge problem in this whole situation, or it's something else. But I feel like just based on the talent alone, he should have been the pick probably at least 25 picks ago.
Rappaport apparently said on the broadcast that Dylan Gabriel might go ahead of Sanders, according to a big fellow who has NFL Network on. Crazy, man. Crazy. We're going to get to more of your calls coming up here. Shoot shout out to Obeans who says, "Hey, Jake, I've been able to watch the show. I got a new job, but glad to see you're still rolling, man. You always do. You do
due diligence.
Appreciate it. Thank you, Obeans.
Due diligence. Wow.
Due diligence. That was a good interpretation by it. That was like a Lane Train impersonation.
That was great.
Interpretation.
I love the spelling of that. We should put that on a shirt.
That was tremendous. Hit the like button
on the new job, by the way, for the commenter. We believe in achievement around here.
Amen. Amen. We heard from Briga earlier. He approves of the Membu pick. I don't know how he feels about these last two. Please click the like button if you're watching this right now. Subscribe to the channel and follow Dylan on Twitter at D Tereman. You can check him out on Jet Nation Live. You can check him out on this show every Tuesday. He joins Buffalo Jet Fan, I believe, every Monday. Is that right?
Monday night. Yep.
Yep. So we are making it happen here. What we're going to do, Dylan, is because I can see it. You need a bathroom break like I need a bathroom break. So we'll take a quick 3-minute. Do I know my guy or what? We'll take a quick 3-minute break. We're going on almost hour number 4 of our live show. We come back. We'll hit the calls hard. We'll get you some more Glenn and Muji quotes on anything notable that they said. And we're in the home stretch of our megacast here. Hit the like button. Get the membership if you want a chance to win any of these raffle prizes you see on the screen. Namath prize, Fields, Glenn, Martin, DeBrick, Jermaine, A. Glenn signed photo. We got it all. So gift away while we relieve ourselves. We'll be back with more. It's the Jake Asman Megacast featuring Dylan Tereman here on night 2 of the NFL draft.
So anyway, how do you feel about Mila McCauley?
Who?
Mila McCauley.
I think good. I think I feel confident about him going into the season.
All right, thank you.
Lane, thank you.
You're welcome.
Ricky NY is up next. Hello, Ricky.
Okay, did you lose me?
What's up, Ricky?
At any rate, I will be calling back soon with different Wi-Fi.
You're the man, Ricky.
Gator, I need an intro, buddy. A cool intro, please.
Gator did write in something, though. Searching for an angle for you, Rob. Need you to be a little more off the rails.
I can get off the rail if he wants. Gator, give me an intro. I need an intro, Gator. Don't let me go looking for you. Do you want some of this? How's that, Gator?
That might work, Rob. There might be something there. I'm not going to tell Gator how to do his job. That's like telling Picasso how to paint. Gator wrote he just shit himself, so you got that, Rob. Maybe you'll have an intro. I don't know.
Maybe Gator will make you an open if you weren't so cheap with your super chats.
All right, fine. Here, how do you dollars? Push, this is what it's all about, right? Mother effing goddamn super chats.
How do you feel about your matchup with Charles Gorman?
Oh, looks like a cartoon thing. He has good moves. How do you feel about this whole Dazan Reddick news?
I think Dazan should show up to training camp immediately, Lane.
I don't think we're going to win the Super Bowl without him. I look like V-Man in the bed right now. Moving along.
Thank you for the call today.
You're welcome.
Ladies and gentlemen, joining us right now is an absolute legend and someone that fans of the Bobby Midnight program know oh so well.
She's from Australia, the golden blonde beauty. Can't live without her, that girl makes me freaky. Sarah the angel is everyone's sweetie. If she dumps her husband, I'll be her next beefy. Sarah.
Good morning.
Good morning, Sarah. Now, I have a surprise for you.
Oh,
Ladies and gentlemen, joining us right now is Sarah's coworker, Craig, also in Australia. Craig sent me a photo here, and full disclosure, I haven't seen it myself yet. I'm just uploading it now, so I'm going to put it up on the screen. Craig insists that we have you break this photo down live on the air. So, Sarah, break this down for us.
It was a good night.
Bottom left in particular, what exactly is happening?
That's the one. That's our esteemed colleague, Mario. He likes the ladies, let's put it that way. And they're a fan of him too.
Now, Sarah, I have to do it because when things like this occur on the show, there's only one thing I could play.
I like good-looking chicks in that thing. Wow.
Bobby.
Oh, yeah, baby. Things are about to get crazy here on the Jake Asman Show.
Calm your freaky down.
Sometimes we try, but that freaky just take us over.
Give him some of your loving voice.
Oh, yeah, hide them kids.
Again, keep your damn freaky down.
Too sexy.
you gotta chill, man.
In all fairness, I'm just posing. Mario's the one doing the
Biden.
I haven't looked at the chat yet, but I'm sure there's a lot of freaky that needs to be calmed down at this point. We hear there's someone in an orange lawn chair on their way to Australia. Oh, no!
Yeah, Mario better watch his PQs if I come over there and make some spaghetti sauce out of him. Mario, you're in trouble. My Sarah, you don't embarrass her like that, putting your face to her butt cheeks. That's not good. That is disgusting, Mario. He probably was like 3 sheets to the wind when he did it. So I might give him a pass for that.
It was more than 3. How are you even going to explain this to Mario?
Oh, I don't know.
He better have a good explanation, I tell you that much. Or he has to deal with the wrath of Bobby.
Yeah.
I'll be letting the feds know to keep an eye on the border for a guy from Vermont with an orange lawn chair.
And I'm going to slam my chair over his head.
Can we organize that?
Let me do my show live from whatever work function this thing is. My God.
Calm your freaky down. Bye-bye.
Bobby, what did you make your name? Get away from her butt, says.
Yeah, I know who did that. That was
any comments I could make.
Sarah, what if I put this on a T-shirt in the merch store? How would you feel about that?
No, you better not.
Jake, if you did that, you'd be rich. That's all I'm saying.
No.
Do you think Mario would buy one?
Everyone would buy one.
I pre-ordered #Sarah Booty.
Well, this was a tremendous first call from Sarah on the show. We accomplished a lot, I feel like. I'm going to play Sarah off the only way I know how. Ladies and gentlemen, the rousing rendition of Oh Buff. Show's not over, but that photo's too funny to not show another time. Oh, my God. What type of company are Craig and Sarah working for? What type of work function is this? I think we got our next emoji, that bottom left photo. No, I'm just kidding. All right, we're back.
It's
here
fun
on
watching
show.
those because that's a lot of moments I've never seen before. So I get to laugh along with those commercials all the time.
I love it. We got a ton of great ones here. A ton of great ones. Hit the like button if you're just tuning in. Big fella says, does Shiloh Sanders get drafted before Shador?
I don't know. A quarterback will get drafted before Shador. Jalen Milrow.
I was about to say, Jalen Milrow, while we were in that quick commercial break there, just went to the Seattle Seahawks, who traded up to take him. So that's now 4 quarterbacks, Dylan, off the board. And Shador Sanders is not one of them. I mean, if he's there in the 4th round, if you're the Jets, you have to start considering it, right? I mean, I'm sure they considered it at 73, but I mean, how far is this slide going to go? This is, once again, one of the more historic slides we've ever seen. If he doesn't go to the Raiders at the end of this round here, they have 2 picks coming up, 98 and 99. I don't know a team necessarily for Shador. I think all bets are off at that point.
Yeah, then it truly gets into wild territory. Like it's so hard to even predict because you just come back around to the Browns and teams like the Raiders and things like that. But like, it just doesn't make sense. They would have done it already. Apparently, and I know you're watching ESPN, but apparently Mel Kiper is absolutely losing his marbles every time Shador's not getting picked. So like, clearly there's just frustration and confusion throughout the entire football world as to what's going on. He just tweeted out, thank God for everything or whatever. And I thought that meant that he was getting picked. And I looked at the board and that meant Jalen Milrow was getting picked ahead of him. And I'm like, okay, now this is a little questionable to me, at least. So we'll see what happens. But yeah, you got to start wondering, like, when does this stop for him? This is scary hours. Like Will Howard might go. Kyle McCord might go. It's just it's truly incredible stuff. What we're not bad, incredible, but incredible stuff that we're seeing right now.
Yeah, this is unprecedented, man. It really is. It really is. We've seen quarterbacks slide before, once again, but not a guy that was supposed to be a top 5 pick this late in the draft. Like, that is uncharted territory. Shout out to B. Dono. Thanks for all the content tonight, fellas. Jets, Jets. Thank you, B. Dono. We'll get you in the raffle for 10 for your chance to win some prizes. All right, as promised, let's get to a ton of your calls right now. We got some heavy hitters on the line. Liam will start us off this segment. What's up, Liam? Your thoughts on the draft tonight?
What's going on, Jake? Nice to finally meet you face to face. I'm pretty happy with the draft. I think the biggest mistake of this draft so far was me not going to your party, man. I was watching this morning and I was like, damn, I should have went, really cool. You put that on for everybody here. You're our leader.
Thanks, Liam. You got to come to the next one, man.
I definitely am. If I'm not working today, some shit came up with work, of course, but if I'm not working, I'm going to be there. I bought tickets like a month early.
Did you? You know what? Do me a favor.
I didn't think to, I know someone else donated them. I didn't think to do that, but too late now.
Well, I'll tell you what, Liam. Send me an email with your address and T-shirt size. I feel bad that you bought tickets and you couldn't go. I want to send you some merch as a little consolation prize.
Oh, that'd be great. I think I should have an Asman shirt by now. I've been watching you for a couple of years now. The first time I called in, though.
100%. My email's in the description, but it's just asmanjake@gmail.com. Shoot me an email, address, and T-shirt size, and I'll get some stuff sent your way.
Got you, Jake. Appreciate that. That's not why I was mentioning it, but appreciate it.
No, I appreciate it, man. Thanks for the support.
Yeah, absolutely. Have a good night, guys.
You got it, Liam. So, Liam, satisfied with the draft pick so far? Also, apparently on the Next Gen Jets podcast, our guys Chris, Connor, Jack, I won a signed Wayne Corbett helmet in their raffle. How about that?
You won the raffle?
I won it. I gifted 20
Look
memberships
at
when you
that.
were on today, so that was good enough to win, apparently.
Hell yeah, dude.
Now, do you think
That's
those kids
awesome.
will be offended if I take that Corbett helmet and then raffle it off on the... No, I'm just kidding. Use it as a prize
Oh
on
my
this one.
gosh. Yeah, in the next Asmaniac raffle, we have a Wayne Corbett signed helmet.
Wayne Corbett, actually right here is a signed Wayne Corbett helmet, and we're going to raffle it off. Let's
That's
go.
funny. Now, congrats on the win. That's dope. They were getting a lot of good membership gifts and super chats and stuff. So holy crap.
Uh-oh.
The Browns.
They did it, Shador?
No,
No.
Dylan Gabriel.
Holy shit.
Dude, what the hell?
Dude, I'm sorry. This just confirms that Shador was the biggest asshole in all these meetings because it doesn't make any other sense. I don't care. Like you could think he's not going to be a great quarterback. That's not what we're talking about anymore when we're this late in the third round. Like there was thoughts, hey, maybe at best he's like he's like Kirk Cousins or Andy Dalton type quarterback, like that level of player.
Yeah.
Like if he's going before Dylan Gabriel, Jalen Milroe, Tyler Shuck, Jackson Dart, I mean, these interviews just must have been him just being a total douche. I don't know what else it could be.
Yeah, and
right, like
and I don't know,
it's crazy.
Have you seen the video of him and Cam Ward working out? I think it was at like some high school, just like practicing dropbacks and whatnot. And off camera, Cam goes, "Yeah, but you won a completion percentage award, and all you did was throw like checkdowns and screens to Travis." And Shedeur gets flustered. He throws the warm-up pass or whatever, and he's like, "I didn't have a run game," or blah, 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 this and that. And I'm like, dog, as the leader of your football team, it does not matter what you do and don't have. You need to take accountability for it. And let's also not forget, he didn't know the name of his running back, and he was almost forced to. I think he did transfer out of Colorado. And Shedeur quoted that tweet and said, "Man, must have been a mid guy anyway." So, yeah, you do that. And then there was the rumors that Shedeur wasn't taking, the meeting seriously with teams outside of the first 5-7 picks, whatever it was at that time around the combine. Yeah, man, this makes a lot of sense. And it's like, you feel bad to a degree, like we're saying, but now, I mean, Dylan Gabriel to me was like a fringe draftable type of quarterback. I saw him at the Senior Bowl and I was just not impressed.
I had one former NFL GM tell me though, if he was like 4 inches taller, he'd be a first round pick.
Exactly. Exactly my point. But like, he doesn't even have the elite version of Dylan. Like he spells it with Illon. Come on, man. Like there's just not a lot to like about him. But the fact that he's going ahead of Shedeur, it really starts to, it's not even. Yeah, it's just you can't put it into words at this point.
Cashmere Black. It's because no team wants to deal with Dion. That's part of it. But at some point, it's not just Dion. It becomes they obviously don't think his talent is that great. But then it's like him as a person. Like. You could have an annoying dad, but if you're great, you're great. People are not going to care. Like, wow. This will be talked about forever. Like, as far as draft day slides go. Like the ones we always reference are Brady Quinn, Aaron Rodgers. They still went in the first round. We referenced Will Levis a couple of years ago. He was a high second-round pick. Geno Smith, high second-round pick, as we know as Jet fans. Like, this is pretty wild, man. This is a guy that, once again, earlier this offseason was the betting favorite at most sportsbooks to go number one. Certainly, there were odds a month ago that he wouldn't get past the top 5. And now we're at the end of the third round. And with these Raiders picks coming up, if they don't take him, I can't find a team for him.
Yeah. If I'm not mistaken, I think Dom C ended with him as his top quarterback. And I'm not saying he's wrong for that opinion. I think that is like maybe not the majority opinion in the draft, consensus, but
I spoke to a scout that had Sanders at 2. Like I texted
no lower than 3, in my opinion. Like if somebody wanted to prioritize Dart based on their coaching preferences, like I heard a Dayball coach would have prioritized a Dart over a Sanders, and clearly that came to fruition. Even like a team like the Saints would have done the same thing based on their coaching. So this is very interesting. Pats, man, the Patriots keep killing this draft. Jared Wilson, the center out of Georgia. So let's see what the Patriots have done the entire draft, because they're on a heater right now. I think that's their 4th pick. They already took Kyle Williams earlier this round. Let's see, New England. Yeah, Will Campbell, Travion Henderson, Kyle Williams, and Jared Wilson. That's absolutely crazy. They're surrounding Drake May with all of the potential talent in the world with their top 4 picks. All starters, in my opinion, for the Patriots. So this is interesting.
This really is stunning, man. Unbelievable. Hit the like button if you're just tuning in. Some super chats here. Big fella confirmation. Shedeur acted like a prick, and no one wants to deal with his daddy. It's part of it. I mean, we can't deny that. JMO says maybe this is just a plot to give Kuiper a stroke. So obviously, I've been live and at a draft party last night and doing this. I have Kuiper on, but it's muted in front of me. I know I've seen some of the clips. Kuiper's having like an aneurysm that no one's picked Shedeur Sanders. It's hilarious. That's his number 1 rated quarterback.
Yeah. How many times do we have to flash the graphic of best available? And it's Shedeur with the little number 5 overall next to it. And then like the next guy is like number, 70 something on the board.
I mean, if this doesn't, on one hand, if this doesn't motivate him to go out there and prove everyone wrong, like he's got the ultimate chip on his shoulder now. Like let's see how you respond to this type of like national embarrassment that you're experiencing. You know,
this is the truest form of adversity I would think that he's seen
in his
in
life,
his football career. Yeah, certainly. So it could be a humbling moment, and it seems like that's the route he's taking. And maybe that's what the YouTube video showed, was him just being humble for a couple seconds and saying, hey, wasn't my day. I'll have my day and whatever. I'll make the best of it when I get to that team. But yeah, man, this is like I said, you almost can't put it into words how wild this has become. It's almost like the NFL is doing a bit, but it's not. It's real life.
This is reality. I got a very important message I want to share with you, Dylan. This just came to us from one of our own, one of the all-time great Asmaniacs. He was at our party last night. He just wrote in the private chat, "Put me on, Jake. I got a lot to say." That is Charles Eugene M. Gorman demanding to be put on the show. And you know what? When Charles makes demands, I listen.
Hey, Charles! You'll never get my chicken soup recipe. Hey, Charles! I'm not saying that Glowski takes steroids. I need some of it. Hey, Charles! Who is that lovely lady? Send it this way, Charles!
Hello, gentlemen. How are you?
Hello, Charles. I know you have a lot to say. I know you have a lot to say. I'm just going to lay out. I'm going to be silent as you say it all.
First of all, me and my dad are both surprised Shedeur Sanders has not been drafted yet. I'm very, very, very surprised and shocked that he has not been drafted yet. But I've been very impressed with this draft so far, especially with the first 2 picks. Love the Membu pick. Love the Mason Taylor pick. As a matter of fact, I wanted Mason Taylor.
What do you mean? What do you mean you wanted him? Like, as like a significant other?
I wanted the Jets to take Mason Taylor.
And then do what with him?
Make love to him.
See, that's what I was asking. Thank you for clarifying. Continue, Charles. I know you have a lot to say.
As for the corner pick we just took, I find it interesting. I've heard while I was on hold that Brandon Stevens might transition into safety. We'll see how he fits in that role. So far it's a good draft. I really like it.
Do you love it?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Why didn't you say that first?
I thought I did.
You said you really like it.
I really like it. I love it.
Well, to me, there's a big difference. Like, you either like someone, like you wouldn't marry someone you like. You'd marry someone you love. You know what I mean?
Okay, Jake. Fair enough. I love this draft so far.
Good.
What was your favorite pick in this draft?
I like the Membu pick because I was very nervous they were going to take a defensive player, and I'm relieved they didn't.
I had a feeling we were taking an offensive player, but I'm glad it was Membu.
Now, let me ask you this, Charles.
My favorite pick, too.
I saw your Instagram post. You shared the picture of you and Fireman Ed with the song Photograph by Nickelback playing. A couple questions for you. One, where does Last Night rank in some of the best days of your life? Let's start there.
And why Nickelback? Because I love Nickelback. I've been one of my favorite rock bands since I was in my high school years.
Hell yeah,
and,
dude.
For starters, I wanted to share with everyone, Fireman Ed is a legend. I think he's the best super fan in the world. I think he, really represents the Jets very well. Represents the fandom for the Jets very well, I meant to say. And, last night was an incredible experience. We watched the Knicks game in which the Knicks beat the Pistons, which was great.
Did they?
118-116.
Oh, wow. Thank you.
You're welcome,
yeah.
Jay.
Dude, that's an elite champion fanny pack you got on there, dude.
We should talk about that, Charles. A lot of people were asking me about this.
My mother bought it for me for my birthday a couple of years ago.
Shout out.
Shout
She's a
out
nice
to
lady.
shout out to Roseanne Gorman coming through with the fanny pack for her son.
Thank you.
Are you a big
me and
fanny pack
Fireman Ed
guy,
was an incredible
Charles?
experience. When he shook my hand when he walked in through the door, I was like, "Holy shit, it's Fireman Ed."
No,
He's
really?
got that presence about him.
I didn't say it out loud, but in the back of my mind, I was like, "Holy shit, I'm shaking Fireman Ed's hand. Holy shit, what do I do?"
You shake his hand back.
You shake his hand. You keep a firm grip
he
and
shook
good
my
eye
hand, and I was
contact.
like, incredible.
Did you give him a
Oh.
firm grip?
Yeah, but I also knew he was strong as crap.
Yeah, but you don't need to let him intimidate you in the handshake. You know, you gotta hold your
He
ground.
didn't intimidate me, but I felt it. You know, when he gave me a high five, I was like, "Holy crap, this guy's strong as shit."
You felt it.
Hell yeah.
Dominic says, when I think of Fireman Ed, I too think of Nickelback. I do as well. So when I saw that post, you, Fireman Ed, and photographed by Nickelback playing in the background on Instagram, Charles, I want you to know that it brought a real smile to my face.
It brought a bigger smile. It brought a huge smile to my face. You know, me rocking the Vilma jersey that big fella gave me was awesome.
Hell yeah.
And of course, him signing. Where the hell's the damn thing? Fireman Ed signing my Funko
your
Pop.
I heard about that. Yes.
Wait, show us the signature. Hold on. Let's see this. Show it off, Charles.
Oh yeah.
Nice.
That's
my
awesome,
first ever
dude.
Funko Pop. So that should be interesting. But yeah, so far I really like the draft. I like the Jets draft so far. Darren Muji has earned my respect as the general manager, as a competent person. He knows what the hell he's doing. I like the fact that he's stuck with his board.
Can you sing some Nickelback for us?
If I did, I probably would blast your eardrums out.
No, the only thing you've done when you blast people's eardrums is one of these.
I think the second one. Excuse me. No, I think that's when I violated your nose.
Well, my eardrums had to still hear this too.
Oh.
By the way, for all the new listeners, this is Charles Gorman. He was the #1 seed in Asmaniac Madness this past March. And if you're new around here, buckle up. And to quote Aaron Glenn, get ready for the ride, baby.
Excuse me.
How many
When you
iterations
guys-
of this fart we got out here, Charles?
I have like 8 clips.
Charles, I do want to apologize. I was not on the Tuesday show when we found out about your situation with the lovely lady that does not really exist. So I do want to apologize for everything that happened there.
You don't
I
need
was
to
probably
apologize, my friend. It's all good. It's all been taken
well,
care of.
I want to apologize because I was a little bit of a dick in the comments that day, and gladly it didn't go noticed by a lot of people. I was just being like a funny guy in the comments, but I didn't want you to think I was being serious. It's not something to joke about, and I'm glad everything's getting straightened out for
Hakuna
for you.
Matata. Means no worries.
Yeah,
absolutely. For the rest of your days.
Give me a little Nickelback. Never made it as a wise man.
Couldn't count it as a Gorman stealing.
Yeah. This is how you come on, Gorman. You want to do Rockstar instead?
I wonder what it feels like to find it in this life. Yes, Mom, I'm trying to kill someone.
Whoa.
Whoa.
My mother's saying that because of my voice. That's why.
Oh, I see. I think you have the voice of an angel. It's like, I would say.
No, I don't. Stop
maybe like
it.
a combination
My brother can sing better than me.
of like Fergie and Jesus.
That's a combo, man.
My brother is. That's what I mean, Mom. Thank you. Smart ass.
Ma the meatloaf.
Yeah, give us a Mom the Meatloaf.
Ma the meatloaf.
There we go. How about a little look at this photograph? Every time I do, it makes me laugh. Come on, Charles.
Every time, look at this photograph. Every time it makes me laugh.
How did our
How did
eyes
our
get so
eyes
red?
Get so red because we
And
were
what
hanging
the hell's
out
on
with
little
Bonesy
Joey's
again.
bed? Where's Beast? Little Joey. He's in the Nickelback song.
Look, all I can say is that just because of the first 2 draft picks, I'm even more excited for this upcoming season.
Good.
I think we'll be a bit better on the offensive side of the ball than people give us credit for. I think we're going to be a run first team more than a pass happy team. I think we're going to go back to, I'd say more the 09 Jets, where we were strictly a ground and pound offense. I'm not saying Justin Fields can't throw, but I think we're going to just run the crap out of the football.
Well, here's what people forget. They had to be that because Sanchez wasn't ready to do much more than that. So I'm hoping Fields could do more as a passer, but they should be run-oriented. And that includes Fields, by the way, being part of the rushing attack because that's what he does. I would say other than Lamar Jackson, Dylan, Justin Fields is probably the best quarterback in the league when he's running. I'd say so.
Yeah, absolutely. I would say he's at least top 3. He's probably better than Hurts in my opinion. Yeah. There's no Kyler Murray maybe in that category, but I still think Fields will put his shoulder down and run through you, but he will also run away from you. I mean, there's plenty of clips of him on the Bears. He ran away. I think he had like a 65-yard run. In college, there was a play where he threw the pass and then, or it was a run play and the guy broke free and he chased the running back down and like tied him running to the end zone. So like his speed is definitely going to be utilized by this team. I hope, unlike you're saying, Charles, I hope it's a little less run-centric. I hope they do allow him to pass a little bit. I know what you're saying, but I hope that it's a little bit more balanced because you need to keep the defenses guessing, and you can't just say, we're going to come out, run, pass, and that's going to get really old really quick, in my opinion.
And that's what I meant to say. Yeah, I'm not saying run, pass like in the old days, but but, that's all I really wanted to say, guys. Hope you guys have a great day. Jay, keep up the good work, brother. And thank you for bringing me onto your draft party.
You're the man. I'm glad you had a good time. Before you go, just comment on the couple of these questions we have from the audience. Bino wants to know, any truth to the rumors you scored with a, quote, lovely lady after the party last night?
No, I did not.
You don't have to tell us if you did, Charles. Don't say anything if you did.
I did not score, no.
All right. Well, lie to us if you didn't.
I didn't score at all.
There it is. Got the answer we wanted. Indy writes in, how tall is Charles?
5'4".
Gator says, does Charles want his nickel back from that catfish?
Yes, I would. Thank you.
The bat fella, flatulator. The big fella told me you have been reformed. Stay on the straight and narrow.
Look, bat fella.
How does he change his name so quick? Or does he have
No. He signs in as a new YouTube account as the bat fella. I'm convinced, man.
The flagellator goes many paths. I'm like one of those guys that could be a hero.
Look, he's already back to big fella.
Or a villain.
He's got like an iPad and a laptop, or his phone and a laptop, and he's moonlighting as the bat fella at the same time.
Unbelievable. By the way, I've been mentioning the Raiders. They just took 2 offensive tackles, back-to-back picks over Shedeur Sanders. Where is he going?
Yeah.
The Raiders have a need. This guy was linked to the Raiders.
Like a dick, but he may go undrafted.
You got to protect the quarterback you don't have if you're the Raiders, right?
Yeah,
you got to block for Ashton Genty.
You got your 36-year-old.
There is a chance that Shedeur Sanders may go undrafted.
Well, you and I would have that in common with Shedeur, Charles. We both went undrafted.
Yes, we did. And I'm proud of it.
Charles, you have a good night, all right?
You too, man. Take care.
Hi, I'm Charles, and I'm going to talk about Spider-Man and movies and sports and video games and maybe hot chicks.
Shout out to Charles. Tremendous man. Humanitarian.
That was a 1 seed call. Absolutely. I've given Charles some flack in the past about not having some 1 seed calls, in my opinion, but that one was a good one. I like that. And that little bit of Nickelback we got was good. We pulled it out of him.
I love it. Charles is the man. He was a big star last night. The funniest thing is when people come up to me like, I just met Charles Gorman. Like, it's like they're meeting. It's like, oh, I got a picture with Fireman Ed. And it's like, I just met Charles Gorman. Look, me, man. And I love that the callers to the show are celebrities when we do these events.
I thought it was funny that you said earlier on your first show today that people were asking, like, I think it was Kyle Clifton for like autographs and stuff like that. Like that's what the community is all about. Like, imagine having a T-shirt with like a bunch of Asmaniac signatures on it. That's a prize in a raffle.
I mean, people wanted pictures with Bonesy, man. He was the champ. He's still giving his speech. By the way, I wanted to show this earlier. I don't know if I ever showed it. So Bonesy last night appeared on the show. I think Purple Belt Mike posted this initially in our Discord chat today. Join the Patreon if you want to see all this funny stuff in the Discord. So there's this photo here. You see Bonesy. He's like holding the trophy nice and tight. He's the champ of Asmaniac Madness. So I'm like, what does this remind me of? I'm like, this is kind of like Kobe in that famous photo holding the Larry O'Brien trophy. And I'm like, that's Mr. Bonesy. That's Bonesy right there. He's clenched onto that trophy, man.
Even down to the kind of faded, staring off look in the distance. I know Kobe's probably still focused on the mission right here, whereas Bonesy was definitely thinking about how he took a couple too many hits before his speech. In the other picture, that's what it looks like he's thinking about while he's sitting up there. He's like, damn, I shouldn't have taken that last hit. But no, that definitely is a one-to-one comparison with the Kobe picture.
Unbelievable. All right, couple more calls here. We're almost at the end of our show because the third round is almost over. Thank you all for tuning in. Please hit the like button. Please subscribe. If you haven't, I talk Jets every single day. That's right. A team that has been as bad as the Jets, we still find a way to do 4 hours a day talking about it. Unbelievable. Best fans in sports make that possible. Hopefully this draft gives us a real team this year because we all certainly deserve it. Philly Noodles, you said you'd call back after the next pick the Jets made. You're up next. What do we think?
I'm saying? There's my cousin. Look at him. Right in the middle. What's up, brother?
You're growing out too much facial hair, man. I can't keep up with you.
I was literally looking at it and I was like, man, this guy's goatee is on fire right now. I got to chop all this down.
I was on the Next Gen Jets with Connor and them, and I said anytime I could be a guest with the most facial hair, I have to say yes.
Oh,
I'm competing with 13-year-olds.
1,000%. Bro, I envy. Listen, I'm like the total opposite of my father, right? He's like 5'3", I'm 6'1", and he has a full like Santa beard. And I just can't. I get patches, and I'm like, "You son of a," you know what I mean? Like, what happened, bro? Like, you passed me all these genes except for that, dude.
Yeah,
but
my brother can grow a sick beard, but I can't, and we're only 2 years apart. It's kind of silly.
Yeah, it's messed up.
I just water the grass where it grows, man. That's kind of my thing. Water the grass where it grows.
Jake just grows like whenever he feels like it, and then usually you do that plug-in for your old what was that? The Beard Club or what was that? That sponsorship?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then Jake rocks the elite stash.
I do the stash on occasion. When I get bored, man. I had a beard for the longest time, and then since like in the last like 6 months, I'm just like, I'm feeling mustache this week, or I'm feeling like just trimming the beard up. Or the one time I went completely shaven, I looked 7, so I don't think I'll do that completely.
Yeah, no, you can't. There's a thing like there's a gravitas. The beard is there because we need it, right? With some type of we'll look creepy if we don't. Yeah. So I mean, the cornerback was like surprising to me, but like not at the same time, right? Because we got Steve Wilkes in there and Glenn. So at some point we probably were going to take some type of defensive player. If that kid was ranked that high, it does make me think that Stiggers is going to take a back seat again this year. It is what it is. But I mean, right here with all like the run, Felton's gone just now to the Vikings.
Yeah,
I feel like with being said, what they did, not taking a receiver or trading up at round 2, which I thought they would have had to have done, which they would have had to have done. I feel like there's not many options left. Maybe that kid out of Tennessee I've been shouting out for the past month. He ran a really good 40. Yeah. He'd be nice just because of speed. He's not Jameson Williams, but
he's the vertical stretcher for sure.
Yeah, so to me that's nice to have.
Slam. Yeah, he was running away from coverage when I watched him. I want to know what his full route tree looks like, and I'm not saying he can't see the field because he can't the XZ, the F, whatever. But he's a bit of an intriguing prospect because he's more of like a one-trick pony in my opinion. But when your one trick is speed and you use it well, it's hard to say no to that type of guy. There's a couple guys left on there. Jalen Royals, who we talked about with Buffalo earlier, he's also available at wide receiver. I don't have the full list ahead of me, but there's a couple names of guys out there. Isaiah Bond, who might be sliding because of off-field concerns. I know he
Shocked.
was. Yeah, he had the allegations that I think he said, or I mean, obviously he's going to say they're false, but Alec Iolander, again, who we talked about. So, yeah, there's some names out here. I'm excited to see what they do in day 3 because I think they need to go defense still. They need to shore up that defensive line, but they'd still need a pass catcher, and they probably need another tight end, in my opinion, to round out the room. So it'll be interesting.
I'd feel good if they doubled down on Tennessee players, make a big fella happy, and got Lott and Thornton.
Oh, yeah, that would have been cool.
Yeah, because Lott, I don't think Lott's still there, ain't he?
Nah, Omar Norman Lott went in the 2nd round.
Oh, my God. All right, never mind.
Yeah, he went to, of course, Kansas City at 63.
Yeah. Oh, they got rich. Yeah, they always get him. We took Noddy. They're like, all right, we'll just take a prospect. That's fine.
Yeah, we'll get Chris Jones' replacement.
Yeah, so I mean, and 2 things real quick before I let you guys go. Gorman, I can't believe you guys didn't bring up the recipe right now, floating out there in the streets.
I should have. Nick Shine's in possession of it. We're gonna break it down next week on the show. We're gonna go through every detail of it and really, I mean, find out what we all need to know.
And then taste testing it because they got a professional chef with them right now, so that'd be cool to figure their taste test. And then second of all, last of all, Shedeur Sanders would be, in my take, the best UFL prospect ever. He would probably get MVP voting instantaneously.
I mean, he's the best UDFA. The fact that it's a real, he's the best UDFA ever if he gets. That's what happens. Like of all time, I think it's unreal.
Yeah. So
really
it's like
crazy.
Schefter said it right before, about like 20 minutes ago. It's bad. Like the interviews went bad because he's going around saying, I know who I am. Blah blah blah. It's like, dude, if you're not humble whatsoever, don't even enter the draft at that point, man.
He
Seriously.
thought he was not getting out of the top 3, so he treated these interviews like they didn't matter. And this is why you take it seriously no matter what, because if you don't, you never know what can happen. And now all of a sudden, these people that you treated like crap in the interviews, allegedly, like they now don't want to employ you.
And that's what Dion did with the Giants. They asked him to take like some kind of psychological questionnaire or whatever it was, a big packet of questions that he needed to answer. And his response was, "What pick do you have?" "Oh, I'm not going to be there." And he laughed at them. So apple doesn't fall too far from the tree when things like that happen.
Yeah, I mean, I'll tell you, I think Will Howard indefinitely should go before him, only because the kid just won a national championship, so he knows what it takes to win. Like, I'll say that before Shedeur does right now.
That's the winner AG needs.
Yeah, I mean, it is what it is. Ewers would be like the talent. You could say, well, I guess Shedeur is better. But he's about one Kanye tweet away from just not existing. So let's be worried about Shedeur Sanders right now. Dear God, don't even look at Twitter. It's probably imploded. But, yeah, I'll see you guys tomorrow. I don't know if Dylan, you're not on, but Jake, I know usually you run third day.
Dylan will be he'll be joining us for a little bit. We're gonna have some we got some great guests tomorrow. I'll tease one of them right now. Connie Carberg is gonna be joining us, the first ever female scout in NFL history. Yeah, she's great. She was
dope.
Yep.
I'm staying for Connie then. I gotta say hi to Connie.
Love that.
All right. Cuzzo, Jake, have a good night, brother.
Take care, bro.
Philly, appreciate you. Let's keep going with your calls here. Are we done? I think we're done with the 3rd round. I think it just ended,
Ty Felton was the final pick of the 3rd round. So therefore, Shedeur officially does not go on day 2. We shall see what happens. But we're done with day 2 officially in the books. 103 picks.
Wow. All right, so a little reset here. We know the Jets have obviously made their 2 picks. They pick tomorrow, pick 109 of round 4, pick 146 of round 5. They got 2 fifths. Pick 157 of round 5. They have 2 6th-round picks. They don't have a 7th. 188 and 209 are their 2 picks. So that's a little look ahead for the Jets tomorrow. We're nearing the home stretch of the show. We'll stay on for another 5 minutes or so, get to the remaining calls. The Jets' first pick tomorrow is pick 110. That is the 8th pick of the 4th round. And then they will not pick again, as we know, till the 5th round. So 8th pick of the 4th round tomorrow. Draft is at noon Eastern tomorrow. I'll be live for the entirety of it tomorrow afternoon as our megacast will continue. Final few calls here. Last chance to get a super chat read. Get in the raffle by gifting a membership and all that. Let's say hello to Joshua Woolever. Hello, Joshua. What's up, man?
What's up, guys? How's it going?
Hey, you look
Joshua,
familiar. Didn't I
what's
just
going
Yeah,
talk
on,
to you
man?
what's
before?
up, Dylan? How's it going?
What's up? Good, man.
Is it past
I
your
just
bedtime?
nah, it's weekend, so it's chill.
That's right.
But
Friday
There you
night.
go. Yeah.
yeah, I know. But I just gotta say, like, all the Jets boys on Next Gen Jets always be calling in, so I gotta get myself invested into this Jake Asman lore. I'm learning the ropes right now, so I figured my first call would help me out here.
A
But
lot, well, a lot of pressure on you, Joshua. You're calling in the middle of the draft live stream. I mean, there's thousands of people that are watching this.
what's up? What's up, Jake's viewers? I'm excited to be a new youngin' Asmaniac.
I love it. So you break it down for us, Joshua. What do you think of the picks tonight? You on board with what the Jets did?
I was a bit skeptical of Mason Taylor just because I thought that there was so much tight end depth in this draft class, but and I thought that there would be somebody in round 3 that they easily could have gotten. So, but then seeing that Fannin Jr. hopped off the board a little bit before that kind of made me feel a little bit better about myself. But then when they didn't go with a guy like Noel in the 3rd round, that was really confusing to me because you either sign Brandon Stevenson for 3 years, $36 million to have him play on the bench, or you're going to use your round 3 pick. And by the time it's time to figure out whether you're signing this guy long term or not, he's maybe had 1 full year of starting reps. So I just really don't understand. I guess they had to really love him and they just threw all positional needs out the window with that pick, which I don't love it. I get it's a year that you're not like Super Bowl or bust. So I guess if there's any time to do that, it would be now, but I really don't like the pick. I'd rather, shore up the wide receiver room because I don't want Alan Lazard getting 30% of the targets.
I agree. They need I think they need to come away with at least
Great analysis.
one, if not
Great
two
analysis.
receivers tomorrow. I'm with you, Joshua. Let me ask you this. What did you think? You were at the draft party last night, right?
I was,
You were there.
and I had an awesome time. I gotta
Yeah,
say,
I want to hear
props
about
to
your
you,
time.
Jake, for throwing that together.
Thank you. I want to hear about your experience at the kids table we had for you. How were the Lunchables? How was the apple juice? Break this down for us. We had you, we had Chris, we had Connor, we had Jack.
What a
You guys were
shot.
the big stars of the party last night.
It's great. This is the fabulous 4 here at the kids table. Let me break it down for you. Bottom left, Jack Cotter. Just your average guy. You're wondering if Aaron Glenn has ever touched foot on the MetLife turf. He'd be the first to tell you he hasn't. Top left, Connor Long, what an absolute stud. Obviously hosts NY Flight Jets Talk. But then the most intriguing prospect of the draft this year, you go top right, you go Chris Grosso. I mean, what a versatile player. He's either on or off. He's either telling you that Aaron Rodgers should be the quarterback of this team for the next 10 years, or he's telling you that Armand Membu was a disgraceful pick at 7. So, you can get both sides of the coin from Chris Grosso. And then me, bottom right, I'll let you guys take the analysis on me because I don't like to talk about myself too much. That's not the type of guy I am. But it was great. You can see that Rubik's cube in the middle. Connor was trying all night to solve that. He made no progress, if you're wondering. And the Jenga block surprisingly didn't get moved. I thought we could have gotten a round or 2 in there, but it was an early exit. The kids had to hit the books, do the homework, get a good night's sleep. But Jack was the only one who attended school today, so he
Wow.
actually had something to hit the
Blackers.
sack for. I know, right? I mean, I was on break and Chris and Jack Chris and Connor decided it would be a good day to take a paid leave from
To
school.
be truant from school,
Wow.
huh?
I
Are you
love it.
snitching on your friends for truancy, huh?
No. They
All
were
right,
they were both
so the
they were both
evaluation
deathly
on you
sick.
is evaluate. Yeah, they're sick. There you go.
No, they were really sick, and then once school started and they couldn't actually get there on time, that's when it all healed up. So
That's the best. That's the best. You throw the heating pad on your head, Ma. I got a
right,
fever.
yeah,
It's not looking too hot, and then by 10:30, you're on the stream
you're
yard
on the
with the
game.
boys. Yep.
Amen.
I love it.
Oh,
I
all
love
right. I
it.
thought we lost you there. I was gonna say, do great breakdown. I know you kind of disagreed with the picks, but I think you gave fair points as to why you disagreed with the picks, and you backed it up with sound points. So I can't really disagree with you there. But if I had to give an analysis, I would say up and comer at the table for sure. He's wearing the Sauce jersey, so of course he can't talk about himself too proudly. Then that's just what Sauce does. He lets the action speak for himself, and I think anybody who watches your YouTube stuff will find that out. And you're a Gamecocks fan, so that's extra points. So
Amen, brother.
appreciate you, Josh.
Amen. Go Cox.
Hey,
Hell yeah.
I love it. I love it. Joshua, do me a favor, all right?
got
When
you.
when you get done with this call, I want you to email me. My email is asmanjake@gmail.com. Email me your T-shirt size and your address. I want to send you some Asmaniac Jake Asman Show merch, all right? I sent some stuff to Jack, Connor, and Chris. It's only fair if I send you some swag, too.
Wow, that means so much.
Asmaniac
Thanks,
gear.
Jake.
You got it, Joshua.
Consider me a part of the roster. I'm in.
I love it. I love it. Call back more, Joshua. Great job, man.
Absolutely. Appreciate you, boys. See you tomorrow. Hopefully we get a wide receiver, all right? And don't be shocked if there's a 7th-round kicker appearance, all right? Because Greg Nearline stinks. Have a great night, boys.
Love it. Kid's a star, man. Those 4 kids, man, they're unbelievable.
Dude,
that's
man.
crazy.
I'm still new to the YouTube scene relatively, but damn, man, these kids are catching up so fast. They're going to take my job so fast. You're a little safe. You got the community behind you, but little guys like me, man, they're coming to pick at my knees, man. They're taking out my kneecaps.
Nah, they'll turn on me too. I mean, they're just good. They're gonna take all our jobs. Love it. Shout out to the knocked Dylan off the air by accident. Shout out to the Next Gen Jets crew coming to our party last night. They had never all met in person. They all met through watching this show, and then they met in person at the draft party for the first time. They started the podcast. They do it all remote. That was their first time meeting in person. So
that's a hell of a story, because that's kind of like me and Glenn. Glenn's all the way in the UK. I didn't meet him until he came out last year for the Senior Bowl, and we met in person after doing the podcast every week for like 3 years together. So it was a lot of fun to like actually meet your co-hosts in person. So I can understand how cool of a moment that would have been for all 4 of them. So
love it.
Plenty of years to come with them.
All right, 2 calls left. Joe the Jet, and then one special caller who is enjoying his time in America for the first time. Hello, Joe. What do you got for us?
Yo, what's up, Jake? I really want to talk about everything that's going on with Shadur. It's very insane how much quarterbacks are being taken over him right now. So at what point would you just – I know we don't need a quarterback. I know a quarterback would drive the whole fan base insane. But at what point does a team say enough is enough and they take a shot on him?
I would have told you by now, Joe. So
Yep.
I don't know. I don't know what these meetings were like, or maybe lack thereof, with Shador and these teams. So, I mean, talent-wise, he should not still be available going into the 4th round. He just shouldn't be. So I don't know. If I'm the Jets, I'm not drafting him. There's a reason why 31 other teams haven't at this point. So no, I'm good.
Yeah, no, I agree. This is where the conversation starts, or at least should have already started.
Yeah.
I agree.
Honestly, kind of feel for the guy a little bit, but at the same time, you look back on everything. You know, we hear Dion saying like, "Oh, there's a list of teams I don't want my son playing for." It just, I don't know. It just gives a bad rap and gives a bad sort of taste in GM's mouths in a way. So it sort of, how do I say this? It's just not right. And does this give future prospects sort of a fearful sense of like, oh, they can't demand where they're going to play for in the draft process? They can't pull like an Eli Manning anymore. So because this happened to Shadur, you think that's what's going to happen now? That players are going to be like, okay, I'm going to accept my fate and go to this specific team instead of like rebelling and not deciding to play for this team?
Well, I mean, the thing is, like, Eli was considered a way better prospect than Shadur Sanders. So, and that's to me a big part of it. And Dion also softened his tune on that, like towards the end, because I think he maybe saw like a slide, but they couldn't have seen this. Like, I think they thought that he was going to Pittsburgh for sure, and it turned out to be a giant smokescreen, because like you had the way that Shadur was asked on the Max Crosby podcast who his favorite wide receiver duo was, and he said Pickens and DK Metcalf, and who's ever throwing them the ball and playing himself. And I think he got played here, and I think the Dion factor definitely hurts him. But I also think these interviews that happened didn't do him any favors either, and I think that's clear based on what's happened here.
Yeah, and I think when, as far as other quarterbacks in the future are concerned, I think at most you'll see maybe quarterbacks take a more serious approach and actually listen to all the teams and what they have to say. And I'm not saying Shedur's the only prospect that's ever done this before. There's plenty of other prospects that do this, and they get sucked into the mock drafts and what they're being told pre-draft by maybe their agents or, other teams are like, oh, if you're on the board at 21, we're totally going to take you. And then Derek Harmon's on the board for the Steelers at 21. And they're like, well, shit, we can't pass up on Derek Harmon. And we know what we told you. So I think in the future, you're just going to see maybe quarterbacks take everything a little bit more seriously and try not to sway too far off the path of what gets people drafted.
Yeah, no, it's just an insane situation. But going back to the Jets here, on what they've picked so far, I love the Mason Taylor pick. As an LSU fan myself, we got a good one. We got a good one here in Mason Taylor. The guy always is open, is always a safety valve. I remember in the Ole Miss game, he made an amazing play. I believe he was called down, but he made an amazing play where he caught the ball and he ran after the catch and he literally scored a touchdown. It was an incredible play against Ole Miss. This guy's a stud. I'm so happy that he's our tight end now. I was a Warren dude. I was a Warren warrior, quote unquote. I got the Membu pick, but I was a little upset that we didn't go tight end. But I am so excited that Tyler Warren's the pick. I was worried that we were gonna go defensive tackle in the second round, but the fact that we got Mason Graham really gets me hyped up. I'm really hyped about that pick. Aside the corner from Florida State, I don't really know that much about him compared to the prospects we picked, but I've heard a lot of good things about him.
Well, Joe, let me tell you something, all right?
Other than that,
I got something for you. You ready?
Yep.
I'm Ricky, New York, and I love to smoke. Florida State, I really love Florida State. Jordan Travis, you know it's from Florida State. At any rate, I call into smoking debate. Florida State, I really love Florida State. At any rate, thanks for taking my call, Jake.
Ricky, I need the breakdown on our new corner from Florida State before we end this cast here. Give us the take. What do we need to know?
Azarie Thomas. That's how you pronounce his name, Azarie. Dude, he's a really good corner. Press man corner, very physical, tall, lanky, fast, not afraid to stick his nose in there and hit and run support. We got a really good player. I'm kind of surprised at the pick. I'm surprised he lasted that long, first of all. But I really didn't think we were going to take a corner at all. But I really, really like the player. So we got a very good player. And the first thing that I was thinking of was like what Aaron Glenn said about Brandon Steven and Sauce. Two big, tall corners on the outside, and this guy is just like that. So we're gonna have a hell of a cornerback room, that's for sure. I was kind of disappointed that we did not get a receiver today. I'm not gonna lie. However, are my eyes deceiving me? Like, did Trey Harris fall all the way out of the third round? Did nobody draft him? Is he still sitting there?
No, Trey Harris went.
Oh, did he? Okay.
Trey Harris went second round. Yeah, pick 55 to the Chargers.
Okay. I was about to say, but I looked at who was taken, and I'm like, man, there's not really a lot of receivers left. I mean, but I'm going to put my faith in Aaron Glenn. Initially, I didn't want Membo in the first, but looking at how the board fell, dude, Trapio would not have been there at pick 73 like I was banking on. The tackles went back. There was a big run on offensive linemen and defensive tackles in that first round. And so, you know what? Just shows Aaron Glenn knows better than I do. Regardless of how much research I might do as a guy here at home. It's not my living. You know, that's why these guys get paid the big bucks. And you know, I'm happy. You know, I'm putting my faith in the coach, which for the first time in a long time, I got faith in our coach. But I like this pick, and I'm so confident in our coaching staff that for the first time ever, I actually slept through both days of the draft, and just woke up about 10 minutes ago.
Wow.
So, well, I'm also sick, but
oh man. So, doing all your research about Florida State, what do you think the best course of action would be for Azariah Thomas? Then would you put him at perimeter corner opposite Sauce and move Stevens, or is he somebody who they could flirt with safety? Because to me, I think he's probably more of a boundary corner. But obviously, you being the resident Florida State guy,
yeah, he's definitely a boundary corner. You know what? It's going to be interesting to see. Like, I think initially what they'll do is probably like they did with Sauce. Like, they're not going to hand a draft pick a starting job. They're going to kind of bring him along a little slowly at first. But then, like Glenn says, you know, he's going to compete. Everybody's going to compete. So, Brandon Stevens, welcome to the Jets. You're already in a fight for your job, buddy.
Love it. Ricky, you're the man. Good breakdown, Ricky. Appreciate you, bro.
All right, man. Have a good night, guys.
You get the out.
Ricky.
Maybe Aaron Glenn to Brandon Stevens after drafting AZ Thomas.
Yeah, I mean, I could see a scenario where they do compete in camp, and then like by week 4, 6, 8, whatever it is, you know, they're flirting with moving Brandon Stevens back to safety. And I don't think Azariah Thomas is going to be the one that they flirt with moving to safety. So if he's even close to what Stevens gives you at corner, man, you definitely got to consider it. So that's going to be interesting. But it seems like they have a plan for all three of these guys, which is what you want in the first 3 rounds, first 4 rounds, honestly. So it's going to be exciting to see what they do with their last 5 picks.
So I'm looking at our numbers as we're about to enter our last call here. There's still over 400 watching. So thank you to everyone out there. This stream already has over 10,000 views. You guys are amazing. But I can see the most amount of listeners we had tonight. There were 2 moments during the stream tonight where our viewership peaked massively. And it's when the Jets made both their picks, people coming out of the woodwork to join the stream. So
they were flocking. Let's go.
Yep. We hit 955 at one point during the 3rd round selection, and we hit 853 during the 2nd round selection. So thank you to everyone who tuned in tonight. One last call here. You know what? This is like a call and a half. Weed, what stupid shit do you have on the screen for us here?
This is me with the famous Nate Mobile.
It's famous, all right.
We kept
That's a
setting the
killer
alarm off.
machine, man.
Yeah, I'm glad I took this call. This was worth it, Weed. Well done.
So
you have a good time last night, Weed? You came with an Emerson Bruiser helmet, which is fitting.
Dude, I can't believe I won. You said Thomas Scobie. I couldn't even believe it. I was like, holy shit. I never win anything.
Weed.
I had a blast, dude. It was so much fun. If you weren't there, you missed out.
Dude, I have the most FOMO right now, honestly.
Me and Knobcraft kept setting off Nate's bike alarm. Everybody on the street was getting mad at us.
Oh my god. You would be trolling like that. You would be trolling.
Weed.
It was fun.
All the love.
You get the out.
Incredible. That's sweet. All right. Last call.
One of a kind.
He was at Yankee Stadium tonight where he watched Devin Williams implode, but he did see his first ever baseball game. Australian Jets fan, still rocking the Justin Fields jersey. Did you wear the Fields jersey to the Yankees game?
Yes, I did. On the way home from the stadium when I left, I had heaps of people yelling at me, Fields, Justin Fields. So that was pretty fun.
Love it. How was the game? What did you think of the Bronx?
It was great going. It was a great atmosphere. Obviously, it probably would have been better if the Yankees won, or if there was a bit more scoring. Like, what was it, like the first 6 innings? After the first 6 innings, the score was like 0-0.
You saw a pitcher's duel.
Oh, the fun stuff.
But yeah, no, it was electric. Like, massive stadium. heaps of people there. But yeah,
Heaps of
it was
people,
great.
yes.
I was like,
And
wait,
then-
did you just say heaps of people?
Do you understand
heaps of
baseball? Do you know the rules?
I understand it. Look, I'm not here and going to tell you I know everything about the sport, but like I knew what was going on.
It's good.
Fair. Were there any home runs hit?
Yeah, there was one. It was a Blue Jays player. I don't know his name. I don't know many baseball players, but
No, I just didn't know if it was a Yankee or not.
No, it wasn't. I wanted to see Aaron Judge hit a home run, but I don't even know if he hit the ball once. He was shit.
Well, that's baseball. If you fail 7 out of 10 times, you fail, and if you are successful 3 out of 10 times, you're one of the best players in the league.
It's crazy.
Yeah, no, it's very hit or miss. But yeah, I'm on my way to Times Square right now for the art show they do at midnight.
You are such a tourist. I love it. You're on your way to Times Square. That's incredible.
And you're a night owl,
dude, I'm
too.
so dead. I'm so dead. I barely slept. I'm jet lagged, but I'm only here for 2 nights, so I got to make the most of it.
Are you going to any clubs?
No, I'm 19.
That's right. Yeah, you can't even drink it out that tree.
It would be a very different story. The people who watch
that.
know about my history of calling in on weekends, so I think we know what the answer would be if I was 21.
Yeah, that's why I asked. I just didn't know. I didn't know the age thing, so that's why I had to ask.
I love it. Well, AJF, you have a great time. Get some pizza late night, all right? That's the best.
I will. Let's go Jets.
Love it.
Yes, sir.
AJF checking in. At one
We had
point,
an
he was
eight-
on hold from the game, but we were like in the middle of breaking something down, and then he dropped off. So I was like, couldn't go to him.
Stadium internet probably would have been crap too. But now we had an AJF and a BJF on the stream, so we're doing well.
Hell yeah. I'm going to squeeze one last in. I'm just going to go to him. Hands are up. Mikey, are you there? Mikey. Mikey. Oh. Can you hear me? Nope, we can't. Damn. Well, might be a sign to call tonight. Dylan, you were the man. I can't thank you enough. You survived your first marathon live stream with me. I knew you were the guy to have on because you watch the show, so you understand the Asmaniac community, and you're locked into the draft and the Jets. So you were the perfect guy to be a part of this tonight, man. So I can't thank you enough. Where could people find you? Plug yourself. Everyone's got to go out and support.
Yeah, man, this was incredible. This is a new personal record for me. As far as a long podcast, almost 4 hours, 45 minutes we're going on, and I did a 30-minute segment earlier, so I'm over 5 hours today. This was truly incredible. But no better environment. If I'm gonna sit here and watch the draft anyway, why not come talk to one of the best communities on YouTube? You're a great host. I love the show. I hope I win one of these raffle prizes. But if anybody wants to follow me at D Tereman on Twitter, that's really all I do as far as social media. Follow me at Jet Nation on their YouTube page, on jetnation.com, their Twitter page as well. We probably have a MySpace because we just celebrated our 20th birthday not too long ago.
Pay the
And it's
man. Venmo at Dylan-Tereman, baby.
Hell yeah, man. I think it's a picture of my dog, so it's not a picture of me. So maybe I should change that so people don't think I'm catfishing them or they're getting catfished. So I'll make sure I verify the picture to make sure it's me. So I appreciate all you guys. This was, again, incredible. And I'll definitely come on and talk to you for a little bit tomorrow, give my opinion on the 4th round at least.
Love it. We are back tomorrow. Noon Eastern is when the draft starts, so I'll be live then. Dylan will be joining me. Connie Carberg's going to join me. Tyson Rouch is going to join me. I got a bunch of other guests I'm working on as well. Will Parkinson will join me. Robbie Sabo will join me. Nick Faria will join me. So we're just going to mix and match some of your favorite Jet people throughout the stream, and we'll break down what the Jets do. Another reminder, Jets on the clock tomorrow with pick number 109 in the 4th round to start things off. So again, thank you to Dylan, and thank you to everyone who tuned in. Awesome viewership tonight. It's a Friday night. You could have been doing a million different things, and you were spending it with us. So thank you to the incredible Asmaniac community for their support. Again, thanks to Dylan. My name is Jake Asman, and I'm going to end the show the only way I know how tonight. Take us home, Fireman Ed. Jets, 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 Jets. We'll talk to you guys tomorrow. Go Jets, everybody.
I got just the guy to get us going tonight.
We're the freaking New York Jets, so we're built for this shit.